We are live from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, South Jersey, on the banks of the Cooper River. Welcome to the final day of the Knecht Cup Regatta. It is a little bit chilly. It's a little bit overcast, but not much wind at all. Great for rowing and racing. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Jarek. You may know me from the show Good Day Philadelphia on Fox 29 here in the Philadelphia area. This man right here, Joe Leonard, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mike.
Had a good day yesterday, I understand.
Yeah, it was a nice day of rowing. We got here at 7:30 as well yesterday. We went until right around 5 p.m. Long day of rowing. We had a bunch of heats, some semifinals at the end of the day, setting us up to get right into some of our finals rowing early today, Sunday.
So he is the rowing and racing expert. No, for real. He knows all the ins and outs of rowing. 4 years at St. Joe's Prep.
Yes, sir.
Across the river in Philadelphia. Then he went on to Syracuse University. So he's our expert. I'm supposed to be the people watching, like the novice.
Sure.
Yeah. And over the years, we've learned that most people who watch this live stream on YouTube don't know much about rowing and the racing. They're tuning in to look at, maybe watch to see how a friend or family member does, right?
Yeah, for sure. We had a viewer yesterday reach out to Drew on social media and say that his daughter was a soccer player who transitioned to rowing in college. So it's a lot of families who are watching from home. You know, a lot of athletes get into rowing kind of out of the blue. It's a right. Second option, or it's just something they wanted to try out. So it's kind of a sport of, when you have access, try it out. So
yeah.
Lots of people can access it.
Let's set up where we are. We're in the boathouse on the bank of the Cooper River, which is in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, basically. Mm-hmm. And I was saying that it is still chilly. It's overcast, but we may see sun by noon or even earlier, so the sun may be shining on the trophies. We'll start giving them away about 12:30 this afternoon. The whole thing wraps up probably by 1:30. So in this boathouse, you'll see behind us, what terminology should we be using? Again, I'm the novice. I hear people say it's a boat. It's actually a scull.
A skull or a shell. You could use either one of those terms. Generally speaking, scull boats are, with these boats right here in front of us, you had 2 oars. But, normally you'll hear the word shell. Sometimes skull will be thrown around.
How long are they?
Oh, that's a great question. Really depends. I mean, for a single, it could probably be about 10, 15 feet. Eights can get up to probably around 35, 40 feet. I'm not exactly sure how long they are, but...
Well, I got a tape measure. Let's go.
Yeah, you want to check it out?
Yeah, let's do it. So how many, and I call them rowers.
Sure.
Don't call it a paddle, it's an oar.
Yep.
And how many in each skull?
It depends. So we'll have, early today, we'll have single rowers who will have, 2 oars in each hand. Double rowers, also 2 oars each. And then we'll move on to some 4s and some 8s. And that'll be the majority of what we're looking at today. So,
yep.
It depends. The different disciplines, we'll have scullers, we'll have sweepers, which is just the difference between sculling. You have 2 oars, 1 in each hand. Sweeping, 1 oar, 2 hands on the oar.
Yeah. Hey, Colin, our director, is giving us a great shot here from our drone. That is Philadelphia in the background. We are in South Jersey near Cherry Hill. So I mentioned it seems like there's not much wind at all.
No, it's really nice here today. You can see the water is really sitting pretty much serene. There's not much distortion there. You can't really see much going on. And it looks like we're actually underway here in our first
here we go.
championship race of the day. This is the women's single final for the Anna Thomas Knecht Memorial Trophy. It looks like we've lost one of the boats. And I think we've got what appears to be lanes 3 and 4. We'll try and figure out when we can see the bow markers exactly who those boats are. It's 2 of Lafayette, MIT, and Carnegie Mellon.
So one of them is missing.
Yes.
Well, you'd think. Let's don't even guess.
Yeah.
why they're missed?
I think it's if we're going by lane assignments, it's likely that's MIT in lane 3, and Fordham there in. That's actually the wrong event. So my apologies. We'll get this figured out for you.
We're just getting started, folks. Come on, let us warm up. Goodness gracious.
Here we go. We're gonna have I believe it's Lafayette and MIT there, but we will double check.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
These are singles. So these are single sculls. This is, traditional classic rowing. You're out there by yourself. It's a very difficult discipline because pretty much when you're in a boat with multiple people, it can be a little bit easier to keep the boat set when there's multiple people working together. When it's just you out there by yourself, your mistakes are amplified because it's really only you and your technique. So it's a bit of a mental game out there in a single.
Well, the skull on the left looks as if I'm rowing. not to be disrespectful to whoever that is, but
it's one of those things you see at the college level. There's lots of different experience levels here.
Sure.
So some people could have been doing this for a really long time, and taken a long time to work at it. Others might be newer. So it's a sport, especially at this college level, this Division II, Division III college level. You'll see a lot of disparity in terms of the experience level.
Experience, that's probably what this is.
Yeah, so this is the MIT boat here. You can tell now because we can make out the T there on the oars.
Oh, yeah.
For that rower.
Smarty pants. MIT, huh? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
So
there's 13 states that have sent us colleges or schools, colleges, universities. So 55 colleges or universities are involved in this Knecht Cup Regatta. 55.
Yeah, it's a really big event. I heard Laura. I actually got home yesterday after I got home, and after the golf on CBS, the news came on, and there was Laura Knecht, our director here at the Knecht Cup Regatta, talking about how it's one of the largest college regattas in the nation.
And it's one of the first of the season, right?
Absolutely. So it's early April here. These schools have really just started their race season. Generally starts a little bit after spring break. They've probably had a couple of races against different schools, but this is really the first time they have a chance at cup racing.
Why it's cool? Let me see if I get this right.
Okay.
They have regattas over on the Schuylkill River.
Sure.
I think there's some today, as a matter of fact.
Sure.
What's the difference between Cooper and the Schuylkill River?
Yeah, so the Schuylkill specifically has a current. The Cooper River, not really a river, kind of a man-made body of water here, kind of created into this recreational lake or pond that you see here.
It's more like a lake.
Yeah, definitely. There's no current. It's not super wide like a lake. It's still elongated, and it's just a creek that's been kind of pushed out to the side.
So you're not fighting a current.
No, there's no current, and specifically with the Schuylkill, lanes 3 and 4 are notorious for having a strong advantage due to the current in the middle of the river. So in a race like this, you could still potentially not do as great in your semifinal, get an outside lane like lane 6 or lane 1, and still have a fair shot with the lanes 3 and 4.
I'm glad we started off with something this small
Sure.
in stature. It gives us kind of an idea, and we can go over some of the terminology before we get into the heavy lifting and the more competitive races.
Yeah, so I believe this appears to be the rower from Carnegie Mellon as well. So I think it's the MIT and Carnegie Mellon boats here.
Is this the only sport we do backwards?
Not if you're Saquon Barkley.
Oh, thank you. Nice one. Excellent, Joe. And so do you look back ever? You just have to trust?
These folks definitely have to look back because they're steering their own boat. Luckily, when you're rowing in a straight 2,000-meter race like this, you have those buoys on either side of you, so it makes it a little easier. Another disadvantage of the Schuylkill River as compared to a course like this is the 2,000-meter course has a turn in it. So there is definitely some more steering involved in a course like this. But on the Cooper here, you have those buoys next to you the whole time. They'll let you know whether or not you're straying. Yeah.
So what if you hit a buoy?
Ideally, you do not hit a buoy. If you do, you have to, just keep your wits about you.
But it doesn't disqualify you.
No, it does not disqualify you.
Is that me or you?
I don't know. I think it's this laptop.
Oh, it is?
Sorry about that, folks.
That's all right.
Here's a nice shot of our leader from MIT here as he plucks his way down the course. He's going to, or rather she is on her way to the Anna Tomas Knecht Memorial Trophy here.
Now, you mentioned Laura.
Yeah.
I've known her over 20 years. Laura Anna Knecht. She's now, her last name has changed because she got married. But it's her father,
Yes.
Bill, who created this whole thing.
Bill Knecht, he helped create this recreational park, really, as we know it today. He is a longtime legend, really, of the Philadelphia rowing scene. He went to LaSalle College High School in the Philly area, notorious, great rowing high school program. Then he went to Villanova University, rowed there, and then went on to the Pan American Games in the 40s, the Olympics in the 50s, and actually rowed a double with John B. Kelly Jr. At the Pan American Games and the Olympics.
And that would be 64 Olympics in Tokyo.
Yes.
And he won.
Well, they won in an 8, yeah.
In an 8.
The men's 8. I believe it's the last time the U.S. won the men's 8.
Listen to that.
Yeah.
So that's Kelly of Kelly Drive fame for our Philadelphia viewers, and Grace Kelly's
Nephew.
nephew.
Yes.
Well, the original was
Her brother. Her brother.
Her brother. Okay.
My fault.
That's all
Yeah.
right. It's early.
It is early. Yeah.
Here, let me slap you across the face.
That's
Wake you up.
fine. Yeah, I can do with that. And you see there the flags in the background give you a nice look of kind of the wind conditions. Not a super strong wind, but it is out there. It's blowing north to south, just like it was yesterday.
Yesterday, was it raining?
It was. It wasn't super hard downpour yesterday, but it was very foggy, some mist in the air. There were some points where it did start to come down a little bit, but just, your classic spring, April rain. And it was very cold yesterday. It's around 45 right now, I believe. Yeah, 45 degrees here. Yesterday it didn't get above 40 really throughout the whole day, and it was quite damp. So, it's still overcast here today, but we're going to get some sun as the day goes on. Hopefully around noon that sun starts to break through the clouds and it warms up a little bit here.
Well, as a rower, what weather do you like?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I think for me, generally, it's 70-degree weather. Because when it gets too hot, it can be really miserable, really sticky, especially in the Philly area when it gets humid. But, when it's 70 degrees, it's warm. You don't need to wear too much in the boat, and you can kind of sweat it out. But, the water still feels good if it splashes onto you. One of the problems with rowing in the cold like this is that, you're out there on the water. It's a little bit colder already on the water. You start to get splashed. It can be a difficult time.
So, in other words, we should meet back here tomorrow when it is going to be 70.
Oh, I'm sure it'll
clear.
I'm sure you'll see a ton of high school and college boats enjoying their practices tomorrow in the nice weather.
Now, what are we looking at? Is this over?
Yeah, so we got about 100.
Right?
We got 100 meters left. If you see,
Really?
yeah. So there's the 1750 meter mark on the right-hand side of your screen. That means there's 250 left to go. So this rower here from MIT, she's about to win the Anna Thomas Knecht Memorial Trophy here for the women's single final. She's got about 5 strokes left. You see those white budding trees there. That lets you know that we're right about to hit the finish line. Our camera's going to pan to the left here. You'll see these orange buoys, and that is the end of the race.
So Anna, is she the woman who was from Romania? Yeah, I believe so. I believe she was. And I believe...
is that Laura's mother?
Laura's mother, yeah.
Another rower as well.
Yes,
So,
came over from Romania as a fantastic, accomplished rower and ended up helping Bill, create and establish the Knecht Cup Regatta.
yeah, so this regatta really is a memorial not just of Bill, but also this park itself. He's an architect behind creating this recreational facility, which has become, one of the top race courses in, the East Coast for rowing. You'll see national championships for high school, colleges, and Olympic teams competing here on this course. So it's a state-of-the-art, course right next to we have the iconic Schuylkill River course, and we have the Cooper River course right here.
Okay, I'm Mr. Novice, remember.
Sure.
I'm representing the people that don't know what we're doing. What's the other boat, the big white boat? Is that called a launch?
That's a launch, yes. Got it. That's the referee launch right there. So the referees will sit behind the races to make sure that the rules are being followed and that the rowers are competing fairly. And after the race, there's a referee on the sideline. They'll let them know that the race is clear and that the times are official.
Okay, 55 schools involved from 13 different states. What's day 2 all about? What is today about?
Yeah, today's about the finals. So that was a medal race. So that rower's going to get a gold medal here.
Oh.
It's an early season medal race as we are underway in the men's single final. This will be the John B. Kelly Sr. Final. We've got Dominican in lane 1, Carnegie Mellon in lane 2, Dominican again in lane 3, George Mason in lane 4, Mercyhurst lane 5, and in lane 6, Adrian.
Yo, Adrian. Mercyhurst is pretty famous on the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's a great rowing program. They're based out of Erie, Pennsylvania. They row up there on Lake Erie. You always see them competing in the lightweight men's categories, but they're pretty much here every year at the Knecht Cup and the Dadvale Cup Regatta. So we'll see them again in a month over here on the Cooper, most likely.
Now, if I'm watching on the stream right now, that's who is listening to us right now. How do we know which is which?
So the bow numbers, so generally, lane 1, right-hand side of your screen there. So that's that Dominican boat there all the way in lane 1. Our leader here at the bottom of our screen, left-hand side, that's the rower from Mercyhurst there in lane 5. So if you're going from right to left, it's Dominican, Carnegie Mellon, Dominican, George Mason, Mercyhurst, and Adrian.
And again, different skill levels here, or different experience levels.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to put it. And this is such a beautiful shot here of the Camden County Boathouse with the Philadelphia skyline in the background. Just letting you know kind of what our backdrop for the day is here.
We are in that boathouse on the right.
We are. Here's the rower from George Mason.
Yeah, he's got to be cold.
Yeah, you see some pretty crazy people out here when they're rowing. You get pretty warm out there, I will say.
Well,
but,
I would think.
Sometimes if you're ever driving down Kelly Drive, take a look at some of the rowers in college. You'll see, guys shirtless in 30-degree weather. So it's a bit of a sport like that.
You're exerting so much energy, though. I'm
You
sure
are.
you're heating up quickly.
You definitely are. He'll be warm probably now, and it's not too windy, so he's fine. He'll be cold pretty much as soon as he gets to the dock, though.
Should your hands be in unison? Is that the way to go?
What do you mean?
Instead of they're not hitting his chest at the same time.
Yeah, you'd ideally want to hit the chest at the same time there. Sculling's a bit of a calculation there because one hand has to be over the other as you're heading up to the catch, so it's not a perfect.
What is the catch?
1-2. The catch is when the blades enter the water at the beginning of the stroke.
Okay.
So you'll see there, that's the catch for our lead boat. There's the catch.
Yep.
So that's when they, square their blades up. They're at a feather, and then they square up, get it into the water, and drive the boat through the water.
So, what hurts the most on your body at this point?
Your lungs, probably, depending. These rowers, throughout the day, we'll see rowers on their second or third race of the day, depending. And for the most part, when it's your third race, your legs will feel really difficult. Your legs are starting to go. That lactic acid builds up faster on the third race of, in 2 days. But for the most part, at the end of the race, you're fighting. You're trying to go as hard as you possibly can over 2,000 meters. You have the strength to do that. You're going to push your cardiovascular fitness, though, here at the end.
How's your math skill?
It's okay.
Can you convert from meters to
Not
feet,
well.
yards?
I think maybe miles. I think
miles.
A 5K is what, like 2.3 miles or something like that?
Let's see. Well, a 10K is 6.2.
Oh, if you're asking how long a 2K is,
Yeah.
it's like 1.2 or 3, I think, because 1,600 meters is a mile.
A mile. Goodness. By the way, if you want to ask some questions of Joe, you could hit me up on Twitter.
I'll do my best, folks.
It is nothing personal, please. How about your love life? Let's start with that, Joe.
How long do you have, Mike?
Hit me up on Twitter. I am Mike at Mike Fox 29.
There you go.
At Mike Fox 29. Simple as that. And I'll pass the questions along to Joe.
And here is the win of the John B. Kelly Sr. Trophy for the rower from Mercyhurst. Congratulations. Followed by the Dominican rower.
We had two Dominican
Yeah.
rowers.
Here's another rower from Dominican in lane 1. He'll be finishing up shortly.
There you go.
Mr. Kadick.
You say Mercyhurst is in Erie?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
It must be a little bit of a bear to row on a big lake
great
like
lake?
that. Because they actually have waves, don't they?
They do. I'm sure there's pockets where it's a little bit easier to row than others, but I'm sure out in the middle of the lake is difficult. Finishing up there is the rower from Adrian. There's the other Dominican rower.
Boy, they go race. Do we call them heats or no?
These are finals.
Finals, okay.
This is the women's varsity pair final. It looks like we've got Carnegie Mellon, MIT, and Fordham. That's Fordham over there in lane 4 with the neon shirts, and MIT here in lane 3 with the T on the oars.
Well, you have good eyesight.
I'm wearing glasses.
Me too, but still.
MIT here looking really strong. So this is a pair event. We didn't see any pair events yesterday, so this is just a straight final here. This is a little bit different than the doubles that we'll see also. So this generally is considered the hardest discipline across rowing.
Why is that?
So there's, when you're by yourself in a single, you have 2 oars on either side, and you control both of those oars. So it's difficult. It's by yourself, but ultimately you have 2 oars to balance yourself.
See, here goes somebody out of their. Are they out of their lane? Or
They are. They had veered into lane 3, and now they are trying to get back into lane 4. But you can see now they don't have a coxswain. These 2 rowers, one of them is steering the boat. Likely the stroke seat in these pairs has a rudder attached to their toe that they can adjust to steer.
So explain what a coxswain is.
A coxswain is a person who will sit in either the front or the back of the boat, who is not rowing, whose main focus is on executing a race plan and motivating the boat to row harder.
Then if you don't have that person, the person in the back is kind of barking out orders?
Yeah, the person in the back or the person in the front here. These pairs could kind of go either way as we got about 1,000 meters left to go here in this one. But this pair is generally considered the hardest discipline to row because, like the single, there's only you and that other person. But now, and your mistakes are amplified. But now you have the added dynamic of dealing with another person.
Right. It's like riding a 2-seater bicycle.
Yeah, definitely.
Pedal. I know you're not pedaling back there. That kind of thing.
Yeah, but the thing about this as well is that if you're not pedaling, if you're not pulling as hard, the other rower is going to pull you into the wall. So you need to match power for power here in order to go straight. This is a really nice row here for this MIT pair.
They seem perfectly in tune with each other.
Yeah, they look really in sync here, which is difficult to do in these pairs. This is the shot of the rowers from Fordham.
Fordham have a good program?
They do, yeah. There's a lot of Fordham rowers here today. We're going to see them pretty much throughout a myriad of events today. Good men's team, good women's team. They're always competitive at the Knecht Cup and Dadvales. Coming out of the Bronx.
Oh, that's right. Now, where would they practice? On the Hudson or the?
I believe they do practice on the Hudson. I can double check.
Yeah.
Fordham crew trains on Eastchester Bay, Long Island Sound, and the Hutchinson River.
I've lived in New York a lot of my life. I never knew there was a Hutchison. It's Hutchison?
Hutchinson River.
There's a parkway, or a parkway that's named the Hutch. How fast can they be going? Do you ever clock that?
So the 8s can get up pretty fast in rowing. These pairs aren't going super fast, probably about, as fast as you could walk or run.
Mm-hmm. I hear you're talking about petite final. What is that?
Yeah, petite final is generally when you go through the heats and the semifinals and you do not qualify for the grand final to win the trophy. For some of these events, we have so many entries, including Some of the women's 4 event had, 4 heats. The women's 8 event had 4 heats. So, just in order to allow some of these crews to get a ranking on some of their boats, they'll run some petite finals, which is just they don't necessarily count for the trophy, but you can finish in 7th through 12th place, and then 13th through 19th, and so on. About 500 meters left now for this race.
So if you've just joined the stream, this is what you're looking at. That's the Cooper River in South Jersey, basically Cherry Hill, New Jersey, right across the river, the Delaware River from Philadelphia. And this is the Knecht Cup Regatta, the final day. We'll be passing out trophies here around, just past noon, so watch for that. The conditions are good, not much wind at all. It's not raining. And why is that computer screaming?
I don't know.
And so, again, this Cooper River does not have a current, so it should be smooth sailing, so to speak.
Yeah, and yesterday when we were looking at the race, the water on the the surface level, you could see there was some rippling, there was some distortion from the wind. It wasn't a perfect course there, and today pretty serene, not too much wind. Not too much wind, but today, really serene conditions, allowing a nice race here from this pair.
Excellent. Having this, there it is. So MIT takes that one.
Yeah, they looked pretty excited there to win that race.
Listen, I'd be excited for that the race ended. You know what I mean?
100%. That's half the fun.
What makes a good rower? Who gravitates to this?
That's
Why
an
did
interesting
you do
question.
it, Joe?
I did it because my family was involved in it. So my brothers rode in high school, my sister rode in high school, and then my brother and sister both rode in college as Fordham finishes up there. So when I got to school, I also knew I wasn't going to make the basketball team.
I gotcha.
So I decided that, I did want to do a sport, and rowing was kind of just, part of the family at that point. So that's why I joined. A lot of folks that I did it with, there's school opportunities. It attracted, when I was in school, a lot of athletes who, enjoyed playing sports but maybe weren't able to make the top teams. And then when I was in college, at one of the top programs, they really look for tall, strong, athletes who have endurance. So
well, yeah. We won't even get into the body of a rower. I mean,
yeah.
You exercise every part of your body. Is it, Colin? Is there a way to put that graphic back up?
We
have another race here.
Yeah, this is the men's varsity pair final for the Amlong Trophy.
Carnegie Mellon, Pittsburgh, Fordham, Mercyhurst, UMass, and the U.S. Merchant Marine.
Yeah, and that looks like, given the bow marker there, we could be looking at UMass right there.
If I knew the school colors better,
yeah,
I could tell you.
Oh, okay, I see here. U.S. Merchant Marines have scratched from this race. That lane 5 there out in front, that's Mercyhurst. Mercyhurst there. But we got a nice little race going on here, 1,000 meters in, and that boat from UMass out in lane 6 putting up a good fight here with Mercyhurst. And then not too far off the pace is Fordham in lane 4.
Now, would you even bother to look at your competition?
Yeah, so Mercyhurst can see their competition right here. So to their left and to their right, they can see both of these boats and how close they are. That the difficulty becomes, now they're veering off. So we're going to see a referee come up and tell them to get out. You can see they're waving their flag, telling them they need to get out of their lane, because not only are they at risk of hitting them, but you can see their puddles are actually going into where these UMass rowers would be putting their blades. So bit of a disadvantage there when you can wake out your opponent, but they moved back over and they're back into their lane.
What if you do wake them out?
Yeah, I mean, so that probably was too quick for it to matter, but if it happens, consistently down the race course, there is, relief for petition.
Okay.
So you can petition to the referees, and then they can make a judgment call based on your petition.
Listen to me like I know what the term "wake me out" means. My guess is it would affect your rowing?
Yeah, I mean,
steering?
specifically for this, I don't think that their puddles from their oars are gonna, send too much of a backwards momentum into the boat. But if your puddle is going back, and say that UMass rower's oar goes down into that puddle, their oar could get kind of taken, and they might cause a crab, or just miss some water there. So it's not ideal to row in someone else's
Now,
puddles.
let me get this straight. When the oar hits the water,
Yep.
that's called a catch?
That's called the catch.
And then what's the puddle then?
So when they finish the stroke, that's called the finish. That's 500 meters left to go. The puddle that I'm talking about are literally those puddles that you see.
Pools of water.
Those pools of water on either side of the boat after they take their blades out of the water at the finish.
And then what's a crab?
So a crab can happen when your blade gets stuck, oftentimes at the finish.
Oh, okay.
But it can happen at any time in the recovery. And then when your blade gets stuck, depending on the severity of it, it can completely stop the momentum of the boat, especially in these smaller boats. But this is a really impressive run here from
Really
Mercyhurst.
is.
They're going to hold off a strong push from both UMass, and Fordham had started to come back there as well. But Mercyhurst here with, there's still some time left for UMass to make a push, but I thought that Mercyhurst boat looked really strong at the rate that they were rowing.
So wouldn't you be going all out from the beginning?
Yes and no. So I think if you talk to most rowing coaches, they would tell you that the 2K is a sprint race. So you're sprinting pretty much the whole way down the race course. But I'd compare it more to, the 1,500 meter in track or the 800 meter in track, where it is a sprint, but you do need to
Save?
Yeah, you need to
bit?
save a little bit. You need to know your own limits and know what type of sprint you can put on over the course of 6 minutes, 7 minutes. UMass making a strong push at the end here, but it does look like they're going to run out of room. And these Mercyhurst rowers just about 50 meters from pay dirt.
One thing about having the regatta this early, it makes for a nice, pretty setting, too, with the trees all in bloom.
Yeah, it's been beautiful here the past couple of days. Some of the trees have, started to turn green. We've still got some blooms out there, as you see. I was a little worried about them yesterday as Fordham finishes up because it was so frigid.
Yeah.
But it's really kind of a nice grouping of colors. It's a really pretty scene here today.
Boy, what a nice location. My gosh, that's a beautiful shot. Next up, women's double. Petite final.
Yes, we're going to have two finals here. This is the petite final first, followed up by the grand final. So these boats will be competing for 12th through 18th.
All right, I'll give you $10.
Or, sorry,
cash.
rather 7th through 12th.
I'll give you $10. Where's Gordon?
So we were looking at this area. It's in Massachusetts.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. I don't know where every school here is today, but
Why not, Joe?
I know. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best.
All right.
But Gordon, we were looking at it yesterday. They're based out of Massachusetts.
Obviously, MIT is as well.
Yeah, BU as well here, and then Georgetown from DC and Wisco coming in from Madison, Wisconsin. Yesterday, Drew asked me a little bit about why Wisconsin, despite being in the middle of the country, is notorious for having a really good rowing program. And I mentioned tradition, but I neglected to mention that their historical coach, was actually Dad Vail.
What?
Yeah. So Wisconsin's coach in the early 1900s his nickname was Dad,
Yeah.
and his last name was Vail, and he is renowned for making college rowing accessible to lots of people, as we're off here in this petite final. And the regatta here in Philadelphia still bears his name because he helped bring it here. And
He was a Wisconsin guy.
he was a Wisconsin guy, but he helped make, the Dadvilles is all about giving an opportunity to all levels of college rowing, and that was kind of what he stood for. Nice shot of the start here.
Really is.
And you can see that Gordon crew at a much lower stroke rate early here, but already pulling out to a lead in lane 3 there.
Explain that to me.
So this is the start of the race. Normally you want to get your stroke rate up pretty high because you're kind of running off adrenaline in the first 100 to 200 meters here.
Right.
So you can allow yourself to get the rate up, try and get the boat up to speed quickly so that you can settle down into the race that you want. Gordon there didn't really go as high as the other boats around them. You can see now the other doubles here have started to lower their stroke rate into their base rate. Gordon has kind of stayed at the same spot and is currently leading there in lane 3, although lane 1 and 5 there were coming up as well. That was MIT and Georgetown.
How often do you have to practice? Seems like it's every day.
Yeah, normally they'll practice 6 days a week. They get one off day mandated.
That is a beautiful shot right there.
Yeah, check that out. So you've got Gordon out in front by about a seat. Maybe Georgetown now starting to pull even there in lane 1.
In the bluish boat.
Yeah, the Hoya's over there in lane 1. And then lane 5 there, that's the one MIT boat out in front of their compatriots in lane 4. And lane 2 there is BU. And everyone's pretty close there. Wisconsin out in lane 6, just a little bit behind, but still within striking distance. These boats are really close here.
They really are.
That's 500 meters there.
So again, do you care what the competitor is doing?
It's an interesting question. At this point, probably not. You're just trying to row your own race. It's still very early. As you get closer to the end, you might take a look and say, okay, we're down this many seats, or we're up this many seats, we can wait, or we're down, we need to, take our final sprint now.
I think it's obvious what you mean by they're ahead by a seat or 2 seats or 3 seats. It's a way to measure.
It's just a way to measure. So essentially, if we're talking about the rowers themselves, if you can look at that rower in the front and they're sitting even with the rower in the back of another boat, that's 1 seat, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
It's about 1 seat is about a half second of difference between schools.
Wow. Are you talking to each other?
I mean, if you can.
Because you're breathing so hard.
Yeah, generally speaking, when we're practicing in the winter, you're told you should not really be able to have a conversation when you're doing a 2K. So there is conversation that does need to happen between these two. So the bow person in these boats will likely be calling out some race plan stuff, but you want to try and get it in as sparingly as you can so you can focus on rowing. As you see, Georgetown is starting to open this up.
They really are, yeah. Who are the blue bloods of this sport?
So the blue bloods of college rowing, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the top-ranked heavyweight programs are generally, Washington, California, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and the other Ivies here and there sparingly. Women's rowing is a little different. The Big 12 or, the SEC. There's more in rowing. Women's rowing is a Division I NCAA sport as compared to men's rowing, which has never really joined the NCAA.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, so women's rowing is much more, the blue bloods kind of track with other sports that you might expect to be, really good, well-rounded. Whereas men's rowing is kind of focused on, West Coast Pac-12 schools and East Coast, Ivy schools with a few more, tossed in here and there, such as, Syracuse, Wisconsin, Northeastern.
Mm-hmm. Who's ever operating the drone is really good at
Yeah, they're artists, aren't they?
piloting. We have 1 drone. Is that it today?
I think there will be 1 drone flying at a time. I think they take turns with the batteries.
Yeah. But amazing shots.
Yeah, here's a nice little follow shot, a little bit of a different angle as we rise up. You'll see Georgetown there is still in first, but they're, kind of maintaining that same lead that we saw. They haven't really opened it up more than that first opening we saw. Here is a nice shot of the Badgers from Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Do people, I guess they enjoy this.
People love it. People love this sport. I mean, it is, something that it's similar, I think, in a lot of ways to sports like running and swimming, where there's kind of a euphoric feeling when you're finished that's kind of unattainable
in other sports.
In other sports, because it's such a hard cardiovascular and it's sometimes strength workout. It kind of tests all parts of you that, when you finish, it's almost like, wow, there's a sense of accomplishment, but also, strong endorphins running through your body.
Now, only one of these skulls will be a trophy winner?
So this is actually the petite final. So they're
petite?
Yeah, so they're competing for 7th through 12th place. We're going to have a grand final right after this for the women's double.
Well, if you win the petite final, do you get a prize?
I don't think so.
Not even a candy bar or something?
No, but you get, a placement and you get a ranking and you know where you're at heading into the rest of the season.
Second and 3, or second. Who's going to come in second here?
That's Gordon. They're coming back here. They had the lead in that first 500. They kind of lost it in the middle of the race. Yesterday I talked a lot about how the middle of the race is where races are won. We're seeing here Georgetown kind of won that middle 1,000, and now here into the final 500, they're starting to lose it a little bit. So did they spend too much energy trying to build that lead? Because now here come Gordon and MIT.
How much farther do they have to go?
I think they've got about 200 meters left to go.
Oh, jeez.
But I can't see the side of the river, so I'm not 100% sure here. I think those red buoys let you know they're in the final 100 meters now. Really close race here.
It really is. Georgetown is
And MIT
fading.
just put on their final sprint. They're trying to push, and Gordon has just drawn even with Georgetown here. So a fun race in our petite final. I think Gordon's got them by a bow ball now.
Yeah, they do, yes. What was that term, bow ball?
Yeah, so the bow ball, just a little rubber ball that sits on the bow of the boat, generally just to kind of protect them, but also to let you know where the coxswains are at.
Okay. So there's a ball on the end of the skull so you don't scratch it up or something?
Yeah, just a little protection. It's not going to save you from a major collision, but if you bump into something, it'll help.
It's like the tennis balls on my walker.
Definitely.
All right.
And Gordon has pulled in front here. Check this out. Well, lane one's going to come up, so we can't see them yet. They're close. But as they come to the finish line, Gordon,
there it is.
MIT, and Georgetown falters in that final 500.
So it looked like they had it from the very beginning. So they put too much effort into the beginning and middle?
So Gordon had that first 500, and I thought they looked really strong at a low rate. Georgetown got into the base of their race and rode a really strong base of their race. That's something that they can build on for sure. But then, in the sprint of their race, Gordon had been rowing at a lower rate. They had been expending less energy throughout that middle, and they had more left in the tank in the final 500 to get their speed up to a point where they could look back and be proud of themselves.
So the women's double final has already taken off.
Yeah. We've got Wisconsin in lane 1, Radcliffe in lanes 2 and 3, MIT, Boston University in lanes 5 and 6. And you can see there one of the Radcliffe boats out to an early lead here.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I'm going to be careful what I say here,
Okay.
prestigious schools involved in rowing.
Yes. Yeah, it's a bit of a notorious for, higher education as well. Mm-hmm. Lots of Catholic schools as well involved in rowing.
Absolutely, especially here in Philly. Is it expensive?
It is an expensive sport. So, I mean, you just think about the cost of the equipment, right? So, a lot of times, the schools themselves need to have the money to pay for, boathouse rent or just to have boathouses built. And then, boats cost money, oars cost money, oarlocks cost money, shoes, slides, everything is expensive in the boat themselves. So it's a high cost of entry for sure. There's been a lot of efforts over the last, decades or so, a couple decades, to make the sport more accessible, specifically in the Philadelphia area. And I think they've done a really good job of it. Obviously, there's always more that can be done to make a sport like this more accessible to folks. And I think, rowing, like any other sport, benefits when more people have access to it.
Sure, yeah. I think somebody told me a couple of years ago how much one of these skulls cost. It was staggering.
Yeah, it's like a car.
What do you mean?
It's like it can be as much as a car. Yeah.
5 figures?
Yeah, I think so for really nice ones. You know, probably a couple thousand for some of the smaller ones, maybe used ones, but brand new. Yeah, you're gonna be dishing out a pretty penny.
As much as 30,000?
I'm not exactly sure. I've never bought one, but I do think they can get pretty expensive.
They are cooking.
Yeah, that's the crew from Radcliffe there. They were the fastest time in the heats yesterday. They rode at an 8:45, 10 seconds faster than the next fastest time from MIT. So, not a huge surprise to see them dominating here through the first 1,000 meters of the race. That's that orange buoy right there, or red buoy. And they are just about a boat length of open water up on that MIT crew.
So how many minutes would they be going this hard?
This is about 9 minutes for these crews. It might be a little faster today because the conditions are a little bit better, but yeah, I expect this Radcliffe double to row around 8 minutes 40 seconds. That's what they did yesterday.
I don't like to walk for 9 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a serious 2,000 meters is a long race. It's also really difficult in doubles and singles because you're going slower. In an 8 and in a 4, we'll see some times as the day goes on where we'll see some times that are down closer to 7 minutes for the men's 8s. But as of now, we're going to be here for right around 8.5 minutes.
I know I see people doing this for exercise. They're not competing at all. Every morning over on the Schuylkill or here on the Cooper River.
Yeah, both of these venues, Cooper and Schuylkill, are notorious for just their recreational rowing. Lots of clubs here for adults, that use these boat bays here at the Camden County Boathouse. It is a public, place that's supposed to be serving these multiple communities. You've been, Cherry Hill, where we are here in Cherry Hill, but it's kind of in between a couple of different neighborhoods, right? We're in between Haddonfield, Haddon Heights, Cherry Hill. They all kind of claim a little part of ownership of this park. So it's a community thing. In Philly, obviously, notorious for the different, boat clubs and the boat houses. You have Vesper, Malta, Penn AC, and the like. So a little bit of information here I'm getting. Depending on the size of the boat, new singles can cost from $10,000 to $13,000.
Hello.
8s up to $40,000. Set of oars is $700, and an 8 is generally 60 feet long.
Dang. I guess I won't be getting into this.
It's not exactly a hobby sport that's, you can just kind of pay to entry. That's why there's clubs that exist where you kind of pay fees to access boats that are owned by the club.
When you realize that you're not going to win this, then you're still going for time and pride.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, you're here to race. It's not necessarily about the other boats. You want to win, you want to compete, but rowing is a sport that asks a lot of you personally. So sometimes it's really not about the other boats. It's about kind of racing against yourself.
I would think so, because if you have to get up every day and do this, that's a commitment, man.
Yeah, and a lot of these student athletes are still going to school, right, every day. So they've got classes. They'll work out in the morning and in the evening some days. Especially during the spring season, you'll get in for a lift session in the morning, and then
what's that mean, whiff?
A lift session.
Oh, lift. Okay,
yeah, you got to lift weights in the morning, and then in the evening you'll get out onto the water and have a rowing practice because you have to build fitness and strength.
So do they have? Obviously, they work on rowing machines in a gym.
Yeah, throughout the winter workouts. So rowing is a sport, for those who aren't super familiar with it, it's pretty much year-round for these folks, especially if they're really committed. But the college
Winner.
season specifically, Radcliffe there is the gold medal winner in the women's double. Silver goes to MIT, and it looks like we're going to get that boat from – apologies.
Wouldn't that be the other Radcliffe?
No, I think
No.
Sorry. Bear with me one moment. I'll figure it out.
We're bearing. Joe, we're bearing with you.
It was BU, Boston University. There's the other Radcliffe boat there, or Wisconsin finishing in first out of lane 1.
All right, now, they sometimes hit the geese and the ducks.
Yeah. Those geese, they don't know what's going on.
No.
This is where they hang out.
This is my turf. What are you doing?
It's part of the sport, specifically up here in the Northeast, where they're hanging out all the time. It's part of it. There's really not much you can do. It's kind of luck of the draw. It's an unfortunate aspect. But
just yell duck and
Yeah, normally they get out of the way. Sometimes when there's a lot going on, the geese can get confused and end up getting hit. But normally they're pretty aware to get out of the way. But it happens.
Yeah.
I've hit a goose during a race before. It's no fun.
Joe, really?
Yeah, on the school when I was in high school, I'm looking forward. They're behind me.
Oh, blame the goose. It's great, Joe.
Listen.
Did you go back and get it?
No, I think it was fine. At least.
Okay, it was just sleeping.
Yeah. I couldn't see it. It was below the surface.
Good Lord.
We're underway here in our next race. This is the men's double final. This is for the John B. Kelly and William J. Knecht Trophy.
Oh, wow. Carnegie Mellon, Gordon, Adrian. Where's Adrian?
Oh, I looked at this yesterday, and I don't remember now.
Two Dominican teams, and then Lafayette.
Adrian is in Adrian, Michigan.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a United Methodist Liberal Arts College in Adrian, Michigan.
You're like my coworkers who are young like you.
Mm-hmm.
They can Google and find information almost immediately.
That's why I have the laptop open.
Yeah.
Expert in name only. As we're getting a nice look here at the first 500 of this men's double final.
They're going 500 meters?
They're in the first 500 of this race at the moment.
Okay.
This is a 2,000-meter race.
2,000.
Every
Okay.
race today is going to be 2,000 meters. You want to break them down into 500s. That's why those buoys are there. And that allows you to kind of game plan on how you want to approach it. Because, you were asking me earlier about whether or not it's a full sprint. And the answer is yes, but you do need to, have a plan in mind. You can't just attack it and saying, I'm going to go as fast as I possibly can the whole time.
Because you'll burn yourself out?
You will burn yourself out. But it is, you have to find a sweet spot where you can go as hard as you possibly can for the allotted time.
You say most races are won at midway?
Yeah, I think most races are won in the middle of the race, is what I mean. So I think that from the 500-meter mark to the 1,500-meter mark are where most races are decided, because that's where the boats with the best fitness and endurance are able to put their mark on the race. It's not always the case. Sometimes, like in that women's petite double final, you'll see boats with a really strong sprint that can just get up to a speed that can't be matched. But that middle 1,000 is, in my opinion, where most races are won and lost. Mm-hmm. Here's a nice shot showing you our leaders at the moment. Looks like that lane 4 Dominican boat just out in front of Adrian and the other lane 5 Dominican boat. So 2 boats from Dominican going at it here with that boat from Adrian. Gordon there in lane 2 just off the pace in 4th.
That's interesting. The perspective it looked different to me.
Yeah.
from the drone as opposed to this.
Yeah, well, this camera was not. I think they weren't exactly straight on there, so it's difficult to tell sometimes with these cameras that are on the banks of the river where exactly in the plane of view the camera is pointed. So you're not always straight on with the rowers. As you can see there, that Dominican rower those Dominican rowers are out in front, where it looked like those Adrian rowers might have been in front from the side angle.
Adrian is in black and yellow.
Yes. Yeah, that's the Adrian boat there. Gordon there in the teal on the right-hand side. And the Dominican boats here are these white boats on the left-hand side. But again, a trophy race here for the John B. Kelly and William J. Knecht Trophy.
And William J. Knecht is the Knecht we're talking about in the Knecht Cup Regatta.
Yeah, this is named after him. Bill, after his successful rowing career, he became a member of the U.S. Olympic Rowing Team Committee, a judge at the 1992 Summer Olympics. He's a member of the American Rowing Hall of Fame, and actually a founder of the Cooper River Rowing Association. So
he was quite a successful businessman too.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he owned something called, I think, Knecht HVAC. You know the HVAC units from way back in the early days, 40s and 50s.
Okay.
Well, probably 50s. Because when I think he was in the Olympics in '64 in Tokyo, he was like 32, 33 years old.
Okay.
But quite successful installing HVAC units up and down the East Coast. I think he had a beautiful big home in Haddonfield, as a matter of fact.
Makes sense that he helped build this park then.
Quite the interesting fellow.
Yeah, it's fascinating sometimes to learn about these folks. And, Bill Knecht obviously intersected with one of the most, famous Philadelphia families of the last century at, such a rate that, their names are now tied together on this trophy.
The Kellys.
Yes.
Of course, the most famous Kelly is probably Grace.
Yeah, or her
Kelly.
son, Prince Albert.
Yes, Prince Albert. Their father.
Rainier.
And Kelly Drive is obviously
Kelly Drive.
named after their family.
Well, yeah, if you're ever going down Kelly Drive.
That's in Philadelphia, by the way.
There's a great rowing statue of a rower right at the Columbia Train Bridge. And it is a statue of John B. Kelly Sr. So 500 meters left to go here. Dominican starting to pull away into first and second in this one, looking for a gold-silver sweep.
Where'd you say Dominican was? Sorry to make you work so hard, Joe.
No, it's okay.
I should be looking this stuff up.
No, it's in New York. Which is what I had thought. I just didn't want to get it wrong. It's in Orangeburg, New York.
Oh, I know where Orangeburg is. Very close to Nyack. I used to live in Nyack on the Hudson River.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools that row up and down the Hudson pretty much at any point. Marist College is here. They're from Poughkeepsie. And then, of course, we got the New York City schools here as well.
The Marist Red Foxes?
Yeah.
Okay, see?
Yeah.
I'm trying to contribute.
I appreciate.
Yeah.
Here we go, final 250 meters here of this men's double event. The two boats from Dominican well out in front now, and that boat from Adrian currently sitting in bronze position, trying to hold off that crew from Gordon. But a nice look here at your leaders. Really impressive row from this top double from Dominican University.
And I'm sure you would like to beat your friends.
Yeah, but it's also got to be fun to know that you have the two best doubles here.
Yeah, gold and silver.
Really strong finish. That's a full sprint there, as you can see. They're really pulling on this thing, and they win gold. And the John B. Kelly and William J. Knecht Trophy, silver to their teammates, and Adrian will take the bronze. Gordon in fourth.
So one race right after the other. Will a race start as these are finishing?
Yeah, so we're going off on 8-minute centers is what they call. So every 8 minutes we're scheduled to to have a race go off. This men's double final was 8:18. This race that just started was scheduled for 8:26. So we're about a minute ahead of schedule here. Generally speaking, they're going to send these folks off as soon as they are ready.
There we go. Wisconsin, Boston. It's Boston University.
Yep, BU.
The Terriers. Radcliffe, Georgetown, Boston again, and MIT.
Yeah, this BU women's team, pretty impressive pretty much every year. Obviously, the other schools here are as well, but BU is, they're always very deep. They've got a lot of boats. They enter a lot of boats, and this is, one of the sports that BU really competes in. You can see there in lane 2, looks like BU, and then Wisconsin in lane 1 are your leaders early on here. But look for that Radcliffe crew to start pushing their way back into this. BU, actually, I was watching the hockey national championship last night. They lost to Western Michigan.
He was on the dock. He just fell in the water. And he didn't
What was it, the hockey championships?
Yeah, NCAA Division I hockey championship.
They call that the Frozen Four?
The Frozen Four, yeah. Boston University beat Penn State last week and then lost last night to Western Michigan in the championship. In the meantime here, though, we're looking at the women's lightweight 4 final, and Wisconsin in lane 1 currently out in front. This is a really interesting, you don't see this often. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that order at the moment in terms of who's leading this race. So from right to left is your order of finish at the moment.
Well, it makes it easier for me to keep it straight if we could keep it at an angle like this.
Yeah. Wisconsin looking strong, though, but BU staying right there with them.
It probably isn't a big betting sport, is it?
I don't think so.
Care to make it interesting, Joe?
I'm not sure we're allowed.
Probably not.
No, but I don't know. I've never actually looked for markets on. I'm sure you can find it though.
Now here we go. They have coxswains.
Yeah, these are bow-loaded coxswains here. You can see them. They're in the bow of the boat. These only exist in these foreshells. So they're kind of laying down there in the front, and they can look across and see. And you'll see in 8s, the coxswains sit on the other side of the boat in the stern. So these 4s are kind of unique in this way.
Are they looking at some kind of technology in front of them?
Yeah, so they have a piece of equipment called a stroke coach. It tells them a couple of things. It tells them the stroke rate that the boat is rowing at, which means how many strokes per minute they're taking, which is important because a lot of rowers they base their race on how many strokes they can take a minute. That's a super important number. It also tells them how fast they're going. They're split per 500 meter. It'll let them know, like, hey, we're going 2 minutes per 500 meters, so this race is going to take us 8 minutes. That's a little bit slow for us. Let's pick it up. Something like that.
Are coxswains former rowers, or are they rowers too?
Sometimes they can be. For the most part, they're just smaller people.
Oh, well, great.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what it is. I rowed with some guys in high school when we were younger. They were rowers, and then as we got bigger, they didn't. So they became coxswains. So I actually loved coxswains like that because they kind of understood the rowing a little bit. There's, obviously the coxswain rower dynamic can be a little bit hard-headed at times because there's a feeling of you don't know what you're talking about to a certain extent. But that's why you have to build the trust and these relationships. And the coxswain needs to be a full member of that team in order for the boat to succeed in a real way.
I could see why there'd be a little bit of a battle between them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic.
Yeah? Well, why don't you get in the? Why don't you row?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that conversation happens across rowing teams every year.
So what are they yelling out, the coxswain?
So it depends really at what point of the race. Again, they're kind of an extension of the coach in the boat.
Oh.
So they are letting them know where they are, where the rowers are in relation to the other teams. A lot of what they're doing is trying to motivate, but they're also responsible for executing the race plan. So, across those 2,000 meters, there's going to be moments where the boat wants to take, 10 strokes to focus on specific aspects. If the coxswain feels that, they're not performing correctly, they can take a 10 strokes to try and just focus and recorrect something. Other times, some crews have planned 10s at certain points in the race. So say you get to 1,200 meters, and that's where you think your fitness is just better than the other boats. It's like, okay, hey, we've been kind of rope-a-doping teams at the 1,200. We're going to go up for 50 strokes and just try and put this race away. So some teams can, do that, and that's the coxswain's job to, motivate, relay information, but also execute a race plan.
So you would know the ability of the other sculls?
Sometimes, I mean,
Teams?
it's a little bit of guesswork from time to times, but the coaches, yeah, they'll for sure, they'll try and study times. And if you face these crews before, which I'm sure some of them probably already have
I would
this
think.
early in the season, although definitely the first time for a lot of these teams to see each other as Wisconsin and Boston University get to battle this one out in the women's lightweight 4.
What part of the body? I've asked you this before. What part of the body hurts the most right now?
I think the lungs, I mean, if we're talking about just, what is really killing you at the moment, it's your lungs. An hour after the race, it's going to be your legs.
Your thighs mostly.
Yeah, your quad muscles, your hamstring muscles, and your glutes. Because I explained this to Drew a little bit yesterday. If you're familiar with any kind of powerlifting or lifting in general, the rowing stroke is really just a deadlift with a little bit of a pull at the end, bit of a clean at the end, a hang clean.
That's
so
interesting.
It's really a deadlift over and over again.
You're right. Over and over for
Yeah.
7, 8, 9 minutes.
Yeah, so imagine putting, 25 pounds on either end of a barbell and just going at it for 9 straight minutes.
I would imagine the annoying part of this competition is when you're done, you've got to row all the way back.
Yeah, luckily the Cooper, a lot of the docks here are at the finish line, so they actually have to row up to the start, which is good and bad. It means that you get a chance to warm up on the way up, but it can also lead to you getting a little stiff out there if you don't plan correctly. And we're going to finish up here. Wisconsin rowing to a championship here at the Knecht Cup in the women's lightweight 4. BU taking silver. And third here goes to Radcliffe, followed closely by Georgetown.
That's a good race.
It was. Lightweight 4s are always fun. That was the first women's lightweight race of the weekend. There weren't any yesterday. And the Boston University boat crosses there.
What's the most rowed? There's 8?
Eight.
Eight people?
Eights are the biggest boats we'll have.
What was your favorite?
Eights for sure. I came from a program that was 8 specific in high school, and then obviously in college, Syracuse University only rows 8s. So that was kind of my experience for the most part. When I was in school, my high school did delve into sculling for a brief period, so I did get experience learning how to scull and rowing in quads and doubles. And I've also rowed in 4s a great deal as well. But when it comes to 4s versus 8s, it's really no comparison because 4s are just so much heavier. You're just not going to move as quickly when you have an 8 moving, in the correct way and everyone's rowing in sync. That's kind of no feeling like it.
You're just cruising.
Yeah, and every stroke, you're not checking the boat at all. On the recovery, you're moving up quick. You're getting your blades in the water together, and you're sending that boat. It's you're just gliding on top of the water.
Now this is a women's double?
This was the results from that petite final we saw a little while ago. That Gordon boat that came back in that final 500 to beat Georgetown.
By a second, if that.
Yeah, and here is the results from the grand final. I think we have a bit of a false start at the top of the race, so they're going to get those boats back into the stake boat, and we'll probably have a bit of a delay here.
So if you false start, That doesn't mean you're out of it?
No, they'll let you get one.
And then you go back to the dock and start over.
Yeah, and I think if you false start twice, they will likely disqualify you.
I can see it's kind of chaos there.
Yeah. Yesterday we didn't have too many issues. Our biggest issue was the referees sending the boat out when they weren't aligned, and they ran into each other early in the race, so they called it back and restarted it.
So this skull that's coming in on the right-hand side of the screen, were they were part of this race?
I'm not sure. We didn't have a good angle
like
at the start.
Looks like they're going back to the
It
starting
does.
line.
They're probably in that lane 2 there. This is the petite final for the men's freshman novice 4 here. West Point, Stockton, Fordham, UMass, MIT, and UConn.
So you were watching the Masters yesterday?
I was when I got
watched
home.
some of it, yeah.
It was just in time to check out Rory on 15.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, look at that, Mike.
Oh, look at that. Please hit me up with questions for Joe. Mike, Fox 29. If you're watching this live stream, hit me up on Twitter. Let's see if we can stump Joe. Let's play Stump Joe Leonard.
It's not going to be that difficult.
And it can be any topic. Doesn't have to be rowing.
That's fair.
Here's a
Stump the Schwab.
Yeah, I love that. So as they line up again, do you want me to give you some Masters golf history?
Sure, I'd love it.
Do you know why it is this particular weekend in April?
I don't.
You would maybe think it's so that we can enjoy the beautiful trees.
Mm-hmm.
No. Whoever started the Masters, it was two guys, I guess. Oh, who's the famous?
Bobby Jones?
That's it. He was one of the two that started the Masters. They did it so that when sports writers left Florida covering spring training, they would drive, all of them would drive up back to New York, and they'd stop in Georgia for something called the Masters. It was just something to cover as a sports writer. So they grab them on the way back from Florida up to the northeast part of the country.
That's fascinating.
Well, that filled some time.
Yeah, I love it.
It's not because of the trees and the pretty flowers.
We're underway here in this petite final for this men's freshman novice 4 as we discuss, Masters lore.
Yeah.
We've got in lane 1 here, UConn, lane 2, Stetson, lane 3 is Lafayette, lane 4, Colgate, and then UMass and Case Western in lanes 5 and 6.
Case Western, where? Pittsburgh?
Cleveland, Ohio, so close.
Cleveland. What's the mascot for Stetson?
The Hatters?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You're right. The Hatters.
I think I saw someone wearing a Stetson the other day, which is why I was thinking about that. Meanwhile, we've got out in front here, lane 3, Lafayette at the moment.
Google this. Where do you think Stetson hats were started? I think Philly.
The person who I was talking to about the hat said that to me.
There you go.
You'd think it's a Southern thing.
Mm-hmm.
And this Lafayette boat is moving early in this one, in this petite novice final. So for folks at home who may be wondering, the distinction between freshman novice, generally this just means that they're in their first year of college rowing, so they could be either a freshman, a sophomore, or a junior, who's a novice to the sport. It's their first year rowing.
But you're not necessarily a freshman.
Not necessarily a freshman.
Well, it's really misnamed.
It's the freshman novice, so it's both.
Isn't that redundant?
A little bit, for sure. I think it's just the distinction to let you know that some of these freshmen might not be actual novices because they could have been rowing for a while.
Joe, is it getting colder in here?
I felt that yesterday, too. I think they turned the
Why?
heat off after the morning.
What in the world?
Into the second 500-year, Lafayette in that bucket-rigged 4 there, continuing to make their way and open up water on the rest of the cruise here. And there's the bucket right there. For those of you wondering, it just means that they've rigged the boat so that their pairs are, different stroked pairs. So that stroke seat there, the guy in the front for Lafayette, he is a port, and then that starboard behind him, and then the 3 seat is a starboard again. Bow seat is port. You see it pretty often in these 4s as a way to, distribute power evenly throughout the boat, and also just as a way to get, the rowers into the correct positions within the boat.
I didn't understand a thing you said for the last 35 seconds.
That's fine. You see there how those 2 rowers in the middle have their oars on the same side?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bucket rig. Whereas the boats behind them are every other.
Yeah.
It's just a tactic some of these teams will use, specifically in 4s. You'll see it in 8s from time to time. It just allows you to get your rowers into the part of the boat that you want them.
So the 2nd and 3rd seat are together, and 1st and 4th are the opposite.
Yes.
I've never noticed that.
Here's the Huskies from Yukon.
Well, that technique is working, certainly, in this one.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily give you any type of advantage. It just allows you to put the rowers you want into those seats. So most likely the middle, even in a 4, the middle part of the boat is generally supposed to be, the powerhouse of the boat. It's where you want to put your strongest rowers. If those 2 rowers just both happen to be starboard, it might be an easy fix to just bucket rig the boat that way. Because another thing to keep in mind, and this is something I always forget, is that lots of sweep rowers are specialized on one side. They can't do the other side.
Oh.
Yeah. Because they only learn one. And it's almost like if you've ever heard a football offensive tackle talk about switching from left tackle to right tackle, it's the same type of deal, where it's the same technique, but it's a completely different side, and your brain almost has to relearn how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Are there different body types
In rowing?
in rowing?
Yeah, you don't need to fit one mold for sure. You can be shorter and stockier. Obviously, like the classic archetype is the tall, lanky person, because in general, with rowing, the ideal is length. You want to get as long as possible, because the longer your oar is in the water, the more power you're generating.
So the taller the person, the
Sometimes,
better?
I think there's a limit, right? You can't be, 7'6" out there, because
minute bowl.
yeah, but yeah, generally you want length in the stroke, which is the most important. But it's not one size fits all. You can be a really good rower at multiple different sizes. There's also lightweight rowing, which is allows kind of naturally skinnier, smaller rowers to compete on a level playing field as well.
You see where Duke University has a 7'9" basketball player?
Yeah, he's big.
Yeah. I don't think he played. He's a freshman. But
Yeah, there's always one every now and then.
I know he didn't use a ladder to cut down the nets. This is kind of a runaway.
Yeah, Lafayette really strong here in this petite final, or rather, this is the grand final
Yeah.
for the men's freshman novice 4. I may have been a race early. This is the petite final. I've been talking about the boats in the grand final. I think that's the boat from Fordham there in lane 3, in fact. I will try and figure that out for you.
Fordham's colors are maroon.
Yeah, in fact, this is the petite final. So I've been saying Lafayette. That's Fordham there in lane 3. It's West Point, Stockton, Fordham, UMass, MIT, and UConn here in this petite final. Because I think we had that false start, so that graphic we had
that's right. Yeah.
might have been a little bit off. Nonetheless, this is that Fordham boat, so apologies to these Fordham rowers for calling them Lafayette, but Fordham is going to win this petite final here.
The Fordham Rams.
Yeah. Knew a lot of folks who rode back in my day in college for Fordham. Always a fun team.
Now, when they, in parentheses, that's the name of a person. Well, how come there's only one person?
That's the stroke seat. That's
excuse me.
Yeah, so the stroke seat is the person who sits in the front of the boat there, as you see UMass and MIT cross there. Meanwhile, that men's freshman novice 4 final is underway with UConn, Stetson, Lafayette, Colgate, UMass, and Case Western there in the bottom right hand of your screen. And it looks like early on in that one, Colgate out to an early lead, as you see West Point Army finishing up there. There's a nice shot in the bottom right of your leaders from Colgate there with the C on their chest. Meanwhile, in the foreground, you see the rowers from Case Western.
Colgate, Hamilton, New York.
Colgate is Patriot League school. Lots of Patriot League schools here today, along with Fordham, UMass, MIT, Army's here.
You ever been up to West Point?
I haven't, no.
It's just gorgeous.
Yeah. There's Stetson there in lane 2. They currently sit in second place.
Now, the people we hear, are those the coxswains?
Those are the coxswains. So that mic on that camera is picking it up, the coxswains talking. So they have microphones, and then there are speakers that sit inside those boats. So if you can hear them from here, just imagine how loud they are inside those boats. It's almost like they're inside your head.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Joe, because I didn't realize they had microphones.
They do. So you can see here a little shot of that coxswain right there. She has a blue strap around her forehead.
Yes.
That's a microphone right there.
I was thinking, well, they're going to have to really yell.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you've ever seen it, the comical, coxswain, a megaphone that they used to have. They just used to sit in the back of the boat with a literal cone and shout the orders. So, we've come a long way.
Absolutely. I figured they wouldn't want to add that extra weight, but microphones probably, what,
It's
pound maybe, if that.
Yeah, and it's standard, so they've all got it. And I was telling Drew yesterday. He asked about, the weight of the coxswains and if it benefits you to just go as small as possible. But they adjust for that, and they do weigh the coxswains and make sure that if they are super light, that they weigh themselves down.
What does that mean?
You'll carry sandbags with you in the boat if you're super light, in order to make it fair.
So every coxswain weighs the same, whether you have to put weights in your coat or whatever.
Yeah, I think there's a max weight that the coxswain can be, and then they will, if you're below that, they'll get you up to that weight. As you see here, the boat from Colgate continuing to open up in this final, going for gold here with just about 750 meters left to go.
Go Raiders. I think that's their mascot. The Colgate Raiders. Not the toothbrushes or whatever. I'm sure they get sick of that joke.
500 meters left to go. Colgate looking good here, but check it out. Lane 2 there is starting to make their push. Stetson, let's see if they can have a sprint here or if Colgate will be able to hold them off for gold. Looks good for Colgate so far.
Second place is going to get kind of tight. Who's coming up on the outside on the left?
That is our lane 6 Case Western boat. They do look like they're about even there with our lane 3 Lafayette crew. So maybe give the edge to Lafayette. And also, I think Case Western's pointed a little askew.
Yeah.
And I think that's costing them just a tad. But Colgate trying to put the finishing touches on this one here into the final 500. This is really where, things start to break down in terms of your body, like you were asking. This is when things really start to hurt all over. Kind of just like close your eyes and pray for the finish line. And there you see Colgate is starting to take their sprint there.
Yep, I can see that.
250 meters left to go. into those red buoys.
The geese are excited.
Yeah, right over our microphone there. Little nature program here for you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not the bird sounds you'll be hearing if you were watching Augusta, but
Here's another fun fact about Augusta, but I don't want to ruin the end of this race.
yeah, we can watch Colgate cross and win this men's Novice 4 final. Really strong race for the boys from Colgate.
It really is.
And again, this is a freshman boat or a freshman novice boat, but most likely these are freshman rowers here. So impressive stuff.
We should be seeing the orange cones here.
Yeah, just right there.
There it is. All right, Colgate.
Yeah, Colgate takes gold there.
All right, back to the Masters. Here's the rumor. I don't think it's a rumor anymore. That the birds chirping that you hear
Pumped in?
pumped in.
Yeah. I've heard it. I've heard that.
Yeah.
Not here.
I think I kind of believe it.
Those Canada geese sounds here are all natural.
That's right. It's real. Only at the Knecht.
We're not
Cup
pumping in
Regatta.
any hunks.
No, this is all real. Also, I heard that they paint the
The grass green?
grass.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been. My brothers got a chance to go a couple years ago.
It's awesome.
And I wasn't able to join them. But yeah, it's a if I ever go, I'll test the grass.
Please do.
Yeah. Here we go into our women's freshman novice 4. This is another petite final here. In lane 1 is Carnegie Mellon, lane 2 Fordham, lane 3 Jefferson, lane 4 is Canisius, lane 5 is Case Western, and in lane 6 is New Hampshire. Currently out in front early in this one, in this petite final, is of course the boat from Jeff Yu, hailing from East Falls, Philadelphia, right there on Henry Ave.
Sure. Canisius, Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, yep, rowing there on Lake Ontario.
Jesuit school.
Jesuit school. Lots of Jesuit schools here. Fordham, also a Jesuit school. I think there were a few others.
I went to a Jesuit high school.
As did I.
All boys.
As did I.
Yeah.
Canisius High School is an all-boys Jesuit high school.
No wonder we get along. Have the same sense of humor.
Just about 12:50 left to go here for our leaders from. That is the boat from Jefferson University, formerly Philadelphia University.
Sure. Maroon and silver.
Yeah, and now they bear the Thomas Jefferson Hospital colors.
What are those?
Blue. Different shades of blue.
I'll give you a cup of coffee, too, to tell me the mascot of Canisius.
Oh, I don't have it. No.
Golden Griffins.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that a great name?
It is. Strong row here in this petite final for these freshman 4s.
Now, I notice on the launch, which is the white craft that goes behind them, are they videotaping this?
Yeah, so this camera angle we've got right here is actually from that launch.
From that launch.
Yeah, so we have a follow launch here. We've got a camera person out there doing the Lord's work.
So that's not an official, that's for us.
That is for us specifically, yeah.
Okay. It's a great shot.
It is. Shout out to our production team for bringing us, the drone shots today, and then of course this follow angle. You really get to see the pain on some of these rowers' faces as they go for it. The focus that they have.
You get pretty good abs, don't you, doing this?
Yeah, core strength's important. It's not the most important thing, but just generally speaking, I think in any type of, workout like this where, when you get to the catch there and you're your arms are extended and you're essentially pushing against a force. It takes pretty much every muscle in your body contracting at once to hold that force against the face of the blade. So core muscles, back muscles, specifically your lats are really important. So it's kind of a full body workout. It's much more back and legs than people realize, but it is, you know, full body strength.
Can I get you another Danish?
Sure.
All right.
Here we go. Jefferson maintaining this lead here and improving upon it. Looks like we got second place at the moment to Canisius, followed by a close race between Fordham and Case Western, Carnegie Mellon in fifth, and then off the pace there is New Hampshire. So Jefferson trying to hang on here. These other boats trying to see if they can't track them down in this final 750 meters of the race.
Again, if you realize that you're not in the lead, you're still going for time.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is early in the season still. They're going to have a lot of races left. So this is just a chance, even if you're not winning, to see where you're at over the course of a couple of days. You know, it's a good litmus test for you for the remainder of the season. Coaches, you know, might take these results and switch their lineups around as well. So, you know, these might not be the final iterations of these boats that these teams see.
How many regattas would they compete in a year? 6, 7, somewhere in there?
You know, starting in late March, you want to compete pretty much every weekend if you can until the end of May. So probably around, you know, 10 to 12 if you can.
Oh, wow. Will some of these schools go to other parts of the country?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's East Coast centric for these
Right.
schools specifically. Even like the Wisconsins of the world will mainly come out to the East Coast. You know, there's so much here, but a lot of college rowing is teams meeting up 1, 2, or 3 teams at a time at a specific school, and then kind of scrimmaging their teams out there, and they'll race between each other. There aren't a ton of events like this early in the season where it's any team can enter and compete. You know, that happens a lot towards the end of the season when you get Dad Vale's conference championships for a lot of these women's teams. You know, Eastern Sprints, and then, of course, national championships, IRAs. Jefferson kind of just maintaining that lead as these 3 follow boats are pull even with each
tight,
other.
Man.
Yeah, it's a tight race here. This is a beautiful overhead shot. Just showing you how idyllic at times this sport can be. Despite the pain, it is aesthetically quite pleasing.
It is, yeah. If it's sitting in our chairs, it's so aesthetically pleasing, Joe.
Yeah, I'm sure sitting on those seats.
When you're on the verge of barfing.
Although, yeah, not much more comfortable than the seats we're in, but
I know. Could we have a little softer seats if sitting here for 6 hours? Now it's going to be a race for third here, it looks like.
yeah, it looks like starting to pull away there is that boat from, let me see here, Fordham, I think, into second place. Yeah, Fordham there going into second place. Seeing some fans there on the sideline rooting on their
Isn't that something?
team. I think as the day goes on, hopefully we'll start to see more spectators on the sideline there. Hopefully it begins to warm up just a little bit.
It's quite a commitment for parents, too.
It really is. You know, the parents are super important. You know, it's difficult to travel, especially if you're not in this part of the country for the travel. But if you are, you know, there's a lot of travel involved just to, you know, see them compete. You know, you hope that maybe they come by near you. But, you know, it takes a lot of commitment to help a rower succeed.
Winner.
Jefferson wins that petite final there. Fordham crosses in second.
Silver. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, here's a close one. Yeah, it looks like Carnegie Mellon there, followed by that boat from Canisius, and then Case Western, I believe, out in lane 5, and then New Hampshire will finish in 6th place.
One of my co-anchors, her name is Karen Hepp. Just 2 children teenagers who are in rowing.
Okay.
So they're constantly going to practices
Yeah.
or regattas,
Yeah.
just one after the other.
You know, when I was in high school, I lived in, outside of the city of Philadelphia, and we had to carpool so that, different when none of us could drive when we were younger. One of the parents each would have to drive down on Kelly Drive to pick us up and drive us home. They took turns doing it every day. So, thankful for all the carpools and rides down to the Kelly Drive that I got. So, it's a lot of work.
Another race?
Yeah, the women's freshman novice 4 final is out onto the race course. Lane 1 from right to left on your screen: Lafayette, Radcliffe, Stockton, MIT, Wisconsin, and Monmouth. Lanes 1 through 6 in that order. Out in front there is Radcliffe. There's a shot of them.
Yeah, there are 55 different schools, colleges, universities in this particular year of the Knecht Cup Regatta, covering 13 states.
Yeah, a couple all-women schools here, specifically this Radcliffe University team, all-women liberal arts in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Essentially the Harvard women's team.
Mm-hmm.
500 or 1,000 meters down here, halfway through this one, as the Harvard women from Radcliffe College push out in front.
I would imagine they practice on the Charles.
They do. Yeah, their boathouse is right there. Beautiful, beautiful race course. Maybe the most iconic course in all of the United States for rowing. There's Monmouth peeking onto your screen.
New Jersey?
Yeah, local.
Mm-hmm.
Shades up.
After college, when these young ladies graduate, where does a rower move on to?
Yeah, so for most it becomes a lifelong hobby or something they do to stay fit. Others who are really competitive can join rowing clubs, and there's still opportunities to compete in masters events for adults across the eastern seaboard, and then of course different Henley events for older masters rowers for championship races and the like. But for the most part, it just becomes kind of a part of your life, or
Sure.
if you're really good, you can compete in club competitions at the highest level, and then also compete for national teams depending on where you're from.
That's the cream of the crop.
For sure. And a lot of college rowers actually come from outside of the United States to compete here and get an education, so they can then go back to their home countries and then compete for the national teams there as well. But the United States pulls in a lot of international rowers for collegiate rowing. There's 500 meters left to go now at the 1,500 meter mark for our leaders there in lane 2 from Radcliffe. Looks like the boat there from Wisconsin in lane 5, their closest competition. Next to them, Monmouth there in lane 6. Looks to be in 3rd. Radcliffe just raising their rate here a little bit. A little shaky there. See their bow seat just struggling a little bit on that feather. Little methodical, but effective.
What's a feather?
So the feather is when the blade comes out of the water at the finish, and you turn it horizontally across the plane of the water.
Oh, look at that. I can see that now.
Yeah, and then they square it up as they're about to go back in. It's just an aerodynamic thing. A lot of times when you learn how to row initially, they don't even let you do that. So the first time they ever put an oar in your hands, they would never let you feather. It probably takes a month or two before they try and teach you that.
So you can't turn the blade flat.
They don't want you to at first, because if you start trying to focus on that, it can lead to some bad habits. So you want to drill how to actually maintain the stroke But then, as you get more comfortable on the water, you can start to incorporate that feather. But most novice rowers, it takes a bit of time to learn how to feather.
Do you row at all anymore?
Not much, admittedly. Some injuries have prevented me from getting out there, which has kind of been the story of my rowing career. But nonetheless, I still, love coming down here and talking about it.
Sure. What is an injury for rowers?
So the most common is a back injury.
Winner.
Yeah, that's the Radcliffe women there coming out, beating that Wisconsin boat. Yeah, back injuries are really the most common. Just like, as I said, you're doing a deadlift over and over again. That's really where you're putting a lot of the strain on your back and tension. So if you don't have proper form, you can really hurt yourself, and lots of rowers end up with difficult back injuries. Finishing up there is Carnegie Mellon, or rather Lafayette, and then the other, I believe, Stockton there. Stockton finishing in behind that Lafayette boat. And again, if you're looking for these results, you can go to KnechtCupRegatta.com. If I get anything wrong today, all the results will be there, and you'll be able to verify any results. We'll bring the results to you as they come in on the screen. But again, if you're really itching to find them for yourselves, that's where they can be found.
And if Joe is wrong on any level, we will dock his pay.
10 lashings.
Yeah. Out.
Women's second Varsity 4 petite final here. In lane 1 is Duquesne. Lane 2 is Fordham. 3, Lehigh. In lane 4 is Villanova. 5 is Marist, the Red Foxes. And in lane 6 is Yukon. And look at this, a little closer bit of a race here. Lots of women's fours here. That's easily the largest portion of our events over the last couple days have been women's four races, whether it's been the varsities, the freshmen, or the second varsity like we're seeing here today. So we'll have 2 races here. We have a petite followed by the grand final. Out in front early in this one is the boat there in lane 4. That is the Wildcats from Villanova in that starboard rigged 4.
And that's where Bill Knecht, for whom the regatta is named, went to college.
Indeed.
After going to high school at LaSalle, right?
Sal, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this one's going to be quite competitive.
Yeah, Nova out in front at the moment. We'll see if they can continue to push that open. That is Lehigh there in lane 3, and lane 2 is Fordham. So you're kind of already seeing early today, the different teams that we're going to see throughout the day, and Fordham is entered in a lot of these events. So a deep program we're seeing from the Fordham Rams. Lots of entries. There's the 1,000 meter mark.
Villanova may have gone out too hard.
Still maintaining here, though.
Yeah, they're still in it.
Here's another follow along on the launch here. This is a really nice shot. Just about even now with that Nova crew, and you can see across, they've got a lead of about 4 seats on that Fordham boat. We're going to see here as they come even. Look at the stroke seat for Villanova sitting even with that bow seat for Fordham. So
stroke seat is the first.
Front. Yeah, so in this boat, the stroke seat is the person in the front. So there's no one they can't see in front of them. They're setting the pace here.
Yeah.
That's the 4 seat. The person in the bow is the 1 seat. That's the person in the back of the boat.
What do you call second and third boat or seat?
2 seat, 3 seat.
There you go. Pretty simple stuff. 2 seat, 3 seat.
Yeah, anyone but the stroke in the bow doesn't really get a special name.
Well, that's kind of sad.
It is indeed. Here in this third 500, we'll see if Villanova can hang on. This is where I say a lot of races are won, and you can see Nova just trying to hang on to that lead, not really pressing it open anymore. But Fordham and Lehigh now chance to push each other to try and take down this Villanova boat. Nova maintaining this one, this one length lead right now over the boats next to them. But look how close that race for second is. It's pretty much neck and neck.
Incredibly close.
I think Lehigh just started to pull out in front there of that Fordham race. So a really nice third 500 from that Lehigh crew.
Man, that second place is tight.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Maybe give it a Lehigh just a seat or a half a seat here. Nova maintaining that boat length on top of Lehigh. Here's where the sprint is. Villanova is still, you know, within striking distance for those other boats, but they can put the race away here now. Fordham just beginning to fall back a little bit as this spaces out more evenly between the top three boats.
Now these top three are just going all out.
Yeah, this is this is the
sprint.
last race of the weekend for them. They probably don't have practice tomorrow, so they're going to try and put everything they have into this, put their best time of the season on the board. Lehigh starting to push back a little bit. Villanova just hanging on there. And this is where Villanova's at a huge advantage. Like you were asking, can you see those boats? Those rowers from Villanova can definitely see that Lehigh boat off to their right. So they know what kind of output they need. They can see how quickly they're either pushing them away or how quickly Lehigh might be gaining on them. And they know what they need to do.
So, yeah, Lehigh can't see them.
Lehigh cannot see them, no. So that's on the coxswain to let them know, like, hey, I'm at their bow ball. I'm at their bow ball. We're gaining to try and motivate their team to move a little bit quicker. But Villanova now opening up this lead even further after a nice push from Lehigh there. But Nova with the speed at the end. Super impressive race from start to finish.
And they come to the finish.
Yeah, and here's our finish line camera as it pans across here. You've got these two white budding trees back to back here that let you know we're just about at the finish line.
Are those dogwoods?
I don't know. Maybe. They look beautiful.
They could be pear trees. There's your winner. That was an incredible race by Villanova.
Yeah, Villanova was really strong start to finish there. They held off that Lehigh boat who pushed hard at the end. So give Lehigh credit. Fordham finishes in third, followed by Marist. And then there's Duquesne, and Yukon was scratched in that race. All right, that was our petite final, and next up we will have our women's second varsity 4 final. All right, and we are underway here in the women's second varsity 4 grand final here. We have in lane 1 Jacksonville, lane 2 Wisconsin, lane 3 is MIT, 4 is UMass, 5 Bucknell, and in lane 6 is Drexel. That's right to left on your screen. Nice start here, first 250 meters down. Not much between these crews so far. Just Jacksonville there in lane 1 starting to fall back a little bit as it looks like MIT here in lane 3 off to a good start.
Is this our first Jacksonville team?
I believe so, yeah. We're gonna see them a few times throughout the day though. They're a competitive team. And they're not out of this one at all. They just fell back a little bit in that early part of the start. They're still within, touching distance of the boats next to them as MIT pushes out maybe about 2 seats out in front of the boats to their left. Maybe say Drexel there, just about 1 seat down in second place out in lane 6. This might be our first Drexel boat of the day as well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Drexel and Bucknell. Yeah, you hear that coxswain counting.
Absolutely.
They're calling for a 10 here at the end of that first 500 to try and get the boat to move at the speed that they want to sit at for the rest of the race.
What does a 10 mean?
It's just 10 strokes in the middle of the race somewhere to focus on something specific. A lot of times you take a power 10 to focus on power to try and make the boat go faster.
And it's like you're running faster.
Yeah, essentially it's like, say in the, if you're a track runner and you run the 800 and the 1600 and hey, at this point in the race, I think I can add some speed, or maybe I should drop back a little bit, similar to something like that. And that boat from MIT looking really strong. They were the fastest boat in qualifying yesterday in this women's second 4 event. Here's a nice shot of the Drexel boat as they swing by. Really pretty there. And Bucknell next to them. I love when the boats cross the frame like that.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, explain who the little person seated. It's the coxswain.
Yeah, that's the coxswain. They are they're not rowing. They're sitting there in the front of the boat. Their main job is to steer the boat.
You just see their heads.
Yeah, you're just seeing their heads. They're laying down horizontally. It's dispersing their weight a little bit evenly across the boat, make them a little bit more, aerodynamic there. But they are steering the boat. They have a rudder in front of them that allows them to, adjust the direction based on, where the boat's headed. But also they are, motivating and executing a race plan for the coaches.
Now, here's the thing. Again, I am playing the role of the novice.
Sure.
And it's typecasting because I don't know much about this sport. The coxswain is steering it?
Yes, the coxswain is steering the boat.
There's a rudder in there?
Yeah, so you'll see on some of these boats there are some wires kind of hooked up at one point or another, and then you can kind of see it there, right at the front of that Drexel boat is that rudder. So in the front of the boat, the coxswain has a little string, like little strings on either side of them with tiny little balls that they can pull back and forth to adjust their rudder in either direction. You don't want to do it too much during a race because it can really affect the boat, the set of the boat while you're rowing at full speed. But when the oars are in the water, you want to make slight adjustments here and there.
Very slight.
Yeah. They shouldn't be.
You're going straight.
Yeah, you should be going straight. But again, these fours are set up. For the most part, these 2 oars on the starboard side are further back than the 2 oars on the port side. So naturally, we'll have more power, to the port side just because they're further back on the boat. So.
But obviously, some of these races, some of these sculls don't have coxswains.
No, and even some 4 races you'll see in college are straight 4s, or they have no cocks. So lots of you don't see coxswains in sculling races. So when the rowers have 2 oars, one of those rowers is what's that?
So they have to steer themselves.
They have to steer themselves either with power, or sometimes they have the rudder attached to their toe.
See, now I'm learning all sorts of stuff. There's a rudder that they control with their toe?
Yeah, specifically in those pairs we saw earlier, definitely they're towing those boats. Some of the doubles probably were just they might do it with power, where they can control it with just how hard they're pressing down on one leg or the other. But a lot of times, yeah, you'll see those boats being controlled with a tow rudder. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot going on. It's.
I never knew that was happening.
Yeah. It definitely at the higher levels of the sport, you'll see straight 4s and pairs that have tow rudders.
Now, who would be in charge of the tow?
Oftentimes the stroke seat. is towing the boat.
Front seat.
Yeah, the front. Sometimes it can be the bow, though. The bow is often responsible, when there's no coxswain, the bow is often responsible for executing the race plan. But sometimes the stroke can be that person as well. And, yeah, the stroke's often responsible for. It depends. The tow will normally be in the stroke seat. Sometimes when it's the bow person's job to steer, though, they'll call out power changes. It's not something you want to use if you don't have to.
Right. And who's our leader here?
That is the boat from MIT there in lane 3, trying to hold off UMass and Wisconsin on their left and right, respectively. But MIT maintaining this lead of just about a boat length on those other two boats.
Again, if you're just joining us, it is chilly out there on the Cooper River. Overcast still, obviously. We're supposedly have some sunshine by midday today.
That's the hope. It's, you know, looking to go up around 50 degrees as we get to the middle part of the day, right around 45 right now. So still a little dreary, but there's no rain and there's less wind than there was yesterday. So I think the rowers are a little bit more comfortable out there.
And you said that you would prefer the temperature to be in the 60s?
60s or 70s, I think, would be best. Warm is good.
Yeah, well.
But hot is bad, I think, is
right.
the general rule of thumb. But, I mean, you can row in hot weather, too. It can be fun. It's just a little bit more dangerous. You got to be, you know, taking the precautions to hydrate. You lose a lot of water when you're out rowing. And there's the finish for MIT. This race for second is close, and it is UMass holding off Wisco. And there's the Dragons from Drexel.
Hey, Drexel.
Finishing fourth.
How do you recover?
Yeah, so recovery is a super important part, especially as Bucknell and Jacksonville finish up this one. Especially in cup races like this where you have multiple races over the course of a few days. You want to get, you know, back to your hotel room in between races. You want to rest, get off your feet so that your body can kind of process the lactic acid that you just, you know, put it through and recover in time. You want to hydrate and try and get some sleep if you can, as we are underway here.
And then come back out and do it again.
Yeah, and come back out and do it again. Women's Varsity 4 petite final, number 2 here. See, I told you there were a lot of Varsity 4s. We're going to have 2 petite finals here before we get to the grand.
Okay.
In this first petite final, so this will be for places 13 through 18 here. We've got in lane 1, Fairfield, lane 2, Albany, lane 3 is MIT, 4 is Villanova, 5 Lehigh, and in lane 6 is Duquesne. So MIT, your current leaders here in this women's Varsity 4 petite final number 2.
Who's in the second lane?
Lane 2 there is Albany, New York. They're actually, we sent out a questionnaire to some of these teams. This is Albany's first season.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, they just started in the fall of 2024.
Okay, another cup of coffee, if you can tell me their mascot.
I don't have it.
I think, I shouldn't be just, I think it's the Greyhounds or something like that. I think it's a dog of some sort. Look how fast you are.
The Great Dane?
Oh, the Great Danes. That was a dog.
Yeah, it was close.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, we had some promos put together by some of these teams. Hopefully, you know, if there's a lull in the broadcast today, we might be able to show it to you as we get a nice shot of our leaders here.
We have some production value. We could roll like videotapes.
Yeah, we do have some tapes from some of these teams to show throughout the day.
So the voices you're hearing are some of the coxswains, but also we're picking up some audio from people out cheering them on.
Yeah, there's some spectators along the sideline, as you see. You know, we'll get some shots at some point today, probably from that follow-along boat. You'll see as they get closer to the finish line, it opens up a little bit, and you'll see some spectators. Shot here of the lane 5 boat, Lehigh.
Smooth.
Yeah, nice shot here of some of the boats here. It's Lehigh closest to us. And the boat from, I think that is that lane 2 over there, or lane 1. It's either Fairfield or MIT there.
Again, a very little wind.
Yeah, it's really nice conditions
And
out
no
there.
current. Like you said, no current on the Cooper.
Yeah, it's a flat, no current race course, meaning it's fair throughout all 6 lanes, which is, important for races like this. Just, letting you know where you're standing, and it also allows this course to be, viable for U.S. Olympic trials.
Sure. How do you, which lane? How do they choose lanes?
So 3 and 4 are generally the seeded lanes. That's where you want to be. Obviously on the Schuylkill, it matters a lot more because those lanes are faster. But in rowing in general, if you win your semifinal, you're guaranteed likely to be in lanes 3 or 4 in an event like this. As you see, our leaders from MIT there, with 500 meters left to go.
So you want to be in the center lanes.
Yeah.
That means you've done well.
And also, if you think about it, right, if you get out to a lead in that center lane, you have a view of the rest of the field. You can see, on either side of you. If you're stuck out in lane 1, it might be more difficult to see a boat in lane 5 or 6 that's close to you.
Remember, they're rowing backwards. They can only see, they can't see behind them.
No, and that's the coxswain's job.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a little bit sunnier out there now. Still pretty overcast, but this is a nice, beautiful shot of our course here. You can see there that briefly as that drone panned up, some of the spectators on that left-hand side of the riverbank. Final 250 meters.
Is there a special diet for this? For rowers?
When I was in school,
A lot of calories?
You do need to consume calories because you're going to burn them. My strength coach told us to eat as many vegetables as we possibly could. That was the best advice that we got.
Why is it always vegetables?
Because they're heavy, they're low in calories. You can eat a lot of them, and they've got good carbs.
Good carbs, yeah. Some fiber.
Yeah, I think that was his goal was good carbs, and you can eat as many of them as you want, and it's not too big of a deal. Finishing up here is MIT.
Excellent.
There's that boat from Lehigh finishing in 2nd, followed by Albany in the purple there.
The Great Danes.
The Great Danes. There's the Duquesne boat, followed by Fairfield, and finally Villanova. That was our 2nd petite final. We're going to go to our actual petite final coming up next.
Please explain for our new viewers, petite final. It's very tiny people. That has nothing to do with it. Why do they call it petite?
That's a good question.
It's lesser.
Because it's not grand, yeah.
It's not grand. It's less than grand. It's petite.
Looks like we're underway here in this petite final of the women's Varsity 4. We've got in lane 1, Marist. Lane 2 is Wisconsin. Lane 3, Georgetown. Lane 3, UConn. Lane 5 is UMass. And lane 6 is Fordham.
And again, the two launches you see at the top of the frame there following these skulls. Officials. Those are the officials?
Yeah, so you got some folks driving the launch and officials in the launches with them, just keeping an eye on, you know, making sure these boats are staying in their lanes, not committing any, you know, other violations, and just ensuring that we've got fair play throughout the race.
How can you cheat?
You know, I mean, mostly it's just trying to get in the way of other boats. Like there's coxswains. You know, it's less of an issue in these races where you can really spread out the lanes. A lot of times you'll see it in head races when boats can be side by side. Your coxswain might want to slide up in front of another boat so that you're just kind of pushing your wake against them.
Your wake against them.
Yeah, it's less of an issue here when you got 6 boats across. But still, you know, they want to keep the coxswains honest, and sometimes these boats can veer off, and coxswains don't want to steer too much, right, because it can affect the boat. So sometimes coxswains will let it go a little bit longer than they have to and force the refs to make them adjust. Lane 4 here out in front early is the Huskies from UConn. The UConn women's coach, I was reading yesterday, has been coaching the program for 28 years.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that would be Coach Jen Sanford, 28th season for her. They started in 1997, so I believe Jen created the UConn Huskies women's program and is still the coach to this day.
How important are the coaches?
Very. I mean, it is a sport that is, you know, paramount. Coaching is paramount, I would think, because it's such a technique-heavy sport. You need a coach with the ability to communicate, but also, you know,
demonstrate,
and then, you know, also motivate as well. So it's kind of the coaches have to wear a lot of hats. They're teachers, they're motivators, they're authority figures. It's
right.
There's a lot going on when it comes to coaches, and then they need to, you know, figure out the best way for their crews to attack a race in order to put them in the best position to win.
Joe and I, by the way, are in that orange building that you're looking at in the background. See that open garage door? We're right in there.
Yeah, it's the Camden County Boathouse, state-of-the-art facility. Beautiful here, like I said, shared by multiple communities here in Camden County. It's a beautiful venue for, you know, all types of, you know, events. You know, upstairs they got a nice reception room for weddings and you know, all types of events.
Joe, are you married?
I'm not.
If you were going to get married, would you get married here?
I'd consider it.
It's a nice venue.
It is nice.
Yeah. You dating anybody?
We're back on the love life, are we?
Well, we got a long way to go in this race.
1,000 meters left to go.
That goes right back to the commentary.
In the women's Varsity 4 petite final, lane 5 there, or lane 4 there, the UConn Huskies, the first to the 1,000 meter mark, followed closely by Wisconsin. And then in third there is Georgetown in lane 3.
I really didn't realize that Wisconsin had such a strong team.
Yeah, Wisconsin. I mean, only their women are here today. They compete in the Big Ten, but they're out here at the Knecht Cup. The men compete against the sprint schools, the Ivies, Northeastern, Syracuse. Those schools on the Eastern Seaboard are kind of the where the Wisconsin men compete, but they're women here at the Knecht Cup.
But you said that Wisconsin really had a strong team because of Dad Vail.
Yeah, Dad
right?
Vail, the coach of Wisconsin rowing in the early 1900s. helped create the Dadvale Regatta, which now takes place in Philadelphia. Or, well, now actually Camden County here.
Well, Knecht is in Camden County.
Yeah. The Dadvales is actually here as well now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Oh, they moved it. You're right.
Yeah.
It used to be on the Schuylkill forever and ever.
It was. And then a couple years ago, the Schuylkill needed to, the river needed to be dredged. So they moved over here, and they haven't looked back.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in this race, Connecticut continues to hang on here, but they're starting to get a little bit of a push here from this Wisconsin boat. Wisconsin's starting to gain a little bit of ground there in lane 2.
Real quickly, just to backtrack.
Sure.
Why did they not want to go back to the Schuylkill?
I just think that they've fallen in love with this course.
It's more fair, isn't it?
It is more fair.
Because there's no current, river current.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big aspect. Obviously, this Camden County Boathouse offers a lot of amenities that, you know, the regatta team can
That
take
you don't
advantage
have.
of.
Yeah. Even
Look at
though
that.
we love Boathouse Row.
Oh, Boathouse Row, iconic. It's beautiful, but
Yes.
it's also not on the 2,000-meter race course for the Schuylkill River.
Oh, is it higher up the river?
Yeah, it's at the bottom, or it's at the top of the river, as you might say, right next to the falls there. The finish line for the Schuylkill race course is a little bit further up at the Columbia train bridge.
Yeah.
So look at this, Wisconsin really starting to climb back here in this final 500 now. They took a move there right before the final 500, and they're now down only about 2 seats to that Yukon boat in lane 4. And now Yukon responding. We'll see if Yukon can hold them off or if Wisconsin can continue to press their luck here. Coming down to the wire in this women's varsity 4 petite final. This is event 7P1.
Looks like Yukon is maybe stretching it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I think after that initial push in the early part of that 500, this final 500, Wisconsin started to take some space back, and now they're you know, gasping at straws here as Yukon continues to pull away into the final stretch of the race.
I feel like the wind's picking up a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. Final 100 meters now for your leaders. And you'll see here the camera will turn with them as we head into the final. It's going to be Yukon taking this one here in this petite final. They'll finish in 7th place overall here. Followed by Wisconsin, Georgetown in that order. Lane 1 crossing, that's Marist in 4th. And then UMass and Fordham finishing it up there in that petite final. All right. First varsity final of the day, non-single or double. First 4 final, I should say, is the women's varsity 4, and there they are out on the race course.
They are off.
Yeah, we got lane 1, Drexel, lane 2, Lafayette, lane 3, Bucknell, lane 4 is BU, lane 5 is Jacksonville, and in lane 6 is Mercyhurst. So these were the top 6 boats in qualifying yesterday, and they are the 6 boats competing for this varsity 4 final here at the Knecht Cup. Beautiful shot of the starting 200 meters here at the Cooper River race course with the city of Philadelphia there in the top right of your screen, just looming over us today, as early on in this one looks like the boat from Lafayette off to a roaring start.
You know, they always say the most important of a college basketball game is the first 3 minutes of the second half.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about where races are won and lost in rowing, and you think it's right in the middle.
I do. I think, I think generally speaking, you want to row a good you want to have a plan for each 500 of the race, right? You don't want to lose the race. You can definitely lose the race in the first 500. I don't think you can win a race in the first 500, but you can lose it. It's kind of like basketball in that sense. It's like you can't lose it in the first half, or you can't win it in the first half, but you can lose the game in the first half. So you don't want to get down too far, but if you trust your ability in the middle part of that race to go, really strong, you can get down a little bit and then come back. It's a long race. There's still 1,500 meters left. Currently, it looks like we've got 2 boats out in front. It looks like the lane 2 Lafayette boat. And then, let's see there. Who's out there in lane 6? Here they come.
Here they come.
Apologies, I'll find this really quickly for you.
Is that Mercyhurst?
It is Mercyhurst.
See, I'm learning. So what would be the strategy? Do you have a plan, like the coach says, this is the way we're going to do this race?
Yeah, when I was rowing, we had plans. So, the coaches would come to us before the race or, throughout the week. We would talk about it and say, hey, we're really strong in that first 500. I used to row against a team in high school from New York, Long Island, called Chaminade High School. Yeah. They were notorious for rowing that first 500 meters as fast as they possibly could and hoping
hang on.
Yeah, hoping they could hang on. It didn't always work out. Sometimes it did. It's just a strategy that you can employ. So that's not a common strategy here in these college races, as you see our leaders there from Lafayette and lane 1 Drexel there trying to pull them back. It's not a common strategy here in these college races, but certainly there are parts of the race where the coaches know, hey, you guys have this level of fitness. I think we can really, attack the second 500. Or I think, the third 500 is where we make our move. Or, hey, let's save it all for the sprint because we're just going to be so fast at the end of the race because we're so much more fit than everybody else. That's, there's calculations like that.
Yeah.
Right now they probably have an idea. It's early in the season, so this is, trial and error.
How do you scout the other teams? Just by looking at their times?
Yeah, times for the most part. They'll get posted to Road 2K, different regattas throughout the country, and these coaches all talk, I'm sure, and like any other sport, there's a little bit of trying to read your opponent a little bit, figure out how good they are this year versus previous years. And I'm sure the coaches who are really in tune with it, they know teams that have, rowers graduating, or new recruits coming in who are supposed to be really good. So, I'm sure there's some trying to keep up with each other's programs. As Lafayette out in front here. Meanwhile, in second place, it looked like Drexel, Bucknell, and Mercyhurst, 3 boats across right there in second. But Lafayette maintaining that 1 boat length lead there in lane 3. Here's a nice shot of the Bucknell boat in the blue and orange oars. And it is Drexel now. Drexel pushing out into second. Let's see if they can track down this boat.
Drexel's all the way to the right.
Drexel in that yellow boat all the way to the right. So yesterday, in the heats for this event, Mercyhurst and Yukon had the second fastest times, along with Jacksonville. Fastest time was that Lafayette boat by, a good bit. And then if you go and look at the semifinals that they had later on in the day, check that for you real quick. Yeah, semifinal number 1 in this event was won by Bucknell, and then they barely beat Mercyhurst in that race. So now you see they're pretty neck and neck again as we head into the final 500. The second race was BU and Drexel. BU actually beat Drexel, and now Boston University a little bit further behind there in fourth. Meanwhile, Lafayette dominated their race as well, winning by 5 seconds over that Jacksonville boat. So Lafayette fastest in qualifying, in their heat, fastest in their semifinal, and now looking to win the grand final here over Drexel, Bucknell, Mercyhurst, BU, and Jacksonville.
So all of these were in the race yesterday?
Yeah, they raced twice
That's how they
yesterday.
got to here.
Yeah, they had a heat in the morning yesterday and then a semifinal in the afternoon. One of the final races of the day. Right around 4:30, these ladies were racing yesterday, and they're back out here at 9:45.
So, like you said about that recovery, last night, it's sleep.
Sleep and water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all you can do. It's, maybe some stretching to try and, maybe some light movement to try and, just keep your body from getting too stiff, some stretching, but, mostly just rest and water.
Again, about that commitment.
And the right food, right? The right nutrition. You want to get some protein, maybe some healthy carbs, but definitely, try and feed your body the right nutrients it needs to recover in a quick period of time.
Come on, camera. Clear up.
Yeah, as we see coming into the final stretch here, that Lafayette boat really strong here all the way through. They're going to hold off the competition, and they will win the Varsity 4 here at the Knecht Cup. It is the women from Lafayette. Second place.
Here comes Drexel.
Drexel over Bucknell.
Yes.
Mercyhurst fell off there in that last 500 and will finish in 4th. Boston University takes 5th. And Jacksonville in lane 5 will finish in 6th place.
Come on, Jacksonville. We want to see you before we break away. There they are. I'm taking that's Jacksonville, Florida.
It is in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah.
Not Jacksonville State University, which is in Alabama.
Alabama, yeah.
All right. Well, looks like we're waiting on those next boats to get into the stake boats here. Check out that mallard.
You know your ducks, do you?
Just that one.
Okay, just mallards.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? Were you a part of the hubbub about? We've got a race taking on.
Yeah, we are. This is the men's second Varsity 4 final. We just saw the women's second Varsity 4s. This is the men's. In lane 1 is Lehigh. Lane 2 there is Colgate. Lane 3 is MIT. And in lane 4 is West Point. It seems as though the lane 5 Stetson boat is not out there.
They did not throw their hat into the ring.
No, it does not appear so. Early on here in this one, MIT there in lane 3 off to an early lead.
Who was the strongest yesterday? Do you remember?
In this event?
Yeah.
I can check. I don't remember off the top of my head.
How could you not? There was only like
there were a lot of races.
60 races yesterday.
Let's see. This was probably just a straight heat. So. Yeah, I don't think they raced yesterday, actually. So it's only these 5 boats that entered. So this men's second Varsity 4 is just a straight final here. So these boats, one of the few that are only racing once this weekend.
And this is it.
This is it, yeah, for this 2v4 event. A little bit of a steering adjustment there needed in lane 1 for Lehigh as they veer over to that port side of their lane.
What do they wear? Are there like rowing uniforms? I mean, obviously they're uniforms. What are they made out of?
Spandex.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, uniforms are mostly spandex. As we watch the men's second Varsity 4 final come down the race course.
What kind of shoes?
So the shoes are actually in the boat. You can see them in these shelves that we have around us. It's just kind of generic shoes that they, there's Concept 2, I think, or whatever the brand of the boat makes their own shoes. And they just sit there and you have straps on your shoes so that, and then they're tied down to the bottom of the boat. So if you ever flip, you should be able to just pull them out. And
So
your feet
you're
will,
not-
yeah, your feet will just come clean out.
Now, why do I just wear socks and shove them into those shoes?
Yeah, socks and they just go right into those shoes.
Huh. Shoes are attached to the skulls.
Yeah, they are in the skulls. As we watch the men's second Varsity 4s hit the 1,000 meter mark.
You know, Joe, you're very multitasker.
I'm doing my best.
You're writing texts, emails, listening to my stupid questions, and answering and watching the race.
I'm getting hit from a couple different angles here. So we got
Leave him alone.
1,000 meters left to go here for our leaders, MIT and Colgate there in this men's second Varsity 4 final. MIT, your leader at 1,000 meters to go.
This is a two-skull race at this point.
Yeah, these two boats, and it is Colgate now moving out in front of that MIT boat. So Colgate here at about 750 meters left to go, out in front in the men's second Varsity 4 final.
They're really pulling ahead now.
Yeah, Colgate really starting to put their foot down on this one as they into this third 500. You know, so I've been talking about it a lot over the past 2 days. This is, you know, where I think the best crews really, you know, come alive is and show their fitness level is in this third 500 of the race. This is really when, you know, your mind starts to ask you some questions about what it is that your body is doing.
Like, why did I ever get involved in this?
Yeah,
That
exactly.
kind of thing.
Yeah, and also, hey, what's going on? red flag warnings from your brain to the rest of you. And then in that final 500, you can kind of trick yourself to, you know, push through and say, all right, this is the last one. But this second to last one is kind of where you ask a lot of questions of yourself. And you can see Colgate answering those questions.
This is a mentally exhausting, I would think.
Yeah, it is. It is a very mentally taxing sport. It is, you know, you got to think you're just in that same spot. You know, the boat's moving down, but you stay, you know, in that one spot throughout the whole race. You need to replicate the same stroke over and over and over again. It takes a lot of focus, not just, you know, bodily control, which is a huge part of it. You need to be fit enough to do it, you know, that many times over the course of however long your race is. But you need to be able to focus and keep your head in the boat, you know, stay in sync with your teammates. There's a lot that goes into the mental part of rowing.
Every day you'd get on a stationary rowing machine?
Not every day. You know, in the winter when, you know, specifically in high school, in some colleges, they limit, you know, the amount of time you're allowed out in the winter, you know, because just to keep it fair
Right.
for the winters, for
Keep
the
it
northern
safe,
schools and
yeah.
the southern schools. But as soon as, you know, you come, you know, out of the winter, you don't want to be on the ergs, the rowing machines, too often, or the ergs as we call them. You know, there are days where the river is unrowable and you'll have to sit in and do a workout on the rowing machine. But in the winter, you're on there every day. Yeah, from essentially the months of the end of November until the middle of February or the beginning of March, you're sitting on those rowing machines.
It's going to be a lot of self-discipline. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I don't want to go downstairs and get on that rowing machine.
Well, and then, you know, you got to think a lot of these athletes, too, are practicing on Saturday and Sunday in the winter as well. As
Winner.
the winner there in our second Varsity 4, Colgate, crossing impressively in first. Second place here is MIT. There's Lehigh. And we're just waiting on Army and Stetson, or Army here. Yeah, and there's the boat from West Point.
Stetson didn't make it. Huh?
Yeah. All right, it looks like we're underway here in our Varsity 4 final. So we just watched the second Varsity 4s. These are the 1Vs. In lane 1 on that right-hand side in red is Catholic University. Next to them in lane 2, George Mason. Lafayette in lane 3, Lehigh in lane 4. Lane 5 is Mercyhurst. Scranton not pictured.
Scranton.
Yeah, it doesn't appear as though they made it to this one. So some of these teams may have picked up and gone home. But in the meantime, out in front early in this one, that's lane 3. It's Lafayette. We've been talking a lot about these Lafayette teams throughout the day today. Their program has been pretty impressive. Although right next to Lafayette is their longtime arch rival, Lehigh. So Lafayette versus Lehigh here in the men's Varsity 4.
Ever notice during football and basketball season, it seems like those two schools they play each other every week.
Yeah, it's always Lehigh versus Lafayette.
You know, they're both great schools.
They are very good schools.
Yeah.
Two schools in the Lehigh Valley here, not too far apart from each other.
Lafayette is in Easton, one of my favorite towns. You ever go to the Crayola factory up there?
I have actually when I was younger.
It's fun, yeah. They have a whole Crayola experience now.
Here's a shot of our two leaders. You can see the Lafayette boat about a boat length in front of this Lehigh team as these two rivals battle it out.
The Lafayette Leopards mascot.
And again, we're watching the men's Varsity 4s make their way down the race course now. This is event number 8. Lafayette currently in the lead at the halfway point. And you can see there that bow deck of the Lafayette boat sitting on the stern deck of that Lehigh boat as they pass the 1,000 meter mark. 1,000 meters left to go now for our boats here.
I promised I would be the novice.
Sure.
The bow is the rear.
Yeah, so the bow is the back of the boat. You know, it's funny, rowing in rowing, because we're backwards, all the terms are kind of reversed for us, right? So the bow is the back of the boat. Really, it's the front of the boat.
It's the front.
It is, for all intents and purposes, the front of the boat. But to the rowers, it's at their back.
The coxswain is in the bow.
Yeah, these are bow-loaded coxswains here in these 4s. The stern of the boat is the back of the boat. But obviously, you know, when you're facing backwards, it's the front. So it's a little bit confusing. Like,
yeah.
Just as, you know, port is left, but to a rower, port is your right hand, whereas, you know, starboard is right, and to rowers, starboard is your left hand.
For me, port is in a glass. Okay? Now, before, this is hours ago. How many hours have you been out here? 5 hours? No.
Yeah, 2.5.
We talked about, is this the only backward sport?
Yeah.
And your joke was?
Not if you're Saquon Barkley.
Nice.
Yeah. But I can't.
I guess it is, isn't it?
I'm trying to think. I can't think of anything specific that pops into my head. It's the only sport quite like this where you're pushing something, you know, in the opposite direction of where you're looking.
Yeah, you can't see where you're going.
Yeah. And Lafayette opening up a boat length of open water here on Lehigh as they begin to raise the rate a little bit here in the second half of the race. This is an impressive move here again in this third 500 of the race as they enter the final 500 now. Looked like right around 600 meters to go. Lafayette said, all right, here we go. And Lehigh now just trying to hang on.
Exactly. So would you call that a sprint when they do this?
Yeah, it is the sprint of the race. It's a bit of a, you know, it's a bit funny when you say like the whole race is a sprint and then there is a sprint at the end, but it's almost, a better word to describe it might be a kick.
Okay.
The way you would describe like a mile runner's kick at the end, that's kind of what it's akin to. Because mile runners are really sprinting that whole race, but they have, you know, some mile runners are better at the end of the race where they can, you know, try and kick.
Kick it into another gear.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you're seeing this Lafayette boat do here. Totally kick it into a high gear. and they're going to go ahead in the final 250 meters of this race, and they're headed towards gold.
Boy, they're not letting up. Even though they can see they're obviously are going to win.
Yeah, you know, again, this is part of rowing is you're not really always racing the other boats. You're kind of racing yourself a lot of times.
Yeah.
You always want to be beating your time. You always want to be putting up the next fastest time. Yeah, you can hear that Lafayette Cox in there.
That's got to be a good feeling when you know that you've got it, the win. Catholic?
Lafayette there.
Lafayette?
And Lehigh here finishing in second.
Lafayette.
Yeah, the winners there of the men's Varsity 4, Lafayette. Here comes George Mason crossing in third.
Yep.
They'll take that bronze. Followed by Catholic University and Mercyhurst.
All right, it's 10 o'clock. Why don't we reset everything, Joe? What do you say?
Sure.
You're looking at live pictures here from Cherry Hill, New Jersey on the last day of the Cooper River for the Knecht Cup Regatta. Welcome. It is chilly.
Yeah, it's cold. It's still around 50 degrees outside here today.
Overcast.
After this race if you want.
And not much wind. So as you look at this next race here, we'll tell you that we're on the Cooper River in South Jersey across from Philadelphia.
You can see the skyline of it right there in the background.
The trophies should be, hopefully the sun's going to be bouncing off these silver trophies and gold trophies and stuff like that by around 12:30 this afternoon when this all wraps up. But it's been a good day so far for, you know.
Yeah, we've had some competitive racing. Looking to, you know, as we go along here, maybe get some more. This is the Division III final that just started for the women's Varsity 4. We've got from right to left, Catholic University in lane 1, Stockton in lane 2, Gordon in lane 3, Washington College in lane 4, Case Western in lane 5, and Carnegie Mellon in lane 6. But yeah, it's been a great day so far. You know, we're about halfway through, you know, our finals today. A little bit more to go, and you know, as we keep going, the boats are gonna keep getting bigger. We got some more 4 racing for you, and then eventually, you know, we'll have a couple of quad races, and then we'll move into our final 8 races of the day, which is when.
Will we ever see 8 in a scull?
A sculling event? No, it's not. I've seen them before, calling them like an oct, where
right.
Each rower in the 8 has 2 oars, but it's not a competitive event.
Oh, it isn't?
No.
Oh.
They exist. People row them from time to time, but I've never seen a race with one, at least not an official race.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Yeah, metaverse.
Yeah. Looks like the boat here from Gordon is out in front. That's the lane 3 boat from Gordon there. Your Division III final in the women's Varsity 4 coming down the race course. Next to them, Washington College putting up a fight here. So Washington College yesterday was pretty impressive in the men's and women's Division III, 4 races. So we'll see if they can come back here on this Gordon boat. But into this second 500 of the race, Gordon looking strong.
Washington College, if you give me their mascot, I will buy you a car.
Washington College, I don't have it.
Gus the Goose.
Gus the Goose, perfect for the Cooper River.
Don't hit a goose.
Rowing in the Penny Fall there. Nice name of the boat.
Penfall?
Penny Fall. You can see it on the,
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah, I
bow
see
of
it
their
there.
boat bay. Boat there. It's the christening of the boat. Washington College, and then Gordon right behind them. Our leaders from Gordon there in the teal.
You said Gordon's up in Erie?
Massachusetts. Gordon
Massachusetts.
College, yeah.
Sorry. Wenham, Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's up in the northern part of the state, up near Salem, Manchester by the Sea.
We're filming a commercial.
Nice shot there
Colin, wave.
of our lead boat. And here they are at the halfway camera. Gordon College maintaining a boat length lead over Washington College here in the women's Division III Varsity 4 final.
Again, if you're just joining us, there's 55 schools represented in this year's particular Knecht Cup Regatta out over 13 states, most of them on the East Coast, most of them, except we got Wisconsin from the Midwest.
Yeah, there's another Milwaukee School of Engineering's out here. A couple Wisconsin schools, a few Midwest schools. Mostly out here on the East Coast. Here's another shot of our two leaders here again. This is the women's Division III Varsity 4 final here. And that is Gordon, your leaders, out of lane 3 at the moment over Washington College in second.
Can't believe my name's Dom now.
Gordon College outstroking Washington College by a good margin here. You can just see moving up and taking strokes at a much faster pace. Gordon College here rowing at about a 34. Meanwhile, the Washington College crew at right around, they're at a 34 as well now, maybe a 32, hovering in between the two.
Washington College is in Maryland.
Yeah, Washington College hailing from Maryland today.
Chestertown, Maryland.
Trying to make a push back on these rowers from Massachusetts. Looks like they're starting to make some inroads here. Maybe taking a seat or two there. We'll see how the Gordon crew responds. And just about at the halfway point, or rather they're into the third 500, just about at the 1,500 meter mark. And Gordon maintaining this boat length advantage over Washington College down the race course. There you see one of our drones up there in the sky.
I missed it.
500 left to go. There it is.
There it is. Boy, the drone has really helped our coverage.
Yeah, it's really nice when you can kind of follow along and you get a good vantage point to show you just exactly how far apart these boats are. Here are our two lead crews in this Division III Women's Varsity 4. Gordon, you can see their stroke seat, the rower at the with no one else in front of them at the front of the boat there, sitting about even with the bow ball of that lane 4 Washington College boat. So that's about a 4-seat lead for Gordon College.
They seem to be stroking faster than the other
Yes.
skull.
Yeah, their stroke rate is higher when I clock them. I think Gordon has even gone up now. They're probably closer to a 36 at the moment. I can check that really close.
That's 36 per minute?
36 strokes per minute. Yeah, that's where they are, 36 and a half. Right there, 35. Whereas Washington College was sitting a couple strokes per minute below them in the middle of the race and is now even further below them. And you can see open water now in the final 250 meters between Gordon and Washington College. So strong throughout for Gordon, and they waited here to the end to really ramp it up. And you can see there, just with every stroke, they take a little bit more ground.
It's paying off.
Yeah, that's just when, you know, they've got their boat up to a higher speed. There's less check in their boat there, and they're rowing at a higher rate. It's an easy formula. Well-executed sprint here for the girls from Gordon. And your winner here in the Women's Division III Varsity 4 final is Gordon College, followed by Washington College, taking second.
All right, Joe, as we start the next race, I'm taking my first bathroom break. Can you handle this on your own?
I'll do my best, but I think so.
I know so. Can I get you anything? Do you want coffee?
I'm all good. Thank you so much.
A Danish?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Egg sandwich?
No, thanks.
Okay. I'll be back.
Final boats there finishing up that Division III final, Case Western, Carnegie Mellon, after Catholic University, and then there is the boat from Stockton. All right, looks like we're already underway here in our next race. This is the men's Division II, Division III Varsity 4 final. In lane 1 there is Case Western. Lane 2 is Ithaca. Lane 3, Washington College. They're out in front there. Lane 4 is the U.S. Merchant Marines. Lane 5 is Carnegie Mellon. Lane 6 is Stockton. So Washington College here through the first 500 meters out in front. They were the fastest boat yesterday throughout qualifying in this event. And looking to put an end to a dominant performance here at the Knecht Cup Regatta. As we move along in this race, looks like 4 boats across there in second place behind Washington College. Maybe give the edge to the lane 4 Merchant Marines by just a little bit over Ithaca, Case Western, and Stockton. And it is now the Merchant Marines starting to pull ahead into second as they leave those other 3 boats just a couple seats behind. So it's Washington College with a little bit of open water to that Merchant Marines crew. And then 3 boats there, Case Western, Ithaca, and Stockton, pretty close together. Carnegie Mellon, just a bit off the pace. Close-up shot there of the Case Western boys from Cleveland, Ohio. And behind them, the Washington College leaders in the clubhouse. And as we come into our middle of the race here, this third 500 now, from 1,000 meters to go to 500 meters to go. Washington College continues to lead here. They've opened up a little bit of space between them and the Merchant Marines, but the Merchant Marines have, for the most part, gone with them and are now well out into second place. Those 2 boats well in front. Here's a shot of our lane 6 team, Stockton there. You can see there just struggling at the catch to find, a balance there. Got it there a little bit. Just kind of, you can see just as soon as they get to the finish, not totally even, and that's throwing them all the way to the catch. But they're powering through here. Just about to hit the 1,500 meter mark is this Stockton crew. There's a nice overhead shot to show you just how far in front our leaders from Washington College are, and the boats from the Merchant Marines next to them. Still just about half a boat length of open water down, but about a boat length of open water from the Merchant Marines to third place Case Western here. Case Western about a length up on Ithaca. And there goes Washington College into the final 250. You can see they just started to really pull on it. They're putting even more space between them and the Merchant Marines. Check out those puddles there, just really violent, nice through the water there. And they're going to win this one walking away here. Look at that shot showing you all the spectators there along the sideline for the final 250 meters as Washington College takes this one. And there it is. Washington College wins. Little celebration for them. Some emotion. Merchant Marines there in second, followed by the lane 1 Case Western team in third. There in fourth is Ithaca. And finishing in sixth, Stockton. Finishing in fifth with Stockton. Here is the sixth place Carnegie Mellon. And while we are waiting here, just wanted to give a quick reminder to everyone to follow us on Instagram at Knecht_Cup Regatta on Instagram and enter into our raffle. Go check out the Knecht Cup Instagram for details on how to enter.
Did you miss me?
Welcome back.
Nice to be back. I needed that break.
All right, and it looks like we are underway here in the Division I, Division II Women's Varsity 4 final. So in lane 1 there on the right-hand side is Lafayette. In lane 2 is Pittsburgh. Lane 3 is Barry. Lane 4 is Jefferson. Lane 5 is New Hampshire. And in lane 6 is George Mason. So Barry University there, hailing from Miami, Florida, well out in front early in this one. Check that out. 500 meters, already open water for Barry University here.
Tell me more about this raffle.
Yeah, so go check it out. But in order to enter to win the official deck boot of U.S. Rowing, U.S. Rowing has teamed up with Extra Tough to bring you the ultimate U.S. Rowing ankle deck boot. Here are the rules. 1, you must be a participant of the regatta. That means you could be a coach, an athlete, a spectator, or a friend of rowing. You must like and follow at Knecht_Cup_Regatta and comment deck boots below and tag a friend. The winner will be announced on our live stream on Sunday. That's this, at 12 p.m. today. To view our free live stream, well, you're watching it right now.
I'm looking at the boot now. It's beautiful.
Yeah, those dock boots right there, the U.S. rowing dock boots, as we get a nice shot here of our Barry University women coming from Miami. Looking really strong here. They were super impressive. They dominated their races yesterday in this event, and they're looking to continue that dominance here. Nice, cool, calm, collected strokes. I noticed this yesterday with them rowing at a pretty calm stroke rate here. They feel really confident in their ability. Yeah, right at a 30 here for these women from Barry. We're 31. Yeah, just kind of hanging in there. It's impressive. You can see, these fours, it can be a little bit more difficult at times to get up to those 36, 38s we'll see at times from the 8s. But 30, 32 is still pretty low for a 2,000 meter race in a 4. So calm and collected for them. Impressive power in that Barry University 4. And again, this is the women's Club 4 Division 1, Division 2 final. This is event number 3.
Can I go back to the deck boot just real quickly? Where would I wear those boots?
That's a good question. On the dock, I think.
That's the name?
Yeah, I think they're mostly for, coaches and coxswains, getting on those launches, standing on those docks, or if you're just a volunteer and you're helping out around the races often, and you're standing out on those docks often, maybe they're for you as well. And into this third 500 here. Check out the lead right now for the women from Barry University. Behind them, the fight for second is on between Jefferson in lane 4, Pittsburgh in lane 2, and New Hampshire in lane 5. Those 3 schools battling it out for second at the moment. Lafayette and George Mason currently in 5th and 6th.
Barry University from Florida.
Yeah.
Miami Shores.
Really dominant race from them here in this Club 4 Division 1, Division 2 final.
Barry University, red, black, and silver, the colors. They're the Buccaneers, by the way.
Oh, okay. Barry Buccaneers. And again, as we talk about each race as they go down the race course, if you're looking for past results, you can find all of those results at KnechtCupRegatta.com as they come in if you want to check the times as well. Again, this is the Women's Club 4 Division 1, Division 2 final. Barry University out in front. Check out that race for second, though. Pitt lockstep with Jefferson University, and then just a few seats back is New Hampshire. So Jefferson trying to hang on in this final 500 meters of the race to the silver medal. Pitt making a nice push here.
All right, for people joining us, again, we said looking at some research we've done of these live streams over the years, a lot of people don't know much about rowing. They're basically rooting for friends and family. So let's go through some of the terminology again. We keep calling them boats, but they're officially named sculls.
Or shells, yeah.
Shells.
But yeah, skull boats.
And they're not paddles, they're oars.
They are oars, yes.
And what is a catch?
So there's a few parts of a rowing stroke, right? As we watch Barry put the finishing touches on this race, there are generally considered 3 parts. There's the catch, the drive, and the finish. The catch is the start of the stroke. It's when the blade goes into the water and you begin your leg drive. The next part of the stroke is the drive. Your legs go back, and as your legs begin to get to their point where they're pushed down, your back starts to open up and your arms start to pull into your chest. Once your arms reach your chest, that is the finish, and then you have to push down on your blade and get it out of the water to go up back on the slide of your boat, because for those who may not know, there is a seat on rollers.
It moves.
It moves in those boats. So you roll back up to the start, and that is the recovery. And then catch, finish, catch, drive, finish, recovery. So 4 parts, really. As Barry wins that Club 4 Division I, Division II final. And check out the race here for second. Pitt came back and passed Jefferson there, beat him by a seat. And coming in 4th is New Hampshire. In lane 1 is Lafayette, finishing in 5th. And George Mason in lane 6 will finish in 6th place. But yeah, so 4 parts to the stroke: catch, drive, finish, recovery.
What makes one team better than the next?
Lots of things, right? So power is key. You need to be able to get on the rowing machine and put up big numbers, as we check out the lineup here for this men's Club 4 Division I. Good coaching in order to impart the correct technique, because technique is super important. You want to get as long on these strokes as possible, and then just overall fitness level is huge too. If you're able to, put up, a stronger effort because you're more fit, someone could be stronger than you on the rowing machine, but if you're better, cardiovascularly, then you can beat them that way as well. So it's a combination of things. There's no real, one way to win. You kind of need to be well-rounded in a couple of different aspects in order to be a great rowing team.
These athletes are incredibly fit. I mean, we keep talking about the Masters being played this weekend. We've seen chubby golfers.
Sure. No, not in this sport.
It's not going to happen.
No, not in this sport. No, I mean, in order to be at the top of your game, this is an incredibly aerobic and anaerobic sport. So you're working out both your strength systems and your lungs and your heart at the same time.
While also being enrolled in you're also studying. You're
yeah,
enrolled in a college.
These are student athletes. And here you see the boys from Army there in lane 3, the West Point rowing team. Out to an early lead here in this men's Club 4 Division I final.
You want to hear a dad joke?
Sure.
What do you call a soldier with no legs? Army.
I'm sure they love that.
Yeah.
1,000 meters left to go for the Army Club 4 here in this final. Following them in lane 5 there is Fordham, and then UMass in lane 4 is currently in 3rd place. And you can see here the Black Knights from West Point continuing to press this advantage. You see there Fordham is in lane 5. They're in 2nd place at the moment. Lane 4, UMass a length behind them in 3rd. Currently sitting in 4th is New Hampshire in lane 2. Pittsburgh in lane 1 sits 5th. And Fordham B out there in lane 6 is in 6th at the moment. About 750, 800 meters left to go here in the men's Club 4 Division I final.
Is there professional rowing?
There are rowers who, can make some money through sponsorships and row, year-round that way. And then they will, a lot of times, it's not exactly super lucrative, so they will coach as well, and they will make a living that way if they're really into it and trying to support themselves. And then, there are folks who can make the national team and then receive, stipends from U.S. rowing as well to be on the national team, but not in the sense of other sports, really, as
Right.
you would know them. There's clubs, right? You can belong to a club, but there's no team out there, trying to sign you to a contract. So we get a nice shot here of the boat from UMass. That's our second place boat, or potentially the Fordham boat. Let's see if we can catch a logo there. Nice shot here as our
Gorgeous.
leaders from Army strike through our stationary drone, and the drone begins to move with them. Kind of gives you a nice idea of, the different parts of that go into the boat there. You can see that oar lock. That's that silver metal piece that sits in front of the rowers that, allows the oar to, pivot back and forth. That's the oar lock, and then, of course, the oar in their hands.
What do you do if you get out of sync? Like the third seat all of a sudden is out of sync. It's almost impossible to get it back, I would think.
The best way to do it is to stop.
Stop.
If a rower is so out of sync that they're at the back end of their stroke while the rest of the boat's up at the front, the coxswain, the best thing that they can do is have all boats sit at the finish and then restart a stroke together.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this here in the picture? That looks like 8.
Yeah, those are the 8s headed up to the starting line, coming up soon. Meanwhile, it gets close here, right at the finish line. The boats kind of moving up to the start line can get pretty close to the boats coming into the finish line here. As we see the West Point crew making their way to the finish line.
Impressive.
Yeah, great row there for the Army. And that is the Fordham boat finishing in second there, followed by UMass. And in lane 2, New Hampshire finishes in 4th. Lane 1 crosses here. That is Pitt. And we're just waiting on that Fordham B boat. There they are. They're about to finish. All right, and we've got some quads here.
Just 2 schools involved in this one, huh?
Yeah, this is the women's varsity quad final. They did not race yesterday, so this is their only race of the weekend. That's Gordon on the right in lane 3 and Dominican on the left in lane 4. This is the women's varsity quad. So, we've been talking a lot about 4s recently. You may be thinking to yourself, what's the difference between a quad and a 4? You can see there in this quad it is a sculling boat, which means that each rower has 2 oars, 8 total. So these boats move pretty quick, and they are off and underway. The women's varsity quad, Gordon and Dominican.
Look at Gordon.
Yeah, super
Wow.
impressive start for Gordon there. These quads can get up to speed really fast. You can see they're super high here in the opening. Let's see how fast they're going here. Oh, and they're settling pretty quickly into this one. Wow, they settled down super fast.
Goodness.
That's an interesting move there. I've never seen a team get off to that quick of a start for 5 strokes just to settle down quickly, but they're right into the base of their race here, rowing at a, let's see here, it's not very fast. 29:30 is where they're at here. They were up really high at the start of that race and sat down immediately once they saw how far out they were. So out in front here, Gordon rowing at a 30, already with open water on the Dominican boat. So Dominican will, just try and row a clean race here, see if they can't claw back some of this distance that Gordon has already created in this first 500.
And when Joe says the word 30, that means 30 strokes per minute?
Yeah, right around a 30 stroke per minute clip. It's a really important indicator in rowing for just kind of how fast the boat is going. It's also a fitness level thing. Over the course of 2,000 meters, you'll see some of these boats get up to a 36, 38 for their entire race, whereas a lot of these smaller boats will sit lower, 34, 32 for the base of their race.
Again, they're out of Windham, Massachusetts. Gordon College.
Yeah, Gordon College here in the teal on the right-hand side of the screen, and next to them is the boat from Dominican University.
All right, I'll buy you a Winnebago if you can tell me their mascot.
Are they the monks or the friars?
No, they're the Fighting Scots.
Okay. I took a shot.
Good guesses, though.
And after that initial burst, Dominican kind of maintaining that initial lead that Gordon had through this second 500. So, big burst in that first 500 from Gordon, and now they're kind of just rowing their race here.
So at this point, they know they've won. But
Well, mistakes can still happen at any point. So,
well, what could go wrong?
their oars can get caught in the water, which could bring the boat to a dead stop.
Ugh.
There's still enough time left in the race that if it happened now, they'd probably be able to recover. They seem to have enough speed to get back up to speed quickly. So, but if it happens at an inopportune time, like in the last 500 meters, it could really ruin your race. So,
You could really come to a dead stop.
100%, yeah.
That's if you don't feather properly.
It can happen in a number of ways. It normally happens at the finish there, yeah. When the oars come out of the water at the end of the drive, and yeah, it generally happens when your hands get a little lazy, your blade comes up, you don't feather all the way, and the water catches you when you're a little bit unawares, and the water can take your blade.
Do they ever wear gloves or no?
It's funny, I saw a team yesterday that did have gloves on and no sleeves. It was one of the most insane things I've ever seen in terms of outfits and rowers. They had gloves on their hands and no sleeves under their uniforms. It was wild. I will say you can wear gloves. It's often to see, you see masters rowers wearing gloves. It is a bit, it's uncommon to see at this level in competition rowing, people wearing gloves, but it happens.
Is it considered not cool?
Yeah, it's a bit of a faux pas, I would say.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I just think it's something that others might be like, really, you can't? Your hands are cold?
Your hands are cold?
But listen, your hands do get really cold.
Listen,
so.
I'm freezing right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely something that the older folks get as they continue rowing. They definitely will go out there with gloves on. It's not often you see it at the high school and college level.
It seems to me your hands would have calluses.
Yeah, your hands get torn apart. It is if you ever meet a rower. And you see their hands. Not only are they calloused, but they've got new blisters every week. So it calluses up, but the calluses don't work. Is what I like to say.
So if you meet somebody, you look at their hands, you could kind of tell they're a rower.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me see your hands, Joe.
Not anymore. But
no, you look pretty good.
Still got a little bit of some remnants from
rough.
back in the day.
All right.
But again, like I said, it's been a while since I consistently was rowing.
I used to run with some folks when I lived in Southern California, and I showed up one day with headphones, to listen to music. Mm-hmm. That was considered a faux pas.
Really?
Oh yeah.
For running?
Yep.
Were they talking to each other while they ran?
Well, we want to communicate and focus on the running and don't be distracted by music.
Well, you know, if I'm not listening to music, I'm focusing on all the pain.
That's what I said. So when they weren't around, I put right back to get my headphones. I had said at the top of the show here that we're likely to see some sun. It's going to be a little warm. I was wrong.
It's not warming up at all.
No.
It's actually getting colder. It's dropped a degree. It's 49 degrees outside now.
No. And just the timing. Tomorrow's supposed to be 70 degrees in this same area of South Jersey.
And you can see now Gordon really taking their time here.
I
So
mean,
this is
wow.
this is almost a practice row at this point. They're really focused on squeezing their finishes here. They're kind of holding. They're rowing with a pause at the finish, which is a bit of a flex here. But I think maybe they're just trying to focus on rowing, you know, as in sync as possible. But rowing with a pause at the finish is fairly uncommon in competition. But power to them.
And you say that it might be a little bit of a flex.
A little bit of a flex, you know, in the middle. Of,
Yeah.
I mean, they're not close to the other boat really, so it's not unsportsmanlike, I would say.
Oh, good.
But it is just, you know, hey, we're in the middle of this race and we're gonna row with a pause. And now look at this, they've gone the opposite direction and they're going all out sprint. So they're just running some drills out there in that Gordon quad. Focus on their finishes for a little bit there, heading into their sprint, and now it's just quick hands away, the exact opposite.
Like you said, it's a practice run.
It is a bit. And here's a nice shot. They're moving real fast now. So they were down really low. They were down at like around a 28 before they started that sprint. Now they're up closer to a 38 heading into the final strokes there. Really nice race there for the quad from Gordon. And we'll sit here and wait for that boat from Dominican to finish up in that women's varsity quad final.
And still waiting. It's easy for me to say, sitting here in my warm chair.
Not that warm.
No, not at all.
Here they are. Here are the rowers from Dominican. Nice race for them. All right, and we should have the men's varsity quads out onto the race course next. And there they are. Here is the final for our men's varsity quad race. We're going to have Gordon in lane 2, Dominican in lane 3. There on your screen out in front, and then that is UMass. So another Gordon Dominican quad, UMass entering into this one as well with the men.
Again, it's Dominican University up in Orangeburg, New York, which is maybe 30 miles north of New York City. I believe it's in Orange County. Roman Catholic private school.
Yeah, there's a nice shot of that boat from Dominican University right there as they make their way to the halfway mark.
They're the Chargers, by the way, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah. Red and black.
And there you can see the Dominican University team. A bit of a fight between them and the UMass team, but a bit of a role reversal here from the women's race. The Gordon College boat a little bit further back now in that lane 2. And there are the rowers from Gordon in the men's varsity quad event.
Seat 2, he looks like he's quite tall.
Yeah, he's a bit taller than the rest of the boat there, huh?
Yeah.
You know, if you had had an overhead angle there, you probably could have been able to see it. These quads, you know, are pretty interesting. Sometimes the length can really show in the rowers, specifically when you look at their oars, because, you know, a lot of times they are pretty symmetrical, and then when you have one much taller person, they can throw that symmetry off by having much more length at the beginning of their stroke than the other rowers.
But everything's even Steven, right? The sculls weigh the same.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think that there is a target weight that they should be, and generally they all weigh around the same.
But the bodies can be totally different.
Yeah, specifically for heavyweight rowing. Lightweight rowers, this is not a lightweight race. We are going to have some women's lightweight races right after this, but for open weight and heavyweight races, there's no weight limit. But for lightweights, they do have strict requirements in terms of their weight. Dominican University maintaining that lead here, and you can see they got pretty close to that buoy there. They're kind of drifting over into the lane next to them, and this is another interesting thing. There are no coxswains in these quads. So these rowers are likely steering the boat purely based on power. So with that Dominican, they might have a rudder, they might have a tow. It's somewhat rare to see in quads, but it's more likely that the bow seat in these quads, as they drifted over into that starboard side of their lane, is calling out, hey, let's get a little pressured on our left legs, our starboard side legs, to direct our point a little bit straighter.
So if you start to wobble like that, how do you get it back to center? With your legs?
Yeah, with your legs. When you can focus on pressure in your leg drive. You can focus it more on one leg than the other, and that can help steer the boat.
Where'd everybody else go?
It's just the three boats in this one, so it's just these two, and then Gordon College is a little bit further back. We've only got about 200 meters left to go, as this has really been just about this lead the whole way through. There really hasn't been much difference. These two boats have been going the same speed pretty much all the way down the water.
From that angle, it looks like they're getting closer to even, but no.
No, this is still maintaining that same lead here for this Dominican University quad, and they're going to head into the finish line here in just a few strokes.
And they got it.
And they're going to win that event. UMass with a nice fight there, finishing in second, and Gordon College will finish in third.
Come on. There they are.
Yeah, there's the boat from Gordon College. And there is the final quad here in this men's varsity quad event. And there they finish up third.
What are you feeling as you cross the finish line? Is it just total relief? Are you high? Is it euphoric?
Not immediately. It kind of the kind of rower's high or runner's high, as people say. It doesn't come right away. Maybe a couple minutes after your lungs get a chance to settle down a little bit. Yeah, it's depending on how hard they went at the end of the race, you could be really sucking down air, or just sometimes if you didn't take a full sprint at the end, you're still, breathing heavy, but maybe not totally gasping for air. But if you go on a full all-out sprint, you're just trying to suck in as much air as possible at the end. There's some relief for sure, specifically because, you just pushed yourself over the last 250 meters to the point of, pushing yourself to your limits. So there's some relief and some joy.
How are these skulls not moving? Are they in slots?
Yeah, so those are called stake boats. This is more of a dock, really, on this one. Sometimes you'll just see isolated, pontoons out there. But here in this dock, there's little slots underneath the dock, and there's people laying belly down on those docks right there, holding the stern end of the boat in place.
What? Really?
Yeah. So shout out to the volunteers, the stake boat volunteers. So yeah, there's people.
Oh, I see them now. They're on their bellies. You're right.
So there's people there that hold the boat in place, and the coxswains, work to get their points here. They want to get pointed straight. And then once they are and all boats are sitting ready, the referees will say, all boats ready, which looks like we might have alignment here.
And then they blast a horn, or how do they do it?
Sometimes there is like a gun, like you might see in a
race.
A race, yeah, and not a real gun anymore, but just like a buzzer sound.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a flag, where they wave a flag down and you have to go.
What is the first stroke? Is the blade already in the water?
Yeah, so you're squared up. You're sitting at about a half slide. You don't want to take a full stroke right away. So generally, every team has some different variation of a start, but it's generally 5 to 10 strokes you take to open up to the full length stroke. You want to take, maybe, half, three-quarter, into full, because you want to get the boat, up to a speed first before you lengthen out into a full stroke. Because if you sit there and take, 4 full strokes, the boat's going to move pretty slow to start. So you want to get the boat up to speed really quickly with a couple of short strokes, and then lengthen out and let the boat run out under you once it's up to speed. Here's the women's lightweight 8 final sitting here, and it looks like we're about to get going. MIT, Georgetown, BU, Radcliffe, and Wisconsin. Women's lightweight 8 for the Danielle Casolis Memorial Trophy. And they're off.
I see what you're talking about there, yeah.
Boston University off to a really nice start here. And you see just early on here a slight chevron forming from the middle out.
That's the formation, is a chevron?
Yeah, that little arrow formation that we're seeing here as Boston University strikes out in front. Going with them early on, looks like that lane 4 boat, that's Radcliffe, Harvard. So 2 boats that row on the Charles going out together here in this women's lightweight 8.
How do you choose which one you want to compete in? Like 8s versus quads?
Yeah, I mean, so what you'll notice is that the different teams generally have different disciplines. So, these crews, these Boston University schools, they're sweep schools. These other schools, they're, and to be quite honest, most of the schools here are entered into sweeping events. It's a little bit more uncommon to see quads at the college level, but doubles and singles, a lot of those rowers who do that have been doing that since they were in high school. A lot of coaches, if they get new rowers, will want to teach them how to sweep because that's just generally what most of the folks in college rowing do. But if you're a specialized rower as a single rower and a double rower and you want to continue sculling In college, teams have those options for folks, and then you would just pick a team that would allow you to continue to row in those events. But it's not common you see folks go to college and learn how to row a single or a double.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because most college programs are sweep heavy dependent. But sculling can still be a good discipline to learn for sweep rowers, especially if you want to learn how to row on both sides of the boat. Sculling can be a versatile tool. Here you see, this is a really nice race going on here between these two lightweight boats from Boston University and Radcliffe.
You rode in the 8s?
Yeah, I rode in high school. I rode from everything from doubles to quads to singles, 4s and 8s. In college, the only races the only practices really that I ever took part in were I only rode for a year in college and didn't do much racing. So I rode in 4s and 8s for the most part, yeah.
Did you enjoy one over the other?
8s, yeah, for sure.
8s?
Yeah, there's nothing like rowing in an 8. It is, it's the fastest you're gonna go. It's generally the most fun because you're out there and there's a good group of you. You can have some fun in practice and on the water. And the 8s just per pound that you're pulling of the boat, they're a little less heavy than the 4s realistically.
Huh.
You're pulling a little bit more weight per person in a 4 than you are in an 8. So you can just move a lot faster. And check this out. Just a couple seats between these two lead boats here. Boston University maintaining about a 3-seat lead over the women from Radcliffe, the Harvard University ladies. And look at that, Radcliffe looked like they might have got 1 seat back there, but Boston hanging tough. Really nice overhead shot here. Out in 3rd place there in lane 2 is Georgetown. And in lane 5 on the left-hand side there is Wisconsin. Back in 5th place in lane 1 is MIT. But your lead 2 boats here, Boston University and Radcliffe. Going stroke for stroke here.
What's the fastest? I mean, the most strokes you could take in a minute, do you think?
At the end of the race or at the beginning of the race, you can get the stroke rating up pretty high.
Not 40. No.
Yeah, you can.
You can do 40
Yeah,
strokes?
you can do 40. It's rare to do 40 as like your your base rate, but if you ever watch the Olympic 8s, they're up closer to a 39 for most, 40 for most of their races, 38, 39, 40 for most of their races. So the best rowers in the world can sit at those super high rates. But at this level, 36 is probably what you're going to see for a lot of these 8s in their base rate. And then at the end, the sprints, yeah, they'll get up to 40, 42.
40, 42 strokes per minute.
Yeah. And you train that. I mean, that's all trained in the winter when you do different types of interval pieces where you go in at a really high stroke rate and then you come down and you build that endurance over the winter season to allow you to put it into effect on the water. Here's a sprint here at the end for these 2 boats. Looks like BU is pushing them away into the finish line. So continuing a really nice day overall we're seeing for the women from BU. Yeah, and we saw how close that was with 500 meters left to go. And now as they're coming in, I think they've got open water at this point. This is an impressive finish from Boston University.
And open water, he means there's open water in between these 2.
Yeah, there's a little gap of water here in between the coxswain and the stern of Boston and the bow of that Radcliffe boat. Great racing there for the women's lightweight 8, and Boston University wins the Danielle Casolis Memorial Trophy. Third place to Georgetown and Wisconsin. And finishing in 5th place will be MIT. Next up, we will have the women's freshman novice 8. It looks like we might have a little bit of a wait here as they get into their stake boats. I think they are sitting there. I can see them in the stake boats getting their points. We're going to have in lane 1, Albany. Lane 2, Temple. Lane 3, Marist. Lane 4 is West Point. Lane 5 is Drexel. And in lane 6 is Case Western. This should be a fun one. The women's freshman novice 8 coming up next.
Is this our first Temple entry of today?
Yeah, they had one boat yesterday, and I think that this is their first boat we've seen today. So always nice to see the Temple Owls rowing.
Do all of our Philadelphia schools have a team? Let's see.
Yeah, the big 5 and the City 6.
City 6,
all row. Drexel, Penn, St. Joe's, Villanova, and Temple. I'm missing one. LaSalle.
LaSalle, yeah.
There are the results from that lightweight 8 final that we just saw come down. Boston University with a time of 6 minutes and 44 seconds, the winning time at the Knecht Cup. And here are those freshman novice 8s just about sitting ready. Final adjustments for coxswains. And they're off, and this is a dicey one here. And an immediate adjustment from that lane 3 Marist boat needed as they were pointed right into Temple. So that's going to cost them some seconds early here. That coxswain over-adjusted their point. I saw it as it was happening.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be wary. Sometimes these refs will just, they'll send you even if you don't think they will.
Like you're not quite ready to go?
Yeah, and I mean, it ended up being okay there. You know, Marist, the coxswain, was able to adjust. She said she probably asked for some big strokes from her port side there and was able to steer the boat back onto course. And Marist is out in front.
Out in front, yeah.
Yeah, just by a little bit here in the early goings. Marist by just about a seat over the West Point boat to their starboard side, sitting in 2nd place. And now Army is overtaking Marist at this point, and it is West Point out into the lead. West Point now with a seat on Marist, and West Point with the lead here in the first 400 meters. Marist sitting in 2nd next to Marist. Looks like a bit of a tie between Temple and Drexel for 3rd and 4th, but at the moment it is Army, West Point striking out into the lead.
How's Temple's program?
You know, I'm not sure these days. Temple historically has always been pretty good. They won the Dadvale Points Trophy 2 years ago. But, you know, Temple for a program that's always, you know, always around seemingly, it seems like that program is always, you know, constantly on the chopping block. So, you know, you just hope that they can, you know, get the funding they need to stay open, because it's always good to see Temple rowers out here. But,
absolutely,
you know, the Temple men are always competitive, and hopefully we get to see them soon. But the Temple women here putting up a fight right now in lane 2. They're in 3rd. They're hanging on. They're about 4 seats back of this Marist boat. Marist themselves about 3 seats back of the leaders from West Point. In 4th place is that Albany boat. Again, their first spring season in the history of SUNY Albany.
Where do they recruit? I mean, is it high school teams mostly?
Yeah, there's club rowing as well on the West Coast. So a lot of high school rowing / youth rowing. And on the East Coast, it's mostly high schools. On the West Coast, they row in clubs, and for the most part, yeah. And sometimes in Florida, you'll see some club rowing. But yeah, that's where they go. You know, rowing not unlike some other sports, you'll see some folks go to a 5th year. You know, they'll leave the high school that they were at to go to a 5th year boarding school in order to put on some more muscle, get a little bit bigger, and try and get recruited again. So, you know, you'll see that a lot in basketball and football.
Oh, you see a lot, yes.
Yeah,
a lot in basketball and football.
Rowers will do that too, especially because, you know, like you said, the universities that compete in this sport are so prestigious that it can be worth it sometimes to wait a year to try and get a little bit bigger just to, you know, improve the education that you want to receive. Here's a nice shot of our leaders from West Point.
I would imagine these teammates get very close to each
Yeah.
other. I mean,
You know, you get close with the people that you're at practice with, the people in your boat, you know, especially the people that sit in front of and back of you, because they're the ones that can hear you talk most of the time. A lot of the time, you know, sitting up there all the way in the front, they can't really hear what you're saying, especially if you're towards the back of the boat. So you build bonds, you crack jokes. It's, you know, it's a camaraderie for sure. And you see here starting to pull away now from that Temple boat is Marist. Marist still sitting on the stern deck of the West Point crew. But Army continuing to strike out in front. Open water between Marist and Temple. Temple maintaining third over the boats from Drexel Drexel, Albany, and Case Western. But here are our leaders at the moment, West Point and Marist, 2 New York schools. And you can see here Marist outstroking the boat from Army. And what I mean by that is that rowing at a higher stroke rate, you can just tell they're oars hitting the water at a faster clip than that Army boat, but still Army able to maintain this boat length lead on top of Marist. Although Marist, see there, starting to make some inroads.
They are.
That bow ball inching further and further up the shell of the Army boat. That looks to be maybe the 1,500 meter mark there that they just hit.
it's still catchable, isn't it?
It is still catchable. It's a lot of work to do. A length like this in 8 rowing is about 2.5, 3 seconds. So that's a big gap to make up if you think about it.
In 500 meters.
Yeah, in 500 meters, it's a bigger gap than you think. They need to get going a lot faster than the West Point boat is in order to catch them. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it because, as you see now, they made that nice mini move there to take a couple of seats back, and West Point has now regained the advantage. So a nice effort there from Marist, but as Army enters their sprint here, looking very strong. 250 meters left to go now in the women's freshman novice 8 final. And there's a shot of our leaders.
Open water.
Definitely at this point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marist doing everything they can to fight back. Looks like they're going to have to settle for second place here. I love this part of the course over there when you get the
beautiful
contrast of the different colored trees and the blooming trees. It's just a really nice end shot for our race course here.
That's one of the benefits of being the first regatta of the season.
Yeah. And no open water here. Contact still for that Marist boat. Their bow ball maintained contact there with the stern deck of West Point all the way through, but West Point taking the gold in that one.
Is there any NIL in rowing?
I don't think so.
No money.
No.
Exchanged.
I think maybe the Division I women's rowers might be able to take from the pool that they have, because I do believe their system's set up with NIL as Drexel crosses. Their system's set up where I think smaller, they can spread it out over the different NCAA athletes, but I'm not sure how it works for the men's rowers. But I do know at some of the bigger schools, they have opportunities to get, athletes from other programs involved in, different community things that boosters might put on.
Yeah.
But it's minimal for sure.
The men are not part of the NCAA?
Men's rowing is not NCAA now.
But women's is.
Women's rowing is, yeah.
But they all have scholarships.
Yeah, it operates similarly, and they operate under similar rule sets. It's just an independence thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it allows women's rowing in a lot of schools to offset football for Title IX. As, Title IX has done a lot for women's rowing in general.
For sure.
But, of course, through Title IX, they need to have similar amounts of programs for men's and women's sports. So, women's rowing kind of, because men's rowing is not an NCAA Division I sport, can kind of offset football for a lot of schools. And they are underway here in this men's freshman Novice 8 final for the Stanley Kuklinski Trophy. In lane 2 is Pittsburgh. Lane 3 is West Point. Lane 4 is Fairfield. Lane 5, Case Western. And in lane 6 is the U.S. Merchant Marines. The Fordham boat has scratched. Men's freshman Novice 8 for the Stanley Kuklinski Trophy. Great start here at lane 4 from Fairfield. Fairfield boat well out in front in the early goings in this men's freshman Novice 8 final.
Yes, it's getting much windier, folks.
Yeah, you can hear it in those microphones on the cameras out there. Wind picking up, and you can start to see it on the face of the water a little bit, just a little bit more rippling than we saw earlier today. There's a shot of our teams here, and again, out in front here in this men's freshman Novice 8 is the Fairfield crew, another Jesuit school. 500 meters down, 1,500 meters left to go.
Uh-oh. The wind wreaking havoc with one of our cameras.
Looked like a quick save there.
Yep, nicely done. Stan, how do you say his last name?
Kuklinski?
Yeah, he majored in zoology.
Okay. That's a welcome reprieve.
Yeah.
Here's a nice shot.
Shut off the audio of one of our cameras so you don't hear the buffeting.
There is the Fairfield boat out in front. They're going to pass us here in the Camden County Boathouse. And there you see them going by, our midway point camera.
Speaking of zoology, did you see at the Philadelphia Zoo, which is the nation's first zoo, a 100-year-old tortoise gave birth?
I did not.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
That's
When did that happen? This week?
About 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Wow.
These tortoises live to be hundreds of years old. I could do a joke that would take us off the air, but I won't.
1,000 meters left to go for Army. The boat from West Point here looking good. I believe they're in second because off screen with 1,000 meters left to go is the Fairfield boat. And there is Fairfield out in front. You can see that black Army boat just hitting the 1,000-meter mark as Fairfield continues to make their way down the course, opening up a huge lead.
Huge.
Yeah, so here's a good test. Let's see what this Fairfield crew is rowing at.
How do you gauge how many strokes there is there
Yeah,
technology to do that?
I'm using a stroke coach essentially, and just it's doing the math for me. They're around a 34. They're not super high, although it does look like they just picked it up a little bit. They've been rowing at a 34 though.
No, the Jesuit school, Fairfield. Out of Fairfield, Connecticut, obviously.
Just coming up on about 500 left to go, 600 in all for Fairfield, your leaders, and then following them is the boat from West Point, and then looks like the U.S. Merchant Marines out there in lane 6. So a little bit of intramilitary bragging rights here.
Did you see that film, Boys in a Boat?
I did.
It was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
I read the book.
Somebody was it George Clooney that
He did. He directed it.
directed it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah, it's like classic sports movie.
Yeah.
You know, it's such an interesting story because one of the things that I thought that the movie could have done a bit of a better job of focusing on was that those guys were really, really poor. They showed it a little bit, but it was like devastating, poverty in the northwest of our country up there that a lot of those guys emerged from. So really fascinating stories for those guys. If anyone is interested, you should read Poison the Boat or check out the movie. Mm-hmm. But the book is much more historical in its representation of the facts. Still a very cool story about what was that the Jesse Owens Olympics in Munich?
Yeah, 1936.
And you can see there the boys from Fairfield dominating this men's freshman novice 8 final, and they will win the Stanley Kwiatkowski Trophy walking away.
Go Stags.
Okay.
That's their mascot.
Okay. I've always seen the big antlered deer. Never put it together.
Well, it is more fun to call them the Stags instead of antlered deer. Go antlered deers.
That's fair.
Back to the Jesse Owens.
Sure.
It's one of the most remarkable stories of all time.
Of course.
1936, Munich, Adolf Hitler sitting in the stands.
Yeah.
And he smoked them all. Jesse Owens.
Got help from the German athlete. Mm-hmm. There's the finish for the Army boys.
Out of Garrison, New York. What a beautiful campus that is, overlooking the Hudson River.
Here are the Merchant Marines.
I know very little about the Merchant Marines. That's something I need to bone up on.
Yeah, I couldn't help you much there.
I was kind of looking.
It's another New York school, it looks to be in Long Island. And finishing up here is the boat from Case Western there. Just wanted to make a quick announcement to any folks who are spectators who may be flying their own personal drones. Please know that you cannot fly your own personal drones as it will interfere with the broadcast and could lead to a possible collision. Our drone operators are paying attention to this race and not your drones, and cannot be liable for potentially colliding into your drone. So please do not fly your own personal drones. Thank you. All right, moving on. We have the women's third Varsity 8 next up. We're getting into some of our Varsity 8 finals, which should bring us to the end of the day as we move through these. The women's third Varsity 8 final is first up. We have in lane 2, UConn. Lane 3 is MIT. The Rams of Fordham in lane 4. And your leaders through 500 meters in lane 5, the Wisconsin Badgers. So the third Varsity 8 for these women's crews here. UConn in second place. Fordham sits in third. MIT in fourth.
I noticed that the coxswains in the 8s like this, they don't lay down.
No, they're sitting up straight in the stern. So it's just a little bit of a different, dynamic in the 8s versus the 4s.
And she's looking at the, what do you call the first seat?
The stroke seat.
The stroke seat.
Yeah, so that stroke seat and the coxswain are generally the brains of the operation inside the boat. And 7 through 1 are kind of just cogs in a machine, if you will.
Worker bees.
Yeah, so that person in the front, they're going to set the pace. They want to get to the stroke rate that they know that the boat is supposed to row at, and it's the coxswain's job to work with them to let them know if they have to gut up, go down. So those two work in tandem together throughout the race. They're talking to each other. A lot of times, the coxswain is communicating directly to the stroke seat, and they are calling things out because it's then the stroke seat's job to then do those things and get the rest of the boat to follow.
How do you choose the stroke seat person?
Yeah, it's often a rower who it has to combine two things. They need to be, very strong. They need to be one of the strongest rowers on the team, but they also need to be technically sound and also, a bit of a leader as well. It might be something that you want to put somebody who you can trust into that role.
Like a captain.
A bit,
way.
yeah. A captain of a boat, for sure. It doesn't always need to be the stroke seat. There's certain, personality types that work well in stroke that aren't necessarily fit to be, a captain. But at other times there are. It can take a different type of person. But the stroke seat is often, tasked with, making sure that they can, row the race that they're supposed to be rowing.
How often do you think the stroke seat says, "Hey, shut up"?
Pretty often.
To the coxswain.
Pretty often. Maybe not during a race, but during practice, it happens for sure.
Get out of my face.
You gotta work together. It's part of the sport. It really is. The coxswains can get on your nerves from time to time, but you got to work together in order to make the boat the best it can be.
The camaraderie in this sport seems unmatched.
Yeah, when you're rowing together like that and you need to follow each other and trust the person in front of you, it builds, just an innate amount of trust between people. So, you build trust by rowing, and, once you get off the water, those bonds continue.
Probably the rest of your life, I would think.
Yeah, I still have friends from high school rowing for sure.
But it seems kind of like a lonely sport.
Yeah, because even when you're, in the middle of the race, you're left alone with your thoughts. I always compare it to swimming and running, really, because even though you're in a boat of 8 and you have teammates, you're really relying on yourself to perform and no one else. So you're kind of left with your own thoughts. And the coxswain. That's the one difference is you got the coxswain with you.
Now, she's looking at some kind of technology in her. She looks down.
She has a stroke coach. It's telling them how fast they're going. It's telling them the stroke rate, and it's letting them know. It's letting them know. If she starts it at the right time, what type of time they're going to get here as well.
Now, obviously the rowers can't see behind them, but she can see.
Right.
Well, no, she can't either. She'd have to turn around.
They can. Oh, you mean the boats?
How close the other competitors are.
Yeah, but the rowers can see.
Oh, obviously, yeah,
Yeah.
they're looking back. So they know they have it.
They do. At this point, the boat from Wisconsin is likely pretty confident here that they're gonna win this one over that boat from UConn in lane 2 there in second. Wisconsin continuing to impress upon their lead here.
It's just UConn can't see where Wisconsin is.
Correct. Yeah, their coxswain can.
Yeah.
But at this point, with 250 meters left, Wisconsin's going to win this one. UConn likely just trying to put up a nice time here for themselves.
So the coxswain will not tell them how far behind they are.
That's an interesting question. I mean, at some point in the race, she probably did when they were still pretty close. She's like, "We're this close." She might say they might not be worried about it, but you know, in terms of a motivation factor, the coxswain may have said earlier on in the race. I think at this point, you ignore that boat all the way out in front,
Okay.
and you focus on your team. And here's a shot of our winners.
Again, quite impressive by that team, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we've seen Wisconsin throughout the racing today be super competitive as they win the women's 3V event. UConn crossing the line in second. And Fordham there, crossing in third. And MIT will finish in fourth.
I don't think I've ever told you that I went to MIT.
Did you?
No.
Okay. That's why you didn't tell me.
Yeah.
And there is the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
My brother Tom went to the Air Force Institute of Technology over MIT.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's a nuclear physicist.
That's awesome.
Firstborn.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. I'm fifth of six.
Same.
As you. Oh, really?
I am, yeah.
6 kids.
All righty, and we're going to head back on up the race course here to the start. Looks like we are underway here in this next race. This is the women's second Varsity 8 petite final, event number 20, P1. In lane 1 here, we have Boston University. Lane 2 is Ithaca College. Lane 3, UMass. Lane 4 is Radcliffe. Lane 5 is Marist. And in lane 6 is Canisius.
I believe this is Ithaca's first entry, at least today.
Yeah, Ithaca College, we saw a little bit of them yesterday up there in Ithaca, New York, at the Gorge. Beautiful, beautiful campuses there, sharing, of course, their city with Cornell University.
Yeah.
And then in lead right now is UMass heading out in front at the moment out of lane 3. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of the same schools crop up time and time again. The UMasses, the BUs, Radcliffe here again in lane 4, looking good. Again, that is those women are Harvard University students rowing under the banner of Radcliffe.
How does that work?
I don't know. I'll be honest. If anyone wants to tell us, please let us know. I don't know if it's specific folks who got into Radcliffe College or if it's just the Harvard University women's team rows under that name. I don't personally know. But you can see here they're fighting against the UMass team there in lane 3, looking strong. And Radcliffe there in lane 4 in second place. Third place at the moment looks to be that lane 6 school, Canisius. Canisius over Marist, Marist over Ithaca, and then Ithaca over BU in lane 1. But at the moment, UMass continuing to press upon this lead here through 750 meters.
Are there differences between the men and women's teams?
Yeah, a lot of times they'll have different coaches for sure.
Yeah.
And they'll exist in their own, they'll exist as their own teams. Sometimes the smaller teams will share a coach, especially if they're Division I, and it's a club team. They'll exist as the same coach. It really depends on how big the program is and how many athletes you have. But for the most part, at some of a lot of these programs will have different coaches for their men's and women's teams, especially if they're Division I or II.
Training's basically the same, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very similar, if not identical.
Yeah, probably identical.
Here's another shot. There you can see the spread of the boats. UMass maintaining a lead here, but Radcliffe starting to crawl back a little bit, some seats. Sitting in third there in lane 5 is Maris now. Maris overtaking Canisius. Canisius still in fourth, although they're drawing about even with that Ithaca school, and BU trying to push back in as well. But UMass and Radcliffe pulling away through 1,000 meters.
All right, when you get up this morning, what do they eat?
Interesting. I'm not sure. I think it's probably, you want to get something in your stomach, for sure. Nothing heavy, really. So, something light, maybe some fruit, some easy,
give you a boost.
some easy carbs to get you through the race. But you don't want to eat too soon before you're rowing. So they've probably been up for a few hours, maybe got some protein and some fruit and some light protein. UMass hanging on here, but Radcliffe pulling back seat by seat, looking like it's getting closer and closer here as the Radcliffe boat now down just about 4 or 5 seats here. We'll see if UMass can hang on. They went out at a blistering pace, and now in this third 500 starting to lose seats a little bit. And as we come to just about 500 meters left to go, it looks like UMass and Radcliffe are your top 2 competitors. You see there, though, UMass still out in front.
So Radcliffe is an all black?
Yes, that's the Radcliffe's boat. And there you see just exactly how far, and you can see the coxswain for that boat from UMass took a look over there just to see where she sits. She sits about even with the 3 seat of that Radcliffe boat. So coxswain looking over, letting her rowers know with 500 meters left to go.
Here we go.
That Radcliffe is moving on them a little bit. UMass has been rowing at a higher rate this whole time. And as Radcliffe has begun to pull them back in, we'll see as they raise the rate if they can catch them here. They are gaining seat by seat. This is getting closer and closer. As they get closer, it's 2 seats, it's 1 seat, and it looks like it's just about even now. What a move there by Radcliffe to pull even with the UMass boat. And I think they might have overtaken them here. This is close. They are very, very neck and neck at this moment. So UMass, did they spend it all already, or do they have anything left in the tank to try and take this speed back? But now that Radcliffe has upped their stroke rate to match the UMass boat, I worry that they do not have enough left in the tank. But a bit of a steering adjustment there from Radcliffe, bringing them back across their lane a little bit, and you can see overhead there.
Radcliffe.
Yeah, just by a seat right now. It's Radcliffe. So UMass still in it. It's going to come down to these final few strokes here in this petite final for the women's second varsity 8.
They all can know each other too. The schools are so close together.
They really are.
UMass, Radcliffe.
And check that out. What a sprint from Radcliffe. They knew what they had left, and here they are taking seat by seat. You see it with every stroke. They're gaining. UMass unable to hang on to that super impressive middle of their race there. And as they come to the finish line here, it is the women from Harvard finishing in first in this petite final over the UMass boat.
Wow.
Third place to Marist.
God, how deflating after you were ahead the entire way.
Canisius and BU followed finally by Ithaca. Yeah, it's tough. That's a really difficult race, and you have to wonder if they knew that they wanted to go out fast because they knew that the Radcliffe boat had some speed at the end of the race, and they wanted to try and get out to as big of a lead as possible. In the end, Radcliffe had enough speed left to track them down.
So they wanted to get a big enough lead that Radcliffe could not overtake them.
Yep. Here we go with the final of this women's 2V race. This should be a fun one. These 2Vs are normally pretty competitive. We just saw the petite final, how competitive that was. Here is the grand final. In lane 1, we have Yukon. Lane 2 is Bucknell. Lane 3 is Drexel. Lane 4, you see them there on your screen. It looks like they're out in front. It's MIT. Lane 5 is Jacksonville. And in lane 6 is Wisconsin. So you can see there the engineers from MIT off to a really good start. And we'll have to see how the boats in lanes 1, 2, and 3 stack up. You see Drexel there. It's difficult to tell due to this camera angle, where exactly Drexel is. I think you're going to say MIT's out in front here, but Drexel right there with them. And there is the overhead shot. It's 3 boats. It's MIT in first, Drexel in second, Bucknell in third. Those 3 boats have separated themselves just a bit from the other crews. And you can see there, it's MIT by just about 3 seats on Drexel, Drexel by about 2 seats on Bucknell. Those 3 boats all competitive. There you see it again across the river there from our Camden County Boathouse spot. Your 3 leaders here competing for the gold at the moment in the women's second Varsity 8. And you hear the coxswains calling out those commands, trying to get them to press down on it. And here's a shot from our launch on the other side. Look how close this race is as they hit the buoys. It's MIT, then Drexel, then Bucknell, really close together.
That buoy they just went by, what was that?
That was they were 500 meters into the race.
500 in, okay.
Or rather, I'm sorry, 1,000 meters into the race.
Okay.
They are halfway through. They just passed us.
That's why we heard all that screaming and yelling.
Yeah, and here is another shot. Not much between them. Not much has changed either since we last saw this camera angle. These boats maintaining these few seat leads. If anything, Bucknell has clawed back a little bit on Drexel, but both still down to the lane 3 MIT boat. Really fun racing here. Not much at all between these 3 boats in the women's 2V here at the Knecht Cup. And Bucknell starting to lose ground a little bit to Drexel. Drexel gaining on MIT a little bit here. There's a shot of our Jacksonville boat there in lane 5. But you see your 3 leaders there. Orange, yellow, red, left to right.
Bucknell, Drexel,
MIT.
and MIT.
Yeah, and look at this. I can't tell you. I mean, I think MIT now is
A little bit ahead?
a little bit. It's gotten even closer in the last couple meters, but check this out. I think it's MIT by a seat on Drexel. Drexel dead even with that boat from Bucknell. If maybe a bow ball in front of Bucknell. Really tight race here. Wow. Just incredible rowing from these 3 boats. To row 3 boats across like this for 1,500 meters, it's mentally taxing. It's difficult. It takes the coxswain letting them know, where they're at. So we'll see, this is going to come down to this one as they, power through this third 500 together. Who's got the fastest sprint? That's what it's going to come down to here. As you can see, the finish line within view now. And look at that, Bucknell starting to drop off a little bit as MIT and Drexel begin their sprint. MIT just out in front. Try and get stroke ratings for you as we come in here. The Drexel women right at a 37 here. MIT rowing at a 42 at the moment, 40-42 for MIT. But here comes Drexel, 250 meters to go. Bucknell has fallen off into third. It's MIT and Drexel in the home stretch here for the women's second varsity 8 here at the Knecht Cup. And there goes MIT, MIT with a seat, MIT with 2 seats. It's MIT raising that rate and going. MIT over Drexel at the moment. Here they come. Final couple strokes here. 100 meters left to go. MIT and Drexel. Does Drexel have enough left? And they're just at a slower stroke rate here than that MIT boat. And I think that might be the difference as they come to the finish line. And there you see it's MIT by 4 seats. MIT into the finish line, and MIT wins the 2V over Drexel. Bucknell in third. Fantastic racing from those 3 crews. Lane 5, Jacksonville finishes in 4th. Followed by Wisconsin. And Yukon will finish in 6th. So
that was remarkable.
2Vs are always fun to watch. They're super competitive races. Lots of seniors in those boats in their last year of competition rowing.
And they're fast.
A lot of pride on the line in those second varsity 8s. All right, and they're sending them off here. Next up here, we've got the men's second varsity 8 final. In lane 1 is Embry-Riddle. Lane 2 is Mercyhurst. Lane 3 is Trinity. Lane 4 is MIT. Lane 5 is Lehigh. And in lane 6 is Fairfield. So Trinity yesterday was super impressive in this race. We saw them. There were only six boats entered. We saw them race yesterday. Trinity won, which is why they're in lane 3. But MIT now looking to go back-to-back with their women's second varsity 8, sitting just about even with the school from Trinity. And this is going to be a fun one.
If you did well yesterday, you get the inner lanes.
Yeah, you get the middle lanes.
Why do you want? Why is that? Is that an advantage?
Yeah, better point of view.
Oh,
specifically in the Cooper. It doesn't matter too much when you say that the lanes are all even. But yeah, it's just to get the get the best boats into the middle for spectators, but also so that they get a little advantage because they can point of view. They can see more boats around them. They're closer to the outside lanes on each side, and their coxswains have a better feel. And the rowers have a better feel of what's going on around them. But look at these 2 boats, neck and neck here. I can't tell much of a difference between them. Maybe give the edge to the engineers at the moment, but they're right there with Trinity. And look at this. Let's see. They're stroke for stroke right now. And, oh, man, they are totally stroke for stroke. Into the water, out of the water, same time. And, yeah, they're rowing at the exact same stroke rate. This is a drill we used to do when I was in college at Syracuse. We used to have to match each other's stroke rates and row at the same time and see who could beat the other team. So this is fascinating to watch. They are completely in sync with each other there for about 250 meters.
and if you are just joining us, boy, this has been fun.
Yeah.
Explain stroke rate.
Yeah, so stroke rating is just how many strokes per minute these boats are taking. You have generally an idea as you enter the race of what you want to hit throughout the race. These teams have practiced it. They know it. And there you see it's MIT by 4 seats over this Trinity boat at the moment. MIT with a nice little move there in this third 500. We'll see if Trinity can respond. And as they get back up, let's say closer to 2 seats for MIT here as that 2 seat is sitting even with that bowman. And as they come closer, Trinity making a move back right there, and they are once again dead even here. If they got to the finish line now, I think it would just be a matter of which boat had their oars in the water. 500 meters left to go here. Men's second varsity 8 shaping up to be just as fun as the women's. That race for third over there in lanes 1 and 2 is super competitive as well. That's Embry-Riddle and Mercyhurst battling it out there for third. Looks like Mercyhurst with the edge, but here our focus is on first place, and it is MIT once again back up 2 seats. So Trinity took a move, MIT responded. We'll see how it comes into the finish line here. 300 meters left to go now in the men's second varsity 8. Here comes Mercyhurst trying to put third place away. And look how close that is. MIT by a bow ball over Trinity at the moment. Trinity's going to need some speed, and they're trying to bring it up a little bit here. Here they come into the red buoys. 250 meters left to go. It's the final stretch for Trinity and MIT in the men's second varsity 8.
Trinity's out of Hartford, Connecticut, I believe.
Yeah, so some New England schools battling it out here, and we lost our overhead there, so we'll have to see as they come by. When we left, Trinity looked like they were half a seat down maybe on this MIT boat. And there you see it again. They are dead even here. Dead even. Maybe give the edge to MIT by a bow ball. Trinity's got the speed. There goes Trinity. Trinity's trying to make a move. Are they out in front? Oh, it's going to come down to who's taking a stroke. And they are once again in sync with each other. Here they come to the finish line. And it's Trinity out in front of MIT. We'll double check. That's going to be a really close one. Mercyhurst finishes in third, rather. And fourth place to Embry-Riddle, quickly followed by Lehigh and Fairfield. We will get official results to you as soon as they are in from our naked eye here on that camera line, that finish line camera. It looked like Trinity overtook MIT there at the very end.
The Trinity Bantams.
Ooh.
Blue and gold.
And Fairfield crosses the line. All right, so we'll hang tight here and wait for those results to come in and see how that one is shaken out. But again, it looked to our eyes as though Trinity overtook MIT there at the very end.
Let's remind people who maybe haven't been with us the whole time. This is called the Cooper River, but is it really a river?
Well, it was a creek.
Yeah, it was a creek at one point.
Cooper's Creek, talked about. In the writings of Ben Franklin, he took a trip one time down the Delaware, ended up on Cooper's Creek. So the name goes back for a long time. It was widened and turned into this recreational area of body of water, specifically for rowing.
Sure.
And there's the results from the women's second varsity 8 final. That is not the race we just watched, but again, MIT women edging out the Drexel women there. As we wait for the women's Club 8 Division 1-2 final to get into the stake boats.
Again, the Cooper River is ideal for this because it doesn't have a current.
No current, and it's a straight course. So the other part about the Schuylkill that sets it apart. It's such a fun, iconic course to row, but it is there's a turn in the 2,000-meter course, so it's a little bit different. It takes a little bit of a that's really where a coxswain can come into play with their skill level as well when it comes to the steering of the boat. Here's the lineup for this women's club Division 1-2 final. From the right-hand side of the screen to your left, in lane 1, New Hampshire. Lane 2, Nova Southeastern. Lane 3 is West Point. Lane 4, Jefferson. Lane 5 is Pitt. And in lane 6 is George Mason.
Nova Southeastern's in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, we've got a few schools making the trip up from the Miami area. This one's just about ready to get started. All boats sitting ready. And they're off. The women's Club 8 Division 1, Division 2 final at the Knecht Cup Regatta. Early start there. Jefferson looking strong out of lane 4. Some issues on the point for the Army boat in lane 3, but they're adjusting. We'll see if they're able to get back into this one. But at the moment, Jefferson University going out with Nova Southeastern in lane 2.
Again, all the rowers they're quiet because they're concentrating on breathing.
Yeah.
They probably can't talk.
Yeah, I mean, it would be wasted oxygen at that point, really. There's no reason to talk. And there are the official results. 1/10 of a second separating Trinity from MIT there. A great sprint at the end from Trinity, just going a little faster than that MIT boat. Great racing there from those men's second varsity 8s. On to this Women's Club 8 Division I final, and we've got Jefferson University there striking out in front as they approach 500 meters in to this race. And there's an aerial shot here of how this race is breaking down. Still Jefferson out in front and Nova Southeastern in second. But the Army boat in lane 3 has righted the ship, so to say, and 500 meters in within striking distance if they can claw their way back.
I think we have a winner.
We want to wait 10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely.
But the boat from Jefferson here out in front. But again, in 10 minutes, we will be announcing the winner of our deck boot raffles at noon. So if you entered, please listen in. In 9 minutes, we will be announcing the winner of the deck boots. As we take a look here at Jefferson University, making their way past the Camden County Boathouse there, that beautiful state-of-the-art facility.
And Jefferson, this is the school that used to be Philadelphia?
Yeah, Phil U.
Philadelphia University.
Yeah, right there on Henry Ave. in East
Yes.
Falls.
Used to have a great basketball coach.
Herb McGee.
Herb McGee, the jump
winningest?
shot
Yeah.
professor.
Yeah, I think the Sixers had him in to work with Ben Simmons
Ben
back
Simmons,
in the day.
that's right.
Didn't work.
No.
But Herb is maybe the all-time winningest coach in men's basketball college history.
I believe he is. Just nosing out Krzyzewski.
Yeah, I think he's
Coach
ahead of Coach K. Yeah, but he's not Division I.
Yeah.
Oh, and there you see, West Point had that really difficult start, but as we hit the 1,000 meter mark here, West Point out into the lead. Jefferson trying to hang on here, but West Point really struggled there in that first 500 to get up to speed after they had to adjust their point, and that that can really hurt a race. But as we get into the middle of the race, it is West Point striking out in front.
How's your synonym for tight races? You good with like nail biter?
Yeah, nail biter. Now I'm on the spot. I kind of think of it. This one's close.
Yeah, this one's close. Barn burner?
Yeah, barn burner's a good one. Neck and neck.
Yeah, up against the wall, whatever. Now or never.
Yeah, there you go.
I wonder where the term barn burner ever got started.
Food for thought. And Army now a full length out in front of this Jefferson University crew. You can see West Point really strong here as they continue to just walk through. Jefferson now looking to hold on to that second place spot as the boat from West Point moves through this third 500 at a great pace.
There's some artistry to this sport.
Yeah, for sure. It takes a lot of focus, like I said earlier, to over and over again do the same motion. But there are certain people, even at the super high levels of the sport, there are folks whose technique is just so pristine that it is flawless in a sense. A lot of these rowers are likely you know, at a point in their career where they're solid, but there's a ton that they can improve upon, you know, day to day. Like rowing is a sport where you really can't stagnate. You can always improve upon a different thing, even if you're really talented, even if you're really good. There's always parts of the stroke that you can, you know, improve upon. You know, the best rowers in the world, though, some of them are so incredibly talented that you're right. It is like watching, you know, an artist paint with a blade.
Yeah.
And this Army boat really strong through this middle part of the race. Tough start there for them. Their point was a little bit off kilter, and they adjusted. They took their time. They got into the second 500 and built their lead in the third 500. And now in the final 250 meters, they have a boat length of open water here. And they are going to cruise to the victory.
Go Army.
Beat Navy.
Or beat
Beat Jefferson.
Beat Jefferson. Go Army, beat Jefferson.
No Navy here today, although the Naval Academy, a great rowing program.
Well, they just decided not to come to this one?
They tend to race against those Ivy League schools like I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
They're part of that group as West Point crosses the line here. And Jefferson takes second place. Third place here will go to the boat from Nova Southeastern.
Out of Fort Lauderdale. The Sharks.
Meanwhile, we're getting, you know, on schedule here as the men's Club 8 final makes their way down the race course. We got Connecticut in lane 1, West Point again here in lane 2. Villanova is supposed to be, well, Villanova is in lane 3. Fordham's in lane 4, and they got the wrong number on their boat. And then in lane 5, you got Lafayette, and lane 6 is George Mason. Yeah, but it looks like Fordham here out in front with Army, their closest competition. The boys from West Point and the Fordham Rams there right next to each other as they come even here. Yeah, let's say Fordham by a couple seats here. You can see the guys in the Fordham boat just looking out across a little bit there.
That may be evaporating.
Taking a peek. Yeah, let's see if it goes similarly to that last race where we saw the women from West Point kind of had a struggle in that first bit of the race and then came back through the second half. We'll see if Fordham is able to hold off the West Point charge. 1,000 meters down here in the men's Club 8 final for the Emery Clark Trophy. Nice shot here of our two lead crews. And you see there the race as it makes its way down the course, and it does look like Fordham there. Fordham by a couple seats at about the 750-meter mark here. Fordham slightly out in front, and we'll see here as our camera whips around how close Army is. All right, and we are here in the men's Club 8 final, Emery Clark Trophy, and it is still Fordham fending off this Army team. These two boats look to be in competition for this Emery Clark Trophy. 500 meters left to go now in the men's Club 8 final. Can Fordham hold off Army over the next 500 meters? Army just drifting a little bit over in their lane. That's going to hurt them a little bit. And coming up on 300 meters left now, Fordham is increasing their lead as they come to the finish line. And so West Point trying to push back there, and there you see the red buoys begin for Fordham. 250 left to go, and it is a great sprint here by the Fordham boat.
I really thought West Point was going to take them.
Yeah.
At one point.
It looked like they were going to come back on them, and then they've been struggling. They're kind of moving back and forth in their lane. You can look and see.
Yeah, I can see that.
They're kind of struggling with their steering here a little bit. They're over into lane 3 a little bit. Fordham pretty much straight down the course, so, you know.
I mean, you look at the wake, that Fordham wake is just a straight line.
Yeah, it's a well done by the team. It's well done by the coxswain. You know, West Point is there. They have the speed to match them. Difficult sometimes to keep it straight.
Catching up a little bit.
And then there's Fordham winning by just a boat length over that West Point boat. Third place here goes to the Lafayette crew, followed by Villanova. George Mason finishes in 5th, and Connecticut will take 6th place. Alrighty, next up on the race course will be, and they are underway here. This is event number 24P1, Women's Varsity 8, Division 3, Petite Final. In lane 1 is Stockton, as well as lane 2, Stockton A in lane 2. Lane 3, Catholic University. Lane 4 is Ithaca. Lane 5, Bryn Mawr. And lane 6 is Case Western. So here's our first Bryn Mawr boat of the day. They were pretty impressive, you know, yesterday in some of their events, but into the Petite Final, they came close to making that Division 3 Varsity 8 final. Oh, sorry, this is the Bryn Mawr B boat. I was thinking to myself, Bryn Mawr was really good yesterday. The Bryn Mawr A boat will be in the grand final after this. But right now, the Bryn Mawr B8 currently here. Bryn Mawr, of course, the all-girls liberal arts school here in the Philadelphia area.
And Stockton is pretty close by, right? Galloway?
Yeah.
New Jersey?
Yeah, Stockton.
By the
Also
way,
very close?
they're the Osprey, in case you didn't know.
Okay.
Okay.
The Seahawks or the Osprey?
Osprey.
Yeah. 500 meters down here. And it is the boat from Catholic University here in the Division 3 Petite Final out in front. And it looks like we've got Catholic striking out in front. The boat from Ithaca sitting in 2nd, and then in 3rd there is the boat from Stockton A. And I guess it's time now for us to announce the winner of the raffle.
The boot winner.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go. Let me get this name right. Peyton Clark. She wins those boots. I know nothing about Peyton. Looks like she is an attorney. And she says, I'm a mediocre rower. Well, you're a winner today, Peyton Clark.
Yeah, it looks like the Ohio State University.
Yes.
Peyton Clark, the winner of the deck boots from U.S. Rowing and Extra Tough. So congratulations to Peyton Clark. Peyton, we will get you some details on how to retrieve the deck boots.
The boots.
Meanwhile, Catholic University continuing to win this Women's Varsity 8 Division 3 Petite Final. About the halfway point here for Catholic University.
By the way, Peyton Clark's profile picture is Reese Witherspoon
as Elle Woods.
as Elle. Yeah. Elle was an attorney?
She was.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Harvard.
Is that a baby in a bar? I don't know how she can get those boots. We're going to figure that out.
Yeah, I'm sure they're down by the finish line at the regatta tent. And if not, just come bother us. We'll figure it out.
Or Joe can swing him by. He'll deliver him.
Catholic University here out in front. And it looks like second place at the moment is lane 2 there. Lane 2, Stockton A, competing with that boat from Ithaca here in this petite final for the women's Varsity 8.
You know, Catholic University, that's a Catholic school.
Yeah. The National Basilica in Washington,
That's
D.C.
right. D.C. Nickname is the Cardinals.
Yeah. My sister went to Catholic University.
Oh. Yeah. What's your sister's name?
Kelly.
Oh. What's Kelly do?
She's a teacher, actually, in Washington, D.C., a religion teacher.
Well, they know how to row, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, this boat looks really good here in this women's Varsity 8 petite final. They didn't win yet. A little bit of a jinx there by our team in the booth.
Please. Now we kind of want them to win.
Yeah, 500 meters left to go for Catholic.
How about those oars with a cross on each one of them?
Very, very...
Very Catholic.
very papal.
Yes.
Very English as well, which is somewhat not Catholic, but I digress.
You know, they dock at the Pope deck instead of the poop deck.
Looks like over there Stockton has fully moved out into second place here against this Ithaca College crew. And Catholic University well on their way to victory here in this petite final. And just about 200 meters left to go now for our leaders from Catholic University.
Bring it home on a Sunday. Uh-oh.
And Catholic coming to the finish line here will put the finishing touches on this one.
Ready on that graphic.
Just a couple more strokes. And Catholic wins the petite final here for the women's Varsity 8 Division 3. Second place to Stockton A. Third to Ithaca, followed by the boat from Case Western and Bryn Mawr. And then Stockton B will finish in 6th place here, 12th overall.
So the trophy presentation is down at the finish line?
Yeah, there's a down there. There will be, a little stage where folks can go up and get their medals and receive their trophies. So
Well deserved.
love this beautiful shot. You can see off to the left there the Benjamin Franklin Bridge, I think.
That's probably the Walt Whitman.
Yeah, that's probably correct.
Yeah. Well, it's a bridge.
It's one of them. And the city of Philadelphia rising high in the background.
You know, Joe, The reason why Philadelphia, it's such an old city, doesn't have a skyline is because back until 1986, 84, you could not have a building taller than William Penn's hat on top of City Hall.
The curse of Billy Penn.
That's right.
They built Liberty Place in, what was it, 86?
Yeah, it went above his hat, and then no teams could win.
Until 2008.
Yeah. That would be your Philadelphia Phillies.
How was that Game 5? And they won.
Oh, yeah, Game 5. Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Jeff Jenkins. Great hit. Anyway, go Phils.
We got somebody cockeyed here.
Yeah, struggling a bit. That's the boat from Bryn Mawr College, I believe.
We have 2 from Skidmore.
Yeah, so Skidmore will be in lane 1 and 3 here. We'll have a St. Mary's boat in lane 2. A boat from another boat from St. Mary's in lane 5, and then Washington College. So Bryn Mawr trying to beat 2 boats from 2 schools, or 4 boats from 2 schools here.
Work's cut out for you. Saratoga Springs is where Skidmore College is.
Beautiful rowing course up there in Saratoga. Common venue for high school SRAA nationals. Lots of competitive high schools up there as well.
A lot of horse racing, right?
Yeah.
And so what then would be, if you use logic, what would be the mascot for them?
Ooh, the Colts.
That's a good guess. No.
Is it the Thoroughbreds?
That's it.
Is it really?
Yeah, Thoroughbreds.
Wow. Nailed it.
Nailed it. Stuck that landing. Who are we doing here? Who's this?
This is the women's Varsity 8 for Division 3. So these are the Division 3 schools. We just watched the petite final, so places 7 through 12 of that event come down. This one should be a little quicker because they qualified yesterday for this race. And it looks like they're just about ready to get them started. Bryn Mawr is doing final adjustments to their point. Got to hand that oar back to the 2-seat quickly.
Quickly. Again, what is the key to a good start? I guess you could blow it really with a bad start.
Yeah, so you want to get the boat up to speed as quickly as possible. And the way to do that is to generally take half strokes and then 3/4 strokes. You want to lengthen out over the course of about 8 to 10 strokes until you can get to your full stroke. And then once you get to that full stroke, you kind of want to burn a little bit of adrenaline that you have. Keep that rate up high for maybe 10, 15 strokes before you settle down into your base rate for the next 1,750 meters. But you want to get up, to a pretty high rate here, burn off some of that extra adrenaline that you're going to have rolling through your body, and then settle down into a rate that you can keep up for the entire 2,000 meters.
I got to tell you, the organizers of this event do a heck of a job.
It's been great. Yeah, I wanted to give a specific, shout out to the folks who make this happen. Obviously, Laura, who is our race director, she's Bill Knecht's daughter. She helped put this all together. But also the referees who are here, the volunteers you can see laying on their bellies there in the stake boats. It takes a lot of people to make these things happen. The launch drivers, obviously our production team here. So it's a big effort, and we thank everyone for being part of it.
And it's mostly volunteer.
Yeah, it's mostly volunteer work. There's a lot of people that really love this sport, really, especially in this area, especially in this, Camden County, Cooper River Park. It is it's a big community here, and lots of people have a lot of love for this sport and want to see it continue to thrive. Results flashing on your screen here for the Emery Clark Trophy that Fordham won.
By 3 seconds. Where's that race we saw between West Point and Jefferson? Oh, we're off.
Yeah, we are underway here, and this is the grand final for the Division III Women's Varsity 8. So look to those middle lanes again. It's Skidmore there in lane 3 and Bryn Mawr College in lane 4 next to them. But again, from right to left, it's Skidmore, St. Mary's, Skidmore, Bryn Mawr, St. Mary's, and Washington College. And Skidmore continuing to push open a lead here in the early goings of this race.
St. Mary's out of Maryland.
Yeah, not the, I don't know where the California St. Mary's, the Gales out there. Not
Gales.
that,
I think
not that
it's
school.
Morago or something like that, California.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where you got the Seahawks. They're the Seahawks.
Oh.
Yeah.
I made that joke because I think the Seattle Seahawks didn't want to name themselves the Osprey because they thought it was too obscure. So they
Oh, I
said,
didn't know that story.
I think that's what it is. I mean, I don't know what else that bird could be. Seahawks aren't real.
No.
So 500 meters down here in this women's club, or I'm sorry, women's Division III Varsity 8 race. And again, Skidmore off to a really good start here. Bryn Mawr trying to hang on.
Some people, I mean, are in tank tops and shorts.
Yeah, look at the differences between these two
I know.
boats.
It's cold.
And you'd think that the boat from further north would be able, you know, to handle the cold a little bit better, but it's the Saratoga, New York boat in the jackets. And they're winning.
Yeah.
And that looks like St. Mary's there. Currently in second, Bryn Mawr right now in third place here in this second 500. But you can see there the women from Skidmore College out to a good lead in the early goings.
That's my favorite shot. Besides the overhead.
Yeah, I like this follow cam as well. I like being able to see the faces of the rowers. I was a notorious stank face while I was rowing, which is not good. You want to try and keep your face as calm as possible, but, you know, sometimes you just got to let it out.
What? Really?
Yeah, I mean, I was just, you would think, you know, it's simple. Like
I'd be grimacing.
Yeah, you do grimace, and it is difficult, but, you know, if you can control your face and calm yourself down, you know, you can help control your mind a little bit. But,
Right.
you know, when you start to grimace, you're starting to lose that mental, you know, focus a little bit at times. But there's a difference between, you know, a grimace and just a very, like, focused look on your face. But, you know, when you start looking like you're gasping for air in the middle of the race, you know, things might be going poorly. Skidmore continuing to lead from the front, trying to fend off that St. Mary's boat, who maintains just about 4 seats on the boat from Bryn Mawr College.
Saratoga Springs.
Beautiful little town up there.
Mm-hmm.
And continuing to hold that lead over the lane 2 boat there, St. Mary's. 500 meters left to go now here in this one as Skidmore maintains this lead over St. Mary's, and Bryn Mawr has dropped off. Still in third place, but no longer within contact of the boat from St. Mary's. St. Mary's still within touching distance of this Skidmore boat, but they're going to need a big sprint if they want to claw back this lead.
You know, if Skidmore wins, you know what they should give them as a treat?
What's that?
Ice cream. Because one of their notable alumnus is
Ben and Jerry?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're very good at putting things together.
It was a shot in the dark. I know they're Vermont guys, so,
Yeah.
that's close enough up there.
It's either Ben or Jerry. I'm pretty sure it was Ben went to Skidmore.
Fascinating. Yeah, I know.
Sure.
I think they might be UVM guys that's just stuck around up in Vermont. 250 meters left to go. Less than that here for our leaders.
Wait a second. Are we going to make this closer?
They're definitely pulling it back a little bit, but I think Skidmore's got it under control here, especially as they're running out of water. They're coming up on the finish line right now. But it's a nice push by St. Mary's and a really good race to stay within contact that whole time. And final strokes here for our leaders from Skidmore.
Boom.
And second place to St. Mary's. Bryn Mawr College finishing in third. Ooh, close finish there for fourth. Not really sure I could tell there. Skidmore and Washington College finishing out in front of that other St. Mary's boat. So we'll see. Again, we'll try and get those results up for you to see who finished in fourth place there. But again, go to KnechtCupRegatta.com for all your regatta info. Looks like we're underway already here in the petite final for the men's Varsity 8 Division 2, Division 3. So petite final once again. We have Skidmore in lane 1, Case Western in lane 2, St. Mary's in lane 3, Washington College in lane 4, St. Mary's again in lane 5, and then Franklin and Marshall in lane 6. Nice shot here as the boats get out of their start here and move into the base of their race. Pretty close so far in this petite final. .500 meters down here. Looks like our leader at the 500-meter mark is the boat from St. Mary's. St. Mary's A in lane 3 here. Really tight one, though, in this petite final. Should be a fun one as they get closer to the finish line. Second place, let's call it Case Western there. Case Western in lane 2. Quite close. And then that in third, there's 3 boats across. You got Skidmore, Washington College, and another boat from St. Mary's, while Franklin and Marshall sits off the pace in 6th place at the moment.
I think that's our first time we talked about Franklin and Marshall.
Yeah, I think it's the first time we've seen them today.
They're out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Mascot, the Diplomats.
Oh, okay.
And here in Pennsylvania, we call it Lancaster. California, it's Lancaster.
Yeah. Lancaster Ave.
Yes. The heart of Philadelphia.
Nice shot here of our leaders there in lane 3 from St. Mary's. Closest boat to them at the moment. Looks like they're compatriots out in lane 5, St. Mary's. And then you see lane 2 peeking in. Case Western up there as well. This is our third to last event of the day here. And we will have one more race in this event, this men's Varsity 8 Division 2, Division 3, before we move on to our Division 1 finals for the men's and women's. With 500 meters left to go here in this petite final. Again, this is event 25P1 in the men's Varsity 8 Division 2, Division 3. Our third to last event, not race, third to last event overall of the day. And again, looks like this St. Mary's boat looking really strong here. Their closest competition are their teammates out there in lane 5. So it's St. Mary's and St. Mary's, followed by Case Western, and then Washington College and Skidmore. Again, Franklin and Marshall off the pace.
Quite competitive.
Yeah, this one's close.
Yeah.
These two boats from St. Mary's trying to make a point after they both missed out on the grand final later today. They're taking 1 and 2, and the petite would be a little bit of a consolation prize here. Shot there of the boat from Washington College in lane 4.
So there are races inside of events?
Yeah, so this is the petite final, and there's a grand final. So
Right.
they're finishing. You know, these boats are competing for 7th through 12th overall.
I understand.
In their
Okay.
event. So this event is event number 25, but the grand final of event number 25 is up next.
Mm-hmm.
And these two St. Mary's boats duking it out with each other here. They're starting to lose a little bit of ground here. Look at that boat from Washington College in lane 4 start to overtake that Case Western crew in lane 2. We'll see if they can try and track down. But again, it's just two St. Mary's boats trying to beat each other at the moment. This is fascinating. 500 meters left to go now for our leaders. And it looks like the boat in lane 5, the B boat, as it's listed, has started to overtake them a bit. I wonder if there wasn't some switching around in these boats to try and make them more even, or if this B boat has just got something to prove to the coach today.
Well, it'll make for an interesting ride home.
Yeah, some decisions to make for sure.
Well, you can't get any closer than that.
No, you can't.
Jeez.
I think St. Mary's B out there in lane 5 with 2 seats on St. Mary's A, and then a length back is the boat from Washington College, who's got a couple seats on Case Western, who has a length on Skidmore.
Which is more exciting, the first place or second place here?
I think
It's equal.
yeah. All right, 250 left to go here, and these two St. Mary's boats are neck and neck. Lots of bragging rights on the line between these two. It might be a petite final, but it means everything to the boys in these boats. And then that race for third, you're right back there, is super tight between St. Mary's and Skidmore. So we're going to come to our finish line camera in just a moment, and we'll see. It looks like St. Mary's B still out in front by just a bit. Here they come.
Here we go.
And as they come to the finish line camera, we'll take a look here. Did that lane 5 boat just run out of gas there at the end? And it looks like they did.
Oh, they did.
And the lane 3 St. Mary's team takes it. And third goes to Washington College there, I believe.
I think so, too.
And if you looked back at the previous race, as crossing the line there is Skidmore in front of the Case Western crew. If we look back at that previous women's Varsity 8 Division 3 final, we said it was really close for 4th place. Just check those results. Washington College did finish out in front of Skidmore there as well. So back-to-back races for Washington College, edging out the Skidmore crew. Finishing up there was Franklin and Marshall. All right, and we're on to our last two, or we're on to the grand final here of the Division 2, Division 3 men's Varsity 8s.
Well, that one was hard to beat.
Yeah, that was a good one, and we're already pretty well underway in here, and look how close
We're
it
halfway
is.
gone.
We have in lane 1, Catholic University on the right-hand side. Lane 2 is the Milwaukee School of Engineering. Lane 3 is Skidmore A. Lane 4 is Trinity A. Lane 5 is Trinity B. And in lane 6 is Ithaca. So early goings in this one, we've got Trinity out in front of Skidmore by just a hair. And in lane 1, Catholic University just behind them, sitting in 3rd place. And check it out as they come by our camera here. Skidmore and Trinity, just a few seats between them, and then Catholic University in third there. So check out these boats as we zoom in a little bit. Take a look at the faces of the rowers as they go on by. And there you see just how close that race for first is. Trinity and Skidmore starting to separate themselves from the rest of the boats. 1,000 meters gone here in this men's Varsity 8 Division II, Division III final.
Oh, we got another one on our hands here. This is a good one.
Yeah, and we'll see if any of these other boats can crawl back into it. Catholic now trying to hang on to third there. You see that boat from that other Trinity boat trying to make some waves and pull back into this one. Into this third 500 again. This is where this race will likely be won here. We'll see which of these two boats can get an advantage before the final 500 meters. As the lanes 5 and 6 peek onto your screen there. Man, so close up front. Trinity by a seat here. Trinity outstroking Skidmore by a good deal, which gives me pause on this Trinity boat. So if they're at that high of a stroke rate and they're unable to really make a difference, does Skidmore have a second gear that they can get into as they go into this sprint? Or is Trinity also have another gear higher than this rate they're rowing at? But just something to keep an eye on, as Trinity currently at a higher stroke rating than this Skidmore team. And they're pretty much neck and neck. Give the advantage to Trinity by 1 seat here. And Skidmore there just took it up just a little bit. Yeah, just about even on the stroke ratings now. Trinity by half a beat out in front. And at the 500 to go, it is Skidmore jumping out in front there by a seat. Skidmore now, as they raise their rate, starting to gain a little bit more speed. Trinity at the higher rate for most of the race. Let's see if they can claw it back. This is super tight. It's seat to seat here.
They're coming back.
What a great shot by our drone operator here. And again, this is going to come down to the final 500.
Whichever has the oars in the water.
Yeah, whoever's going to take the final stroke.
Look at Trinity.
Yeah, Trinity's now striking out. Trinity's got a seat. Oh, and look at that course correction. That's going to cost some time, and it did. A seat for that boat, that Skidmore boat. They just lost a seat as the coxswain adjusted. Can the rowers get it back for them? And there goes Trinity. There goes Trinity across their lane. So coxswain's having some issues here, and we are back even after dual coxswain realignments. Looks like these two boats are neck and neck. Boat from Skidmore hit some water there. Let's see if that slows them down at all. And into the final, there goes Trinity going really high on the rate here. And here they come. Who's got it? Who's got it? They're looking across. The coxswains are looking across. Final 10 strokes. A little bit of missed water there on that stroke from Trinity. Will that slow them down enough? And I do think it's Skidmore. Here they come. Final couple strokes here. Camera pans over. And Skidmore is going to take it. Skidmore takes it by 2 seats over Trinity. What a fantastic finish there for the Skidmore boat. Trinity finishes second. Third place goes to Ithaca, and then Catholic, Trinity, and Milwaukee in that order. So, you know, you saw it there. That Trinity boat was just at such a higher stroke rating in the middle part of the race, and they were not able to get any distance between themselves and Skidmore, so that, you know, when it came down to the end, Skidmore just had a little bit more left in the tank, and that came to fruition.
Now, what are we looking at here? Next race is already on.
Yeah, so these are our final events of the day. These are the women's Varsity 8s, which will followed up by the men's Varsity 8. We've got 2 petite finals here. So these are for places 13 through 18 overall here at the Knecht Cup. We've got in lane 1, Lehigh, lane 2, Ithaca, lane 3, Embry-Riddle, lane 4, LaSalle, lane 5, Canisius, and in lane 6, Duquesne. So again, this is petite final number 2 for the women's Varsity 8. So competing for places 13 through 18 overall. looking pretty good here, just at about the 750-meter mark. Out in front at the moment are the Explorers from LaSalle. LaSalle, give them a couple seats here on that boat from Ithaca, although not much between them. And then Ithaca looks to be just about even, if not slightly ahead of Canisius there in lane 5. And then the 3 boats, Lehigh, Embry-Riddle, and Duquesne, just about even there in 4th place.
Embry-Riddle is out of Daytona Beach.
Yeah, an aeronautical space engineering school.
Yeah. So aeronautical, what do you think the mascot would be?
Astronaut? I don't know.
Something that flies.
Rockets?
No.
I don't know. I don't have it.
Eagles.
Oh, okay. That's not intuitive at all.
Not at all.
All right, moving back on. We got 2 boats here super close together now. Look at this. It is LaSalle and Ithaca College here. 2 boats in yellow and blue. Ithaca College on the right-hand side of your screen. LaSalle on the left in the gray. Tight racing here, and looks like that lane 1 boat has started to move back up. That Lehigh boat moving back up into competition for 3rd place. But here you see from the follow launch shooting across, not much between these boats. Really nice shot to see. You can see the coxswains taking a look across to see where they are. I think the edge here is to LaSalle. Actually, I take that back. I think Ithaca does have the slight edge, but it's very close. We'll have to see. And there it is. Ithaca by a seat here. And check out that race behind them for 3rd at the moment.
That is awesome.
Maybe give the edge for 3rd place to Canisius in lane 5. Canisius followed by Embry-Riddle. But again, Ithaca now starting to strike out. Call it 2 seats for Ithaca here. Into the second half of this race. All right, coming up on 500 meters left to go here. It's a 2-boat race for 13th place overall here in the women's Varsity 8.
Maybe we should put in sound effects.
Yeah.
Of the oars hitting the water, you know.
And just a quick follow-up on the raffle for the deck boots, 1 by 1 Peyton Clark.
Yeah.
U.S. Rowing will be in touch, and you will be receiving an email. So look out for an email from U.S. Rowing to collect your raffle-winning deck boots. Once again, congrats to Peyton. All right, and Ithaca here starting to pull away from LaSalle. Now LaSalle just trying to hang on as push comes on the outside from Canisius and Embry-Riddle. But check out that Ithaca College boat looking strong here.
Mm-hmm. 3rd place may be the most interesting aspect now.
Yeah, especially if LaSalle can hang on to 2nd here. Just about 250 left to go now for our leaders from Ithaca College. And final couple 100 meters here. There's a look at the boat from LaSalle. And peeking onto your screen there, the lane 2 Ithaca boat. They're out in front. Mm-hmm. And as they come to the finish line here, petite final number 2 coming to a close as Ithaca takes this one. LaSalle finishes 2nd. Close race here for 3rd goes to the Canisius boat.
Yeah.
Canisius over Embry-Riddle. Lehigh, and then Duquesne.
The Dukes.
All right. moving things along here. We'll see where we're at. Next up, we're going to have women's varsity petite final number 1, 27 P1 on the schedule sheet. So scheduled to go off at 12:42. The women's varsity 8 petite final number 1.
Folks, you are looking at the Cooper River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. This is the Knecht Cup Regatta coming to a close.
Yeah, we've got a couple more races of women's varsity 8 left. We've got the petite final, followed by the women's varsity 8 final for the Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy. We'll have a couple boats racing in a men's varsity 8 petite final, and before finally the William J. Knecht Memorial Trophy for the men's varsity 8. Should be fun.
Again, I marvel at the organizational skills. There's so many moving parts to this.
Yeah, and the women's varsity 8 petite final number 1 here is underway. In lane 1 is Yukon. Lane 2 is Marist. Lane 3, Jacksonville. Lane 4, Georgetown. Lane 5, Monmouth. And in lane 6 is UMass. So clean start for all crews. Give the edge early on here to that lane 6 boat. That's going to be UMass there with a great start. And we'll see how that plays out over the rest of this. So quick heat coming down here for this women's petite final number 1. Competing for places number 7 through 12th overall here at the Knecht Cup Regatta. Super tight so far. UMass maintaining here, looking good as they start to pull away with this Georgetown boat and the Marist crew. But really not much separation at all from any of these crews. If anything, 4th place, or 5th place rather, to the Jacksonville boat, and 6th place to Monmouth, but all boats still within contact of each other. At the moment, though, UMass, Georgetown, Marist, your leaders.
When you use the term stay in contact.
Yeah, just there's no
striking distance. Is that what that is?
There's no open water between you and them. So if you look at them horizontally straight on, the bow of your boat is still even with the stern of their boat. You're still within contact of their boat. Here's a great shot, seeing all the boats come through.
Makes me want to get back to the gym. You know what I mean?
Yes. A little inadequate?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is an impressive look in here at this UMass boat. They're one of the crews that we had out in front at that 500-meter mark as they make their way through this second 500. Check out the look on their faces of determination.
Now, seat 3, that looks like a grimace to me.
Yeah, that 6 seat, that's a powerful rower right there. That's the powerhouse of the boat in 6 seat right there. She looks like she's having some fun out there, I think.
Okay.
Whoa.
Look at this.
I mean, that's a painting right there.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know. I think lane 2 at the moment is in front. I think it's Marist. Marist.
Are you sure?
Nope.
It's not 4?
Yeah, I think Georgetown's right there with them. I think it's super close. Let's see as they hit these buoys who hits there first.
Or is it
and
6?
I think you're right. It is Georgetown there, but dead even with Marist. This is going to be a fun one. We've got 4 boats across here at the halfway mark. It's Connecticut, it's Marist, Georgetown, UMass, and Yukon there in lane 1. And you can see across here, lane 1, lane 2, lane 4, lane 6. All even here heading into this third 500, this all-important third 500. Let's see who can set themselves up best for the sprint. Now, UMass, they went out really hard in that first 500, and I think you're seeing here they're starting to just slide back a little bit. You can see this bow person kind of sitting even as Georgetown starts to move through. Yeah, this is a great shot here as we stay on these two seats. Georgetown kind of just moving through. I think Georgetown now well out in front of this one. What a great shot.
So Georgetown is the gray and white?
Yeah, the Hoya's there.
Yeah.
And Marist there in lane 2, hanging tough. But UMass, really impressive here. Going all out on this one. And there you see it is Georgetown and UMass. It's Georgetown by 2 seats on that UMass boat. And Marist falling off into 3rd, and UConn behind them in 4th. Jacksonville not too far back in 5th, and then the boat from Monmouth in 6th place. And you can see Georgetown continuing to press their lead. 500 meters left to go here in the petite final of the women's Varsity 8 event. Check that out. Not much between UMass and Georgetown. And we saw earlier UMass is good at rowing at these high rates. They did it well in the start. Can they finish well? That is the question. Do they have enough left in the tank? Super close here.
Yeah, it seems like Georgetown's too.
I think Georgetown's got a little too much.
Yeah.
And they're a little bit straighter. Yeah, Marist is starting to come back a little bit as well onto this UMass boat. Can UMass hang on for the 8th place here?
Or can Marist nip them at the end?
Yeah.
Here?
Still, UMass is not out of the fight for first. Let's see, 250 meters left to go. Georgetown hit the buoys first. UMass hit them second.
UMass is coming on.
Yeah, here they come. Yeah, both boats starting to raise their stroke rate, but there you see Georgetown has taken it here.
Yeah.
2 to 3 seats for Georgetown now over the boat from UMass. UMass just trying to hang on now and try and hold off as Jacksonville makes a surge onto Marist and UConn. Now, Marist has to worry about that Jacksonville boat as well. But what a great race here. Not much. I think it's from 1st to 5th, we're going to have like 3.5, 4 seconds here.
Mm-hmm.
But Georgetown well out in front now. Couple seats here. They are continuing to press their lead. Can't be more than 100 meters left to go in this one. And there it is, the finish line. Georgetown, UMass just out in front of Marist. And then UConn. Jacksonville looks like they might have caught a crab right at the end of that race.
Tell me what a crab is.
It's when their oar gets stuck in the water. They still finish in 5, but they finished at a standstill. And then finishing in 6th was Monmouth. So great race in that petite final, setting up what should be a fantastic Varsity 8 final. I will say yesterday, I thought Boston University was the heavy favorite in this event. I thought they looked really strong, and I thought that it would be tough to beat them. The other 2 boats in it, Radcliffe and Drexel, they went up against each other and they pushed each other to a faster time, and neither of them put up as fast of a time as the BU boat in their heat.
Wow.
So we'll see. Obviously, anything can happen, and I may be wrong, but Boston University yesterday likely to be considered the favorite rowing out of lane 3. As we take a stroll down the Cooper River Park here.
This park area is just really fabulous. Look at this track off on the right here.
Yeah, that big soccer or football field there, surrounded by the track. You got the baseball field on the left-hand side, the boathouse there.
And I'm telling you, for people who live in this area, this is so many walkers and joggers.
Of course. And, you can see a little canoe club there on the left-hand side. So it's not just rowers out here. It's kayaks, it's canoes, it's recreation of all kind for water sports.
And over on the right is the boathouse that we are housed in right now for this live stream. We're inside that little area with the open garage door. It really is a beautiful facility, my goodness. Yes, you can check results at KnechtCupRegatta.com.
All right, and we're sitting. We should just about be ready to get started here in this women's Varsity 8 final. This is for the Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy. Some struggle there in lane 6 for MIT, trying to rush to get their point. You can see they got their hands up.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they're just about ready here. And again, the women's Varsity 8 here for the Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy. Our drone is up there at the start. In lane 1, Villanova. Lane 2, Bucknell. Lane 3 is BU. Lane 4, Radcliffe. Lane 5 is Drexel. And lane 6 is MIT. So again, look for those middle 4 boats to be your competition. And they are off here in the women's Varsity 8, the Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy underway. And already that boat from Boston University starting to push in front early. And again, from right to left, it's Nova, Bucknell, BU, Radcliffe, Drexel, and MIT. MIT looking strong as well. The 2 Boston schools out to a strong start.
Bucknell hanging in.
Yeah, Bucknell now pulling back up as well. And again, all 6 of these boats were strong yesterday. They all had to qualify to get here, to put up the best times to get here. So it should be a tight race here. And so far through the first 500 meters, it is playing out that way. Boston University just a bow ball in front of Bucknell and MIT at the moment. Villanova the first to kind of fall off the back here a little bit as, oh no, MIT hits a goose. So they're going to have to recover from that. Missed like about a stroke there. Not horrible, but you can see, you know, sometimes it's not always just hitting the goose. That's the problem. It can be dealing with the aftermath and the shakiness that you feel for a couple strokes afterwards, and whether or not you can refocus, recenter yourselves. A lot going on here in this picture. Drexel kind of cutting across their lane there in lane 5. But MIT, after hitting the goose, is now in first place. So maybe it was a good luck goose.
Well, maybe they goosed him.
Yeah, maybe. Here's the problem, though. Maybe their adrenaline maybe got cranked up a little bit there. So they need to maybe reel that back in. But again, lane 6 here, MIT hits the goose, goes out in front. Check out this shot. Yeah, you see the coxswain from BU looking over at MIT.
Yeah.
See that there? Really great shot. Bucknell still close in this one as well, only a few seats down, and then you see here
looking over
the vote from Owen. We're getting some audio here from that launch camera.
Yeah. Listen. What's she saying?
I don't know. I can't make it out.
She's repeating some word.
Yeah, so she called for a 10 there to focus on something or other, and now she's calling out the strokes. She said she's even with the bow ball of one of the schools. I don't know which one. I don't think it's BU that she's talking about. It's probably that lane 4 boat she's talking about. Radcliffe bow ball. $1,000 left to go, and it is MIT and BU. Tough to tell exactly, but they're super close. And there you see it's BU by a seat now. BU overtaking them. Oh man, but it's still so close. Bucknell and Radcliffe and Drexel all still hanging in there. But check that out. MIT and BU, the 2 Boston rivals going at it. And man, here they are.
Here they come.
Yeah, in this third 500, the girls from Boston University are just so powerful. Look how calm they look. Not even worried about it. You can see the strain on the MIT faces. You look across at Boston University.
Calm.
Just a little bit of calm in that boat. Great race from MIT so far. Let's see if they can climb back just a bit. And if not, can they hang on to second place as these other boats come charging?
Listen to her.
Legs down.
Legs down.
Oh.
Oops. I think you're allowed to cuss.
I think so. Actually, you can get in some trouble
No,
depending on the level.
We apologize for that. There's nothing we can really do about it.
And 500 meters left to go here. Boston University and MIT still your top two. BU by a couple of seats here for the Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy. It's BU and MIT coming down to the wire. 400 meters left to go here. And that race for third, again, to get onto the medal stand here, let's say it looks like Radcliffe. Let's say Radcliffe and Bucknell. Radcliffe over Bucknell and Drexel at the moment, but it's BU and then MIT, super close. Keep an eye out for those red buoys. That means there's 250 meters left to go. And there you see just the difference. MIT's going to need a big push here if they want to take it. There's the 250-meter buoys. Boston University out in front, and there you see Radcliffe up by a seat on Drexel. Here comes Drexel trying to push for third. Bucknell falling back just a little bit here. Great finish ahead in the women's Varsity 8 final. Again, for the Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy. Who's it going to be? Boston University or MIT?
Boston in front.
And as they come to the finish line, final few strokes here, it is BU by a couple of seats here, and the Terriers are going to take this one. The Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy goes to Boston University. MIT takes silver. Drexel moves into bronze over the boat from Radcliffe. Bucknell takes fifth, and Villanova in sixth. An incredible race there for the Ann Harris Smith Memorial Trophy. Boston University, the champions. Meanwhile, it looks like we're underway here for our men's petite final. We have the men's petite final here in the Varsity 8 event. In lane 2 is Fairfield, lane 3 is Colgate, and in lane 4 is Ithaca. Looks like there's some more boats there, but I'm only seeing these 3.
Yeah.
Fairfield, Colgate, and Ithaca are the boats here in this race. Of course, Radcliffe would not be competing in the men's Varsity 8.
No. So it's
They don't have men.
unless they've changed
Yeah.
the enrollment policy.
500 down here. And looks like we got Colgate and Ithaca out in front of this boat from Fairfield. And check out how close this petite final is for these two rowers, or these two boats rather. You've got on the left-hand side there the boat from Ithaca College, and on the right, in the middle, is Colgate. Far to the right is Fairfield, a couple lengths back. And just about halfway through here for these petite final for the men's varsity 8, you've got Colgate and Ithaca there. So two schools very close together up there in central New York, probably just about an hour apart.
Mm-hmm.
And halfway to go, Ithaca and Colgate. And it is Fairfield there in lane 2.
Out of Connecticut.
And check that out. Not much at all between these two boats competing for 7th overall here in this men's Varsity 8 competition. Pretty similar on the stroke rating. Ithaca just slightly outstroking Colgate for the moment. Yeah, maybe now a beat or two in front. You can see they were even for just about a second, and now the boat on the left going in with their oars just a little bit faster each time. But Colgate maintaining the same position. So again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We saw some of these crews in some of the other races recently rowing at a lower rate, but maintaining, the same level with the other boats. So keep an eye on that Colgate boat. If they're maintaining a similar speed at a lower stroke rate, they might have a little bit more left in the tank. And there you see they just brought the rate up there, and there's 500 meters left to go. And I think Colgate's making their move a little early, and now they've got a seat or two on Ithaca. Can Ithaca respond?
I think Ithaca is responding.
Yeah, there it is. They brought it back again. Colgate had a nice little 10 there, it looked, and now things are evening out again. There's not much between these two boats whatsoever.
So you say they have a 10. That's 10 really strong strokes.
Yeah, power 10 in the point in the race right before you take your sprint might be helpful, just to get you focused. Calm down a little bit, and then go for the sprint right here in the final 250 meters. This is where you start to see the boats really start to jack up the rate. These boats are dead even here with 250 meters to go. I mean, look at that. And I do think there's a slight angle on the finish line. So you see, at this point, let's give the edge to Ithaca now. Ithaca out by half a bow deck here. 200 meters left to go.
And it looks like Ithaca's in the lead, but that's just a distorted view.
Yeah,
of
that's
the
a
course.
parallax effect there.
Mm-hmm.
Here they come. It's going to be a super tight finish here as they cross the line. The camera's going to pan to the left with us here as we reach the finish line. And it's Ithaca. It's Ithaca out in front by a hair there. Ithaca takes it over Colgate. They'll finish 7th, Colgate 8th, and Fairfield in lane 2 will finish 10th overall here at the Knecht Cup. Ithaca winning the men's Varsity 8 petite final. All right. And we are on to our final race of the day here. Event number 26, the men's Varsity 8 final, the William J. Knecht Memorial Trophy, as you see the boys from Fairfield there crossing the line.
All right, now it's the Big Daddy.
Yeah, this is the William J. Knecht Trophy, and you see that we are underway. This is our final race of the day. We have in lane 1, Lehigh. Lane 2 is Stetson. Lane 3 is MIT. Lane 4 is Trinity. Lane 5, Mercyhurst. And in lane 6, Embry-Riddle. The men's Varsity 8 final for the William J. Knecht Memorial Trophy. And check that out. Trinity looking really strong in the early goings. Trinity out in front here as we get a nice shot across our boats. Here is the lane 6 Embry-Riddle team.
We can really hear the coxswain.
And 500 meters down here in the William J. Knecht Memorial Trophy event. And Trinity here out in front. Trinity by a few seats on top of the boat from MIT there. Those two boats have separated themselves from the rest of the pack as MIT currently holds length on top of the boat from Stetson. So moving into a two-boat race here, Trinity and MIT for the William J. Knecht Memorial Trophy. And as they come by our vantage point, they just hit the 750-meter mark. And you can see here as the camera pans left, not much between. It looks like we're about even there. So 2 or 3 seats for Trinity, I would say. But it's very close. And MIT looking calm here. Yeah, and you can see there it is, Trinity by just about 3 to 4 seats on top of MIT at the moment. Both of the schools opening up water to third place Stetson. 1,000 meters down here. Again, final 1,000 meters of the day here at the Knecht Cup Regatta on the Cooper River. It's been a fantastic day of rowing, and we've got 800 meters left to decide this thing.
Two fantastic rowing schools.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of both of these schools today. I mean, MIT's been super competitive in both the men's and women's events. Trinity has sent a couple of these men's team that have done very well in the 4s and the 8s. So it's fun to see, you know, two schools who have been competitive throughout the day today coming down to the wire here in our final race of the Cup.
Yeah, the namesake Cup.
And Trinity continuing to maintain that couple of seat lead over this MIT boat. And you can see there are 2 leading boats from our follow launch. And wind has definitely picked up out there as the day has gone on.
Has.
You can see how much choppier
Look at the flags
water
in the background.
is. Still not much between them. Same lead for Trinity here. .500 meters left to go now in the men's Varsity 8 final at the Knecht Cup. Again, competing for the William J. Knecht Memorial Trophy here. Trinity and MIT.
MIT's got to step it up big time right here.
Yeah, they have to go now if they want to do this, and I believe they are.
Mm-hmm.
How does Trinity respond?
They are making their move.
Off?
I don't think they had enough.
It's still very close. Maybe a couple seats there. 250 meters left to go now. When we left the aerial cam, Trinity was up by 3 seats on Boston University. And as they come by our vantage point here, we'll get a better look. It is Trinity University out in front. Can they hold off the push from MIT here?
Here we go. Better shot.
And there you see Trinity walking away into the finish line. It will be Trinity coming to the finish line
for the Knecht Cup.
Barring anything crazy happening here. Final couple strokes as we watch overhead, continuing to add to their lead. Trinity takes the William J. Knecht Cup over MIT, who finishes in second. We'll sit here and watch the rest of the boats finish. It should be tight together here. And it's Mercyhurst coming across in front of Stetson, and then Embry-Riddle. And finally, in 6th place is Lehigh.
Wow. What a day.
It's been a great day of racing here. Well, Mike, that's just going to about do it. I have my final thank yous to say. I would love to thank the production team here. I'd love to thank all the organizers, Laura, the director, for putting this together, Colin, the producer today, for getting this all put together. It's been such a fantastic day of rowing. Any final thoughts on your end?
Why don't you and I go down there? We each get in a scull
Okay.
and race.
Okay.
Come on. Come on.
I think I got you. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think so too. But thank you for inviting me to be a part of this. It's I'm not only impressed by the competition and the competitors, but also I'm kind of impressed by this crew that puts on this live stream. It
Yeah.
was beautifully done.
Yeah, it's been fantastic today. The weather cooperated for us. We were able to bring you all the drone shots, those really beautiful shots that showcase, the city of Philadelphia, the Cooper River Park, and all of our rowers here.
Yeah.
At the Knecht Cup Regatta.
Congratulations to all the competitors.
Yeah, thank you so much. Once again, for Mike Jarek from Fox 29, I'm Joe Leonard, signing off.
Thank you, brother.